There is no special help coming from above. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no Calvary coming with the sunset or the roaring seas. We, the National Democratic Congress, the NDC, are that Calvary that will rescue this country. You and I are the only ones who can save this country one more time. And you, the delegates, are the ones upon whose shoulders rests the sole responsibility to rescue or to restore hope and give Ghanaians the much needed assurance of a better tomorrow. This is why I say to you that you are playing the role of God, and you must see your responsibilities both as democratic and spiritual, because the very survival of this country and this democracy rests on the outcome at our Congress in December. I take solace in the fact that given the chance, the delegates of the NDC always get it right. After all, it was you, the delegates, who gave us the rare fortune of being led by our founder, His Excellency Jerry John Rawlings, and His Excellency Professor John Evans Atta Mills, both of blessed memory, and His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, whose track record is a thing of greatness of beauty and beauty of greatness. To all of my colleagues contesting for various positions in the party, that we are even considered for a leadership position in a party like the NDC is a privilege and not an entitlement. This party has suffered enough, mostly from internally generated wounds. That is why from the beginning of this campaign, I instructed my team and made sure I ran a clean, decent, and respectful campaign. I have never, either in public or in private, launched an attack on any of my opponents. Not because they are saints, they are saints, they all have their faults. But I have too much to sell, so I don't need to go down that path. No NDC member is my enemy, because when it comes down to it, I prefer the worst form of the NDC than whatever else any party has to offer. So let's recognize our common enemy.
When I was young, we did not have the same kind of social media that we have today. We've always had social media. Conversation is social media. So people would gather under a tree and converse and all that. So it's not like we did not have any social interaction, but the medium was different. So today we have it on our phones.
With just a click, anyone can access TikTok, WhatsApp, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, and a host of other social media applications, of course, on a smartphone. Defined by the Merriam-Webster Dictionary as any form of electronic communication through which users create online communities to share information, ideas, personal messages, and other content, social media, since its invention and introduction in 1997, has become the new trend. Now, 9 out of 10 internet users use social media, according to global statistics. Data provided by the Ghana Statistical Service indicates that the country currently has a population of 30.8 million people. Out of this number, some 15.7 million are internet users. A further breakdown by Statistica.com shows that 8.2 million out of the 15.7 million are social media users. This figure represents a 2.2 million increase in January 2021 from the 6 million figure in 2020. From these figures, one thing is clear: social media has come to stay.
Social media has virtually been encoded into everyday life. Social media is now a space you cannot escape from. It's like wherever you pass, there is an element of social media, not necessarily an app, but infused in everyday life.
As the new normal, social media is increasingly becoming more addictive, with new apps emerging every day. But what do people use social media for?
It's a platform for interaction. So I keep in touch with my friends, colleagues all over the world.
I use it to build my vocabs. As you can see, I'm doing some idioms on my tablet, so it helps me to build my English, my reading.
Social media, mainly I use it to communicate with my friends and get to know what's happening in the world.
Most often I am with my phone and I am very much online, reading, trying to read interesting content, most importantly sports detail.
I'm able to interact with our listeners every day, those that are contributing via WhatsApp, Twitter or Facebook. I make money from there because if I post snippets of interviews and jobs that I've done, I get reaction from people who would want to call in.
So there's those whose primary source of fun is social media, and there are those who use social media platforms to gain knowledge. How much of the latter is happening? Research around the world shows there's a direct link between social media and declining reading habits across all ages, but for especially the youth category, the statistics are staggering. Considering the youth form a relatively greater percentage of social media users, this has become increasingly concerning. A study conducted on the University College London on 11,000 children tracked from their birth in 2000, for instance, found that social media could be distracting them from reading and homework, with a potential knock-on effect on their literacy. The American Time Use Survey's latest figures also indicates that the number of Americans who read for pleasure each day has reduced by 30% since 2004. And in Nigeria, a 2018 study by Samson Oyeniyi Akonde and Rachel Eyeranti Oyedapo of the University of Ibadan and Obafemi Awolowo University respectively on the impact of social media on senior high school students in Nigeria concluded that the use of social media has constituted a great havoc on the reading culture of high school students. So, I sought to find out what Ghana's situation was. Is social media having an impact on the reading habits of the youth? If it is this impact positive or negative? At the Koforidua Polytechnic, for instance, a study by Michael Owusu-Echiang on social media usage and its impact on reading habits revealed that there is a direct linkage between time spent on social media and reading habits, and that the constant use of social media leads to low reading habits. Another study by Ekia Santwa Aforo at the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology to determine the influence of social media on academic reading of students in tertiary institutions in Ghana revealed that the use of social media among some students in tertiary institutions in Ghana does not augur well for their academic performance, despite many benefits it could provide. These concerns have been reiterated by some learned persons who believe times have changed, considering patterns as it was in their time. Professor of Linguistics at the University of Ghana, Professor Kofi Ejekum, for instance, believes the youth today are more inclined towards getting quick information from social media than reading wide.
If people are tuned to social media and they are interested in the pictorial and the video and sensational stories here and there, somebody has fought with a girlfriend and all those things. I'm sure if you put Chinua Achebe's book there, they will read.
Former chairman of the Ghana Writers Association, Nana Kwesi Jan Apenting, had a more practical reason for his concern. He explained how things were in the past and how they have evolved.
Indeed, we read a lot of newspapers, because newspapers came in different shapes, and weekend papers, magazines, they were all there. When I was young, if you sat in the trotro, everybody would have a newspaper, a magazine, or a book. The fact that today you don't see those, and you see more everybody with their necks craned and, you know, looking at their phones and doing social media interactions, would suggest to me, even anecdotally, without any scientific research, would suggest that people are reading less.
Genuine concerns, but Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Library Authority had a varying opinion. First, he said, the low reading habits of Ghanaians has been a thing that existed even before the introduction of social media.
In the late 60s and early 70s, a research was done by the British Council, Ghana Library Authority, and the Ministry of Education to really understand why Ghanaians are not reading. And so anybody that comes to you and tell you that, oh, Ghanaian children of today don't read, tell them that the boss of Ghana Library says that it is never true. Ghana has never been a reading nation. And even if you check our annual report from the 1950s, it was evident that our libraries were being patronized by the experts.
And then he quoted figures as recorded by his institution for the past 5 years that indicate a rather significant increase in reading habits of children and moderate figures for the youth in recent times.
The United Nations will tell you between the age of 14 to 24. So if you want to take those, the age bracket, yes, they constitute the second majority of audience who patronize our library services. But the huge majority, which is about 60%, are the children. And then you could probably have, about, 25% being the youth, people that are in the senior high schools and tertiary institutions, looking for some resources. So they fall within that bracket. And then you have the adult population that also comes also to use the public library space. If you look at the data from 2016, library membership across the country was 7,246. And then in 2021, library membership alone is 44,234. So that's like a 600% increase. So that's really the trend we've recorded over the last few years.
So I got the views of some youth to get a first-hand picture of the situation on the ground. Are they reading? I spoke to students at the Presbyterian Boys Senior High School, Legon, and the University of Ghana.
Every day, I think I should read something, a passage, an article, something, but then I do read every day.
Personally, I have keen interest in history, and I always want to have broad knowledge about stuffs. So, for instance, anywhere I find myself, whether being in a car or whatever, anything I see around, at least, I try getting a little knowledge about it. So that ushers me into liking more reading.
And then some teaching assistants at the University of Ghana who explained what they have observed has become the norm with students they teach and interact with.
More people are getting addicted to social media, and in forms that are more like music and videos, games, all those things like texting, but it doesn't really give people the time to, you know, I want to sit down, go through a book, unless of course they make like a conscious effort, a deliberate effort to say that, okay, I want to take this time to read.
What we see as teachers, I should say, that only course materials that are required of them, that we see them trying to get knowledge from, but to actually go the extent of reading those things online, it is very difficult, unless maybe they want to seek more knowledge to do an assignment, these IAs you are talking about, unless maybe there are websites that they have to go to tap knowledge and then use that idea to answer those questions. But for a general view or for their personal use, that they are going on social media to read things that's educative, you don't see often.
I probed more to answer this question. Why is social media becoming more popular among the youth?
Social media has something that it connects to my habit of reading. If you ask me why I read, I'll tell you it's more about curiosity. I'm a very curious person. So every now and then I keep asking myself questions. And I find the intersection of social media and reading as a means to answer those questions. So sometimes I would see something in the news and it would trigger an interest to go and read about it. And that's one way to look at it.
It's fun. It's an experience. Social media is live. It's just become a culture that has basically come to stay. We're all accustomed to using social media. Everybody is okay with using social media. And the thing with social media is social media doesn't have boundaries. There's no language barrier, unlike with books. So that's everybody finds it more easier, feels comfortable, feels like themselves on social media. People's experiences, getting to interact with people everywhere. Social media is fun. It's like having a party alone.
A visit to the Accra Central Library revealed more. Ordinarily, the library is a place for leisure reading, academic reading, a place for acquiring knowledge and referencing. But librarians at the Accra Library, Ghana's oldest library, told us though patronage is high on the part of children, the facility is gradually becoming a place for referencing and academic reading for the youth.
We have the SHS class. They come to always use our academic books. And we also have the adult class. I would term them as the working class. They come to they'll usually use our history collection and then also the fiction collection. That's what the adults group, that's the working class, they come to, the books that they come to use. For the SHS group, they don't really come here to read outside the academic category. Mostly the ladies, they sometimes come and then they will see them reading some of the fiction books. So sometimes you will get some of the SHS females reading fiction books, but on a scale of 10, over 6.5, they will come for academic books.
These students who were visiting the library told us why they were there.
I come here to study. I read storybooks and other things, novels and those things. So it's helpful.
I work in school at the same time, so normally I use my lunch hours to come here with some questions. Yeah, so basically to study. I love to read, but of late I don't read because I have limited time. My social media, I would say like 4% or 3%. Yeah, because combining these two, like as I mean, so I have to use my lunch hour to come here. I don't even have the time. Yeah, so normally the little time I have, I invest them into my in either reading, which I barely do of late.
According to Mr. Hayford Siao, a decline in the book stock in the country's libraries contributed to a massive decline in patronage for about 5 years till 2016, when there was a revamp and subsequently a translating increase in patronage.
In 1981, Ghana had about 36 public libraries across the country. And guess the number of books that was on the shelves of public libraries. Can you guess? We had 1,049,008 books on the shelves of public libraries. And that is why you've also seen a corresponding increase in the number of people that visit.
That's one way to look at it. But now, there are electronic books which are accessible on many social media platforms. It is for this reason Mr. Siao argues that social media, contrary to assertions that it is increasing the trend of lazy reading, has rather made reading much easier and access to learning materials more stress-free.
I strongly believe that social media has amplified and has also helped to increase the level of reading of our citizens. Because in those days, consumption of text now through electronic devices is high, and information is rapidly evolving and is moving at a faster pace than ever before. And I think our citizens are getting preoccupied with reading this text or consuming these text resources from electronic devices. Don't assume that because they don't sit to pick a book from the shelf and read, they are not building a lifestyle of reading, or they are not consuming information. The question we have to ask is that, are our citizens consuming the relevant materials? That should be the question. Are the content that they are consuming through social media, is this something that is bringing value to them?
I think it's about the period, because it cannot be the case also that those who did not have the distraction of social media prove to be better readers, more intelligent people. It may not be the case, because today a lot more young people have access to information far more than the older generation could ever get. That is also because of access. So I think it's a time thing. And if you were born in this period, this generation, as a student, any other thing, you would really learn the ropes of how to still deliver and fulfill your responsibilities, duties as someone who is integrated into the social media culture, and also as someone who is a student who loves reading and all of that. So there's room for all of that. I mean, these days, if you take, iPads, mobile phones, people have files, tons of reading materials on those platforms. There are people who find it very difficult, for me personally, apart from maybe philosophy books, because there's something with the nature of those books, how old they are, and it feels nice when you are reading them physically like that. Otherwise, given the option, I would always choose a soft copy over a hard copy.
Nana Kwesi Jan Apinting disagrees to some extent. Yes, social media is a good place to read, but distraction on this platform is inevitable, particularly with the abundance of apps.
I'm not saying people should only read hard copy.
Yeah.
They can read, but they don't. And the reason we don't, not even they, we all don't read as much as, is because when you take a book, there's no other purpose than to read. You know, if you have a conversation, an internal dialogue is with the book. But this one does so many different things. So I may come and sit in this nice place with a view to read a book, but then I'll see this view and I've got a camera. So before I know, I'll become a cameraman and I'm taking pictures. It has music on it. Before I know, I'm listening to music. So if I take a book, the book is not going to play music to me. The book is not going to distract me from reading it. In fact, when I take a book, I am going to read it. It is for that reason that we advocate that even though you can read on the electronic copy on your phones and tablets and laptops and all that, in fact, to cultivate the reading culture, it is better to use hard copy books, as we know, so that you form the habit.
But for Joshua and Daniel, many of the youth today have either not discovered the beneficial sides of social media as far as knowledge acquisition is concerned, or they prefer the entertainment and fun side.
I believe that a lot of youth today haven't cultivated the habit of reading from their early days, and so they don't have any other option but to go where they feel they can get enjoyment. But then here's my take: they don't understand what they read most of the time, especially when it comes to pertinent issues that affect our daily living, and so they just go there for entertainment purposes without actually getting the benefits one can obtain from the usage of social media.
For people who are very much interested in reading and very much aware of the fact that the world is changing, they have to keep up with global trends. I think these people would want to capitalize on social media to augment their knowledge base. But for those who they aren't even interested in reading, they feel, okay, then social media is the place that I can just go post pictures of myself, you know, do all kind of things. To some people go to the extent of just going naked to get popular, and that's a very real issue.
Daniel also mentioned the role society appears to be playing in subtly determining the focus and interest of the youth as far as social media content is concerned. He believes many young persons have become more inclined to consuming entertainment-related content because it is what society has made them believe makes more waves.
We've evolved as a society, and we are a reflection of the kind of society that we're living. So if you live in a society where social media is more or less like something that everyone wants to have, and everyone goes there to show what they've got, and everyone is like, okay, do you have a social media account? Why do you have a social media account? Very few people will tell you because I want to get information from there. But most people look at social media from the angle of popularity, going out there to show what they have and all of that. So, you know, our current society has a reflection on how we think about some of these things.
Okay.
And you realize that at the end, reading is pushed to the background.
After all the views, one thing was very important: the way forward, and I got varied opinions from the experts and some youth alike. First, though, these youth told me how influential their parents have been in the development of their reading habits.
I picked one for my dad. My dad he's growing older, but still he likes reading. And then not him alone. With my, I think, was it primary 2, primary 3 thereabouts, I was very dull. I was more than the weakest student. And I had this very teacher, Cornelius. I always praise him anywhere I find myself, that he inculcated into some of us this habit.
My mom was a seamstress, what we call now, in the past we call adieye. Growing up, my mom was not educated, and so she realized that the only way she could develop her kids' was to get them things like books. So even though she could not read, mostly anytime she's coming back from a normal vocation, she will bring along books she couldn't read. And you could imagine that sometimes she sits beside you when you're doing your homework. She has no idea what you're doing, but she says, oh, this thing, you should have done it this way. She has no clue. So for me, it was more of my mom.
And the solutions came one after the other.
With children, give them the feel of real books.
Okay.
When they grow up, they would love books, and then even if they have to add books electronically and all that, they would already want to acquire knowledge and information through books. A book is a whole phenomenal. It is not just you go online and Yabroni and the latest gossip thing, you know. We all like gossip. We all read a bit of gossip, you know. And Efra Schwarzenegger has said this and that. But those are not books. So people are reading, but we want them to cultivate the habit of reading a book from beginning to the end, challenging themselves to acquire their knowledge and information in that systematic way.
In leveraging social media, people can follow very strategic people in society, not necessarily in Ghana, but what ideally you wouldn't have gotten on a silver platter. I told a gentleman not too long ago that I skip all Ghanaian content on TikTok. It sounds a bit discriminatory, but I told him I didn't care because they were not adding any value. And the algorithm is so intelligent that it has realized that I really don't enjoy Ghanaian content because it's all kinds of things. People displaying all kinds of things I cannot say on record. But when you follow some other platforms on the same TikTok, people are teaching you how to use Excel. People are teaching you how your laptop works. Social media will provide you with that space where hitherto what you would have struggled to mobilize, it presents it to you on a silver platter. But then of course you must know how to harness that plethora of what energy that is given to you on that mere foot.
Ghana's literacy rate, according to Statistica.com, grew by a massive 21% from the 57.9% figure in 2000 to 79.4% in 2018. Is this reflective of the general reading habits of the youth? What can be done?
Until the mechanic say, the real sequin I know ye near Brade. Until Abba Father, Abba Father, Abba Father. Yanko Poya Domoa. Cosia de Beya. No nai pepe. Ubi a moment and so, but now Banso I white. Na fe Brami him because free general basis sabri nyame wayade. Ibia wu yesi wiase ayade so amaye nkwa oboye ho baye da so tim nti ye ko hyena ni monyam fe di wiase ko nyina oda so akura ye na afi nso so Ghana wake up no ye di wo sebo babru mu obi odi nkunim bia ye sebo nti bramie nko bose na wurade mie soro maye na Ghana ye nso ye mfa nkunim die ne mra nyame de oso obedi nkunim a emfa ho ne ayifo a yede wo mbeko team no osi bibia nsi ne kwai so de ade bebra na ade ketewa bi beje nkwa according to 1 Samuel chapter 14 verse 6 bibia nsi awurade kwai so de ade bebre ana ade ketewa bi beje nkwa nti meka kire Ghana fo nyina se yentumiri kamera Abba Father yemfa wo sebo na awurade mie wo soro Woma na bofo ankasa nko fa nkwala ni mu mobo na nkunimdie no won famra Ghana. Hwa na obi anda to say ma so. Kunimdie ne beba so.
Amen.
Nti mu nyina amomra ni mu se.
All right, okay, this is the Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. We're heading out there to Osu Nyaneba Estates. We're going to meet somebody who can give us Bobby Taddy and Akpalen or something like that. Okay, I'll tell you all about it. Cheers. Here at Farmhouse Productions. Hey, and guess who we have here? The CEO himself. Ivan Kwashiga. It's so good to see you, man. And of course, hey, you are all welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. We're here to talk to a legend, Ivan. Very soon, you get to know a lot more about him. Okay, come with us.
Yeah. Wow. So, are you coming downstairs to see?
Oh, yeah, of course. Oh, welcome to Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Over here, we just talk to business gurus. I'm talking about CEOs of established businesses. And obviously, we make sure we find out the trends in business and how they've been able to establish their business to the places where they have gotten to right now. What we can learn from them. The youth are trying to pick up, trying to get to know them. Obviously, this is the place to learn a little about business. And today, guess what? We've gone all the way to Kita. I'm not talking about Kita, where it's in the Volta region. We are actually here in Accra. This is Farmhouse. But this man actually was born in Kita. And indeed, we're going to learn a little about Bobby Taddy and all that. Just kidding. We're going to learn a little about what he does. He is a guru in filmmaking, actually a legend. And also he does quite some other things in terms of business marketing, events, and what have you. We're going to learn a lot more about him and about what he's doing and how we can learn. Welcome to Business Moments.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ivan Kwakuvi Kwashiga.
Yes.
All right, that's his name.
Yeah.
Well, I have mentioned your name right now, but let me just pull your legs a bit. I hear that you like Bobby Taddy a lot. Is that true?
Yeah, I love everything.
And it originated from Kita.
Of course. Yeah.
All right. Has it got anything to do with your business and how successful you've been?
Having been brought up from Kita.
Yes.
Of course. Yeah, I came from a quite an interesting background where, I think I must have said it 1,000 times. I was born close to a cinema house. And I lived in a home where my uncles and aunties were more of entertainers. And at the time we were growing up, you know, there's no spinning groups like sound systems and things that would play at funerals and other celebrations. My aunties and uncles were the band, like they sing. And so they would sing in parts and things like that. And then they would enact plays and things, and we saw most of those things. And then the other significant thing I did was when we were growing up, we used to go and take the cinema board around town. There was a cinema house across the road called Premier Cinema. And then next to me was, to our house was
Croydon, but Croydon wasn't working. My Premier was working. So any time they brought film to Qatar, we would go around with the cinema, the board, to promote it, ringing a bell to promote it.
So you mean the filming has been in your genes?
Of course. I mean,
so it's something that
I
you
look
were
back
born
and
with.
I say that it's like some divine hand was, pulling me through all this.
Wow. We're going to talk about something that has come out of our genes that we want to grow with. I always talk about talents and continuing in that skill to be successful. But we'll talk about that. But tell us a little bit about you and business.
Well, personally, I'm Ivan Kwashigana,
yes.
you know. I make films. I went to NAFTI. I did film directing in NAFTI.
Well.
And then having finished NAFTI, I worked at the National Service Headquarters, their photo unit. And then I worked at Lintas for about 13 years. And having done that, I felt there was the need to step out and try myself what I could do. So I set up Farmhouse Productions. I am married with 3 kids.
Okay, well.
None of them is in secondary school now. So I'm sure you know. So they are all graduating from their universities.
Very well, very well. So you obviously, I know about you doing the NAFTI, and a lot more people also know. This man did one of the most beautiful productions while he was in school, and obviously you also taught some students in NAFTI as well. So in all of your graduation into who you are right now as a CEO, that's all you've been doing. You are very from primary school and everything. Let's forget about that. But when you got into tertiary, you started filming.
Yeah, I went to NAFTI basically at the time that most people didn't know about NAFTI. And so most of my friends or my mates that were going to Legon and GIJ and other tertiary institutions thought that I was crazy because what are you going to be doing going to a film school? And most of them thought that we were going to be acting. The fact people did not know that films are made by people who are behind the camera.
Exactly.
And so people didn't really take it that seriously. So it was purely out of the passion I had for the performing arts and also for filmmaking. I was fortunate to have met Mr. Atuyani, who wrote Genesis Chapter X and also made His Majesty's Sergeant. So he took me on set. That's where I actually developed. I realized that this is what I was supposed to be doing. And then also took me to NAFTI when they were editing the film that we shot. And then I thought that, no, this is where I was supposed to be. So I went to NAFTI. And so in the school, I asked a lot of questions. So I got to know what I could do. So I knew from first year what I was supposed to be doing in second year, and then what I was supposed to be doing in third year. And I also realized that by the time you come out of school, you must have a calling card. Calling card means that you must make an impact as you're coming out of the school for you to be recognized. Do you understand? So I decided to do a documentary film in my second year, knowing very well that if I do a documentary film very well, I could stand a chance of winning a documentary film prize in my final year.
Great.
And then I also knew I had to do a feature film in the second year, and that too in the third year, and that too I did. And so somehow I was able to do both documentaries and drama.
Very well.
And also for writing the scripts, I also picked up prizes for writing scripts during the documentary.
So you were versatile.
So that made me very versatile.
Yeah.
But when we came out of film school, practically there were very few places to work at. Ghana Films, GBC. Then the private one was Videomat. But fortunately, some of the ad agencies were taking graduates of NAFTI to be trained as copywriters. So that is where I decided to go into the advertising industry. So I worked at I joined Lintas. Lintas at that time was the biggest advertising agency, and they were the people that trained many of the people in the advertising industry in Ghana.
That's
you
true.
know. The biggest and the oldest, actually. And so my days of ringing a bell, promoting cinema came in when I ended up in the advertising industry, and I was writing copy. So I wrote a lot of the most well-known campaigns.
I remember some of the adverts I did.
Yeah, Guinness.
Yeah.
How you did?
I did Unilever.
Pepsodent.
Yeah.
Is it Pepsodent?
No, Kiso.
Kiso.
Yes,
Okay, yes, Kiso. You were the lab.
Yes,
man.
I was the lab technician.
Yeah, you were the lab technician. So we wrote most of those commercials. Kiso, Royco, Guinness, Malta Guinness, GSMF Protector, Panther, Secure. We wrote most of those.
So indeed, even at Lintas, you wrote for all these businesses, these giants in businesses, and therefore understood their philosophy and was able to write or be creative on things like that. Was that paying you a lot of money?
Well, I mean, comparatively, you would say that, I mean, you are comfortable because you're doing what you love and you are being paid for it. And so it was great for me. I mean,
it was more of a startup too, also after school.
And a huge learning period for me.
Great.
Because I saw a lot of things happen. And I was very, very fortunate because at the time I started, there wasn't private media.
Okay.
So we did not have the Joy FMs and all the other FM stations. We had, what do they call it? Basically GBC to deal with. And then, so a lot of the things that we did, for instance, if you're talking about Things We Do for Love, how it came about, we had done a radio talk show with young teenagers on adolescent reproductive health.
Okay.
That was supposed to be airing on GBC FM, but it was rejected because they had children, young people talking about their sex and things like that.
Okay.
And they felt that it was a bit too raw, so they took it off. They said they didn't want it.
Okay.
And then, fortunately for us, Joy FM came up. Joy FM started work, and then they wanted to have it. So then we started running Speakeasy, and then we added a drama to it. And the drama was the Things We Do for Love, which ended up being produced onto TV.
Okay.
So a lot of the things that we did whilst working at Lintas are things that, you know, it was like we're just breaking boundaries. Anything you think about and you want to do, it was possible.
So what I hear you say, and of course for the youth out there who are listening, when you are out of school and you're starting up, first of all, ensure that what you're doing you love.
Yes.
Do not focus on money, and then obviously it is an experience for you. These three things are things that you have just mentioned. Is that correct? Is there anything else that you think that we should learn when people are growing up in business?
I think that you said it. You mentioned talent.
Yes, exactly.
That is very, very important. I believe that everybody is born with a particular gift from God. And it is that thing that when you see, you are excited. It's that thing that when you are doing, you don't feel like you are actually working or you're doing anything. And when it is important that each young person needs to identify that gift quickly within them. People like Michelangelo, people like Bill Gates, all these guys started way when they were very, very young.
Very young.
Tiger Woods started when he was like 6 months, 2 years, he was already playing.
That's true.
So it gives you enough time to train when you discover your talent very early. And by the time you're getting into really to do your work, you would have gained a lot of experience so that you are able to go through. So you're discovering your gift, as in your talent, is very, very important. And then you must hone it. And then if it's possible, you must hone it by understanding somebody who is already practicing from in that particular field. It gives you the opportunity to make your mistakes on the budget of someone else. Because your boss would be able to accommodate your mistakes and help you to correct them.
So you are a legend, and obviously people have would say that you have come this far because you focused on one thing and kept doing the same things. Now, other people may think that, okay, I do not really know what I want to do, so let me try other things. You know, the haphazard way of doing things. I try one thing, it doesn't work. Let me try other things, it doesn't work. Until I find what is right for me. What do you have to say about that? Is it the right thing to do to get to a business level that is appreciable?
Well, whilst I was saying that it is good to find your gift early, it is not cast in stone. That people like KFC, what's his name, Colonel Sanders?
Kentucky.
Kentucky
Yes.
Fried Chicken.
Yeah, fried chicken.
Actually discovered his gift around 60 something.
Yeah, 60, yes.
So there are exceptions, do you understand? The main thing is for you to find something that you love doing. And when you're doing it, you know that you are not actually working. That's what they say. So for
it comes easy.
It comes easy to you. And the main thing, if you find what you love doing, when you wake up, you are eager to go do it, rather than being forced to go do whatever you want to. So for me, you have to just, I mean, if you are passionate about something, nobody tells you what to do.
Great. So I hear you say that time is not really a factor. Take it easy. You'll get there. And then also make sure that whatever you are doing, to be able to be successful, you must love it. All right. Great. Let's come to Farmhouse Productions. You're the CEO of Farmhouse Productions. How has it been for you? And first of all, tell us all the dimensions of Farmhouse Productions, because I know that there are different areas of it.
Right. So Farmhouse Productions, somebody will ask me, why Farmhouse, the name Farmhouse? We cultivate ideas. I decided to select the name Farmhouse because of my experience of working with some production houses from South Africa, East Africa, and those places where you have quite strange names like Barefoot Productions, you know, Gargantuan Films, and those kind of.
I have one blue banana.
Yes.
You know.
So you find a name that can start conversations. That is the trick. Because when they see the name, they want to know what is behind it. And then when you explain it and it's creative enough and interesting enough, they tend to think that, okay, you must be good at what you do. So Farmhouse Productions, I selected because it deals with cultivation. And so I said, we cultivate creative ideas, okay? I started Farmhouse 2006 when I left immediately after leaving Lintas, Ghana. And the main idea is a production house where we produce corporate films, and then also my love for drama series, and as well as to go into feature film productions has been the reason why I decided to leave and also to start Farmhouse. But having worked for so long in the advertising industry, I kept being pulled back to shoot commercials and also to help create campaigns and things for clients. So we have a corporate communication section where you have we work like a hybrid advertising agency.
Great.
We are also a full service agency that is part of the Advertising Association of Ghana. So we are paid up members of the Advertising Association of Ghana. But then we are also a production house. So when we are able to respond to briefs from clients, develop concepts, and build campaigns for clients. That cuts across TV, radio, and all the other media. And then we are also into producing content like TV commercials, documentaries, and also TV series and stuff like that. So we are more or less like a one-stop shop. Where we deal with radio, audio productions, as well as video productions. So basically, that is what Farmhouse has been set up. And then, so you come in, you have your account managers who are dealing with your with the clients one-on-one, and then we have the technical staff, and then we have post-production facilities.
Yeah, great. That's very, very beautiful. And indeed, looking at it, you have been quite great with it, because I think that you are the go-to person when it comes to commercials. And then obviously your other productions have been very good. You won awards with Things We Do for Love and YOLO. Right? We're going to get to know him a lot more with his production and how successful he has been. Let's just take a break. You're on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV. Well, we're still talking to the legend here on Business Moments, and obviously this is a place where you learn a little more that you don't know about. Okay, I'm sure that you have learned so far a lot from Ivan, and we're going to ask him a few more questions about how successful he has been and what you can take out of that. All right. Well, Ivan, you've been telling us a lot about what we should do with business when we start, why we should start up slow and enjoy what we are doing, and also not look at time, but also focus on our talents and build on that skill. So that's very nice. You've been telling us also about farmhouse productions and why we should be creative with choosing of names so that it will attract attention. And we believe that is really coming from your advertising. You've also told us about the hybrid of farmhouse productions and what you do that everybody or a business, a corporate institution can get everything from you, right? Very good. So now, can we get to know exactly what has brought you this far? First of all, I want to ask you, are you rich?
Relatively, I'm comfortable.
Yeah.
Right.
Now, but isn't that the most important thing?
Yes, you have to be happy with yourself. What
exactly.
You do, if you are able to, you see, farmhouse, I started it from my bedroom, right? At the time, I felt that I needed some more challenge because I was doing about the same things over and over again. I was quite getting tired of. So I felt like, and I started from a bedroom while still working. So if anybody would learn anything from this thing, your side hustle can become your main hustle.
Indeed.
Right?
Indeed.
Okay, so we get that out of the way. Am I comfortable? Yes, I am. I'm happy with what I'm doing.
Okay.
And what has brought us this far, delivery. When I tell a client that your work will be ready tomorrow at 8, it's ready at 8 or even earlier.
Okay.
So it means that I'm able to give all my best to make sure that I deliver. So delivery is very, very key to our success.
Very well.
And then also, the world is governed by very simple rules. One of the most important rules is about giving. Where you give a client service that the client feels that you have given more than he has paid you. When you continue doing that, the client will become your promoter.
Yes, there'll be repeat purchase
all the
in
time,
business.
because they know that you have gone above and beyond the call of duty to this thing. So giving is very important. It's not only giving in church, but giving in every aspect of your life. And making sure that people feel you respect them, you appreciate them, and you would see the results.
When we're growing up, people could do businesses and sometimes they don't pay you, so we say it's nyami work.
Yes.
Is that part of the giving?
Well, when I started from NAFTI till date, there have been people that I've worked for that have not paid me, but I gave all my best.
Great.
And at this moment, I can say that those that did not pay, I am still being paid for those jobs, because I came out of those with a lot of experience.
Very well.
Do you understand? I would have been cheated of something, but I've gained experience by practicing. And I always say that the young people who come out of school these days, and when they ask you to do something, and you're okay, how much are you going to pay me? Meanwhile, they know next to nothing about what they are being asked to do. So you are rather coming to learn from me, and then you are. So for me, I'd like to encourage young people. Sometimes when we went out those days, it was only for the lunch that was given to us whilst we were working, that we even had in mind that, okay, if I sit at home, I'm not going to eat anything today. Let me go and do this work. Maybe we will have lunch to eat. That's it. But the experience that we gained being exposed to these experienced filmmakers working is still paying me till today, because I saw things that were done by these experienced people that you need to pay to learn. But we learned it for free because we availed ourselves. Very well, very well. So that is it. And so delivery is very, very important. Going beyond the call of duty, making sure that your client is satisfied and feels that he has gotten the best for less. Okay, and also making sure that you are truthful. And the next thing is you must be humble to learn all the time. Humble to learn. Because our industry, things are happening every day. New equipment, new ways of doing things, new softwares, all kinds of things are happening every single day. And so you must not see yourself that you've completed school, so that's the end of your studies. But it's the beginning of your life studies. So you must be learning every day and reading. So one of the things I tell people is that you must look into the mirror, to conduct your own SWOT analysis, get to know what your strengths are, your weaknesses, opportunities that are available, and the threats. And always be assessing yourself and know and have a goal that by this time I must be here, by that time I must be there. When we started Farmhouse Productions, I said we started from a bedroom. Then my bedroom. So the table, the equipment was next to my bed. Then later on I moved it into another bedroom. It became like we now had 2 editing machines. At a point I even had employees, 2 people working whilst I was still working at Lintas. When I came to Farmhouse here, we were in a very small cubicle downstairs. But bit by bit we were building and building till we've gotten to where we are. So start small. Is the key. They say it all the time, but most people don't really understand what it means by starting small. Starting small also means take pride in whatever little you have. It is only when you are grateful and thankful for the little that you have that God will bless you with a lot more. Beautiful. So I don't look down on small beginners at all. Very well. And that's why you would find me in the company of very young people, always trying to, because I learn from them too as well. So this is the secret to our
So business enthusiasts, awesome time with the legend, Mr. Ivan Kwashigan. Indeed, I call him Kwakuvi. I like that because I know that when I say it, I'll get some Bobby Taddy, you know, and Akplan or something like that. I mean, I love it. But it's been great, resplendence. We have learned quite a lot. We'll be right back when we talk to him a little more and he will deliberate on the economic and political and how successful you can be at the end and what makes you different. We will get to know him more. Okay, welcome back. My name is Blankson, Echo Blankson, and you are on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV, and we are with the legend, Ivan Kwakuvi Kwashigan. I like that. I like the Kwakuvi part. I mean, we've been learning a lot from him, and I believe that this is indeed the school that we should be attending. It's a business school that we should be attending, and I think that's great so far. I'd like us to go into our economic positions right now in relation to business. We know about the inflation, we know about the issues that are happening in the world right now, and of course, of which Ghana is not left out.
Yeah.
How has that affected your business, either positively or negatively? I mean, we know about COVID as well. I'd like you to speak to all of those. Yes.
Well, I mean, sometime towards the end of 2019 when COVID started, and then in 2020 March thereabout when we had a lockdown. You know, Farmhouse, because we do a lot of corporate productions or corporate communication work, by the beginning of the year, towards the end of the first quarter, we tend to know exactly what we are doing for the rest of the year. We tend to know because we would have sent in our bids, like pitch for jobs and things, and so you would have a lot of contracts, and then you start rolling them out at the end of the year. When COVID came, we heard about COVID, immediately most of our corporate clients started, you know, either postpone or cancel, postpone, cancel. So it was becoming quite bleak for us because that was our livelihood, and most of those things were being cut because most of the things that we did had to do with people that it ends up in things that you had large crowds of people and all that. And so, and most of the clients were cutting back because they were quite uncertain about how long it was going to take for the situation to go down and all that. So we quickly realized that we were going to be in a very bad situation if we do not think outside the box. And so thinking outside the box is one of the things that if you want to be successful as a business person, you must do. You may end up, you may start by saying you want to sell computer software, whatever it is. But when things happen, you may end up selling charcoal. And you should be proud about that.
Yes, exactly. It shouldn't embarrass you at all.
At all. Yeah. So we said, we had a meeting in here in the office with all the staff, because at the time we started hearing of companies laying off their staff. And we said, no, nobody was going to go home.
So you made that as a point.
Yeah.
More like our objective is to make sure that we keep our people.
We keep together. And that nobody was going to have a cut in there. This thing. That would be, if things go really bad, then we may consider that. But we assured everybody. And then the next thing is to think of what to do. So we had this script, the strike, which has been in the works. And we had already been thinking about coming up with an app that we can sell, because we have been thinking about the problems of the film industry and then how we can solve those problems. We did not, I'm personally not someone that likes to join the chorus of people who complain that we don't have this, we don't have that, and then we complaining. If we have the situation, I want to know I want to find out what we have in hand that we can use to solve the problem. So having done the MTN Apps Challenge, where we had young Ghanaians developing apps, we quickly know that it is possible here that there are people that can develop something that will be as good as the Netflix or the Showmax or whatever that we have there. So we called a few of them together and started developing the Farmhouse Movies app quickly. Whilst that was going on, we also went ahead to start shooting the series Strike under very strict COVID protocols, ensuring that we stay within the protocols that were established by the government. So we completed that quickly. Even I think we completed it before the lockdown or just after the lockdown. And then we started editing and coming to work. At the time, the lockdown, people were not able to come out, but we were able to, one way or the other, manage to come to the office to shoot, to edit. And then we launched Farmhouse Movie. So For
and
us,
this was digital.
This was a digital platform.
Exactly.
So it is the frustration that the COVID-19 brought actually gave us
it made you creative.
It made us creative, and then we built. So while some people would see a problem and throw their hands up and say, "Hey, we are in trouble," if you are a creative person, you are a serious business person, you can look at it and see where is the opportunity in this challenge.
Great.
How can I use that opportunity to be better than I was before that challenge came up? So that is what we did. And so far, we have done season 2 of Strike, and we are coming to produce some more content to be put onto the app, and also encouraging other Ghanaian filmmakers to use the app, because we feel that with the challenges of the way the film industry was going, where people have problems finding places to exhibit their films, and even if they do, the revenue wasn't as good as it's supposed to be. We feel that the app could be something that can come in to help the industry. So instead of waiting for the brick and mortar to be done, like the cinema houses to be built for us, we can use technology to leapfrog that problem.
Great.
And it's such that once you put your content on that app, somebody in New Zealand, Australia, wherever they are in the world can instantly access it. So that is a big opportunity for us there in the film industry. We're just trying to fine tune it, and then as we go along. And for me, even the hitches are also learning curves for us. So I'm glad.
Oh, good. So you just told us about clients being prompt with time, in terms of time management, also going the extra mile to do what your clients want, a little more, for them to pay less for more. And then you've also taught us about thinking outside the box, being creative with the things that we do, and therefore that has led to using technology to advance digitalization and then to get people to do. Would you say that that is the way to go? I believe that we're talking technology now. The youth are the ones that we are targeting in terms of driving technology to the next level. In filming, would you say that that is what you are doing with technology?
Yes, like
with the strike, I mean.
With strike, yes. It was an experiment.
Okay.
To see whether it is possible for you to shoot a film, a series, put it on a platform like an app like Farmhouse Movies, and use the current social media devices that are there, like the Instagrams and Facebook and the rest. Put your promos on those ones, and then see whether people can sit at home, download the app, pay, and then you get it in your bank account. And so once we were able to show that it is possible for us to do this, so you can now place your film on the app, and then people can download the app. And then if they want to watch an episode, the app tells them you have to pay.
Exactly.
And with your Momo, you pay with your Momo. Or if you have a card like MasterCard or Visa card, you pay. And then it goes into and then the next Monday is in the company's bank account.
I see.
That is fantastic. Okay. It doesn't get any better than that. Do you understand? Indeed. So all we have to do is to pursue it and make sure that we fine tune it for it to. We've tested it and it's possible. So now is the time to upscale it and put a lot more productions on board. So the other thing too is learning. You were talking about learning new digital things. I said earlier on that you can't stop. Where we are now in the world, you cannot stop learning. Just before COVID, I could not speak the language of coding, like people like that. But now I talk about APIs, I talk about UX, user experience and these things, which is you know,
exactly.
high-end digital language, but you are supposed to be learning every day. So we're learning in order for us to be able to communicate with these people. And also you must, I learn every day about my craft. Do you understand? New softwares are coming up. We have to learn about it. You know, we have to know how to use them, because that is the only way you can separate yourself from the rest of the people that are practicing your trade. You always have to be one step ahead of every other person. You are not in competition with people, but you must be in competition with yourself, so that the things you know today, if tomorrow comes, you should be able to know more than what you knew yesterday.
Be ahead one step. Be ahead one step. This is what Ivan, the legend, is teaching us. We will take a break. We'll be back. Well, welcome back to Business Moments, where we learn a lot about business, how to start, how to grow, and how to become successful. And today we are talking to the legend, Ivan Kwashika, who is the CEO of Farmhouse Productions, and this is where we are. Now, we have learned a lot already. We have learned so much. We're going to go into the other end bits of what we think we should know about business. The trends of digitalization is what we are talking about. How successful we have been so far in Farmhouse Productions, and where do you want to go? What makes you different?
What makes us different is, as I said, is about we created an environment of learning and sharing of knowledge. We are in an information age, or digital information age, where a single idea can turn into billions of dollars. You can just take one idea, simple idea, and it can become huge. And so you have to be learning all the time. You have to be researching all the time. It is the wealth of knowledge and experience that we have that makes us different. And then another thing is our humility to want to continue to learn.
Exactly.
Because I don't think that I present as somebody who knows it all. The day you do that, that will be the beginning of the collapse of your business. So you must be humble to be learning every day, and learn from every angle, from books, from everywhere. We're sitting here, and if you're a business person and you do not know how the war in Ukraine is affecting your business, then you are not in business. If you do not know how the COVID situation has affected your business, then you are not in business. Because things happening in another corner of the world would always have an impact on your business. If Republicans win the American election, it has an impact on Farmhouse Productions. And if I tell you, you'll be surprised. If Democrats win, it has an impact. Why? Because I do a lot of health communication. And health communication has to do with family planning and all that. One of those parties is pro-choice.
I see, yeah.
So if a party is in power and their policies and how they resource the world in terms of family planning, communication, and all that would have an impact on
Right. So this is the politics of business.
Business. Do you understand?
Oh, wow.
So you have to also be paying attention to all these things in order, because it would end up on your table.
Very well.
Do you understand?
Great.
So these are the things that make us different.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. That's beautiful. Now, you have heard from the legend. I mean, these are nuggets of wisdom. You can't get it anywhere. You can only get it on Business Moments on GhanaWeb TV with me, Blankson, Echo Blankson. We'll be right back. We are here at Farmhouse Productions. Obviously, we're going to learn a lot more. All right. Just stay tuned. We'll be right back. That this is.
Yeah, he will be showing.
Ah, okay.
That's for showing there.
And okay. So there will be sound.
There should be sound. Have you finished this one? Let me see.
I'm passing the phone to the lady.
I'm passing the phone to the.
I passed the telephone.
So Ivan, this is one of your productions.
This is finale. This thing.
To have and to hold.
There's some small gimmick.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So this is what you're doing for DSTV.
Yes,
right?
DSTV.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is one. All this is DSTV. So
oh, okay.
This is to have and to hold.
Okay.
The one
so what we see as huge as a studio is this is your factory.
Yeah, this is the end product.
This is the end product of the factory.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then this is Inspector Bediako.
Okay. This is another production.
Yeah, this is another production.
No taxes, no questions raised about your cash flow.
Your real name is Robert Sasso. You rob hard working, beautiful men for a living.
Ah, beautiful.
Today is now mine. How much did you buy this?
So
do you change these editors or?
Yeah, I mean, depends on what work is going on.
Okay.
So this here we do the grading, the colors.
And then you transport this to
from there to here.
From rather here to here. This is the finish.
Yeah.
Okay.
This is another production going on. This is a multiple camera.
Oh, okay.
Which one is it? RSM.
RSM. Okay. I see. Very well. So this will be the editing, the video editing.
Yes. We also have
and then
another. Okay, this is cool. Where is this one? He's gone. He's gone to school. Okay, so this is which one is this? They are doing this one. So this is like he's doing motion graphics.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah. And then this person is going back to school. He's gone to school.
Okay.
This is a documentary. This is one of the documentaries we do. This is for a client. This was filmed in the upper regions, northern region, northeast, and then upper east regions of Ghana. We shoot all over the
country.
So even at the moment, there are people in the northern part of Ghana filming.
Okay.
Like we have about 3 film crews out working, whilst Inspector Bediako is being.
Very well. Yeah. Very well. Very well. So this is the obviously the editing.
The editing
they do editing for commercials and everything.
Everything, yeah. Right. And then we have downstairs. You saw the downstairs where they do that. So where is this? Which one is? Can you play? Can you go back a bit?
No, they've not connected.
Have they got? They haven't connected anything. No. Okay, I wanted.
They're all working on the drives.
Oh, okay.
And it's just one. That's why they do the
end credit. Okay. Okay.
Okay. I think we'll just now go down.
Go down. Okay.
Yeah. Wonderful time being here.
Yeah.
The engine. Engine of where everything happens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So like some of our
I like this artistic way. Some of your products, right?
Yeah, so like Modec. This is Modec. Okay. Modec is connected to tallow oil. We do that.
Okay.
Onga. Okay. This is Care. This is our charity. We do a charity work. Like we help.
Obviously.
These are underprivileged children in Tema. There's a school that we support there. That's MTN,
Unilever,
DFID, USAID, Promotional, Guinness, Hitmaker.
Yeah, very soon we'll see GhanaWeb TV.
Yeah. so that is
yeah. Beautiful compound you have as well.
Yeah, small.
Yeah.
Small.
This is more the advertising side.
Yeah, this is like client management.
Client management.
Yeah, so account, or we call it account management.
Okay.
So So basically what happens here is that they interface with the clients. So every time that when a job comes in, this is the first point of call. Right. Before it gets to the technical people, the creative people, and all that. So yeah. So again, on the wall, you can see some of the clients that we work for. Design.
So about how many people do you have in total?
We have permanent about 20, 22 people.
Oh, beautiful.
But then we work with over almost 100 part-time people, contract people. Yeah. So every production you see loads of contract staff working. And so, I mean, depends on each person's strength and their specialization and the job requirements. Then we deploy whoever we feel can work. So all the time, there are people that are not permanent staff that they are working on.
So hi, young lady, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Very well, very well. I know Ivan is somewhere around here. He's not very close. Are you happy working with Ivan Pashigan?
Of course.
Working for Farmhouse Production?
Yes.
What have you learned so far? Are you learning anything? Are you developing? What can you say about Farmhouse Production?
Okay, so I've been here for close to 5 years.
Okay.
I think I started my career in Farmhouse.
Wow, beautiful.
Yes.
That feels good.
And my role I do with clients, so I've learned a lot about dealing with clients.
Beautiful.
Commercial, performance, and all those things.
Ah, that's nice. Thank you very much. I just wanted to know a little about you.
All right.
Okay, what's your name again?
Victoria.
Victoria,
Yes,
nice.
and I'm an account manager.
Ah, beautiful. Cheers. Hi.
Hi. Hello.
Ah, it's great to meet you.
It's
Farmhouse Productions. Are you happy here?
Very happy.
Of course, I didn't think you were saying something different.
No,
For how long have you been working with?
2 years, 7 months.
For 2 years, 7 months.
Going on my 3rd year now.
What has been the experience?
Ah, great. I like to say that I didn't know anything before I joined the team, but now
you know.
I'm good.
Yeah, good.
I've got the skills. I've grown over the years.
Yeah.
I think I'm ready for the world.
I see that you are versatile. I've seen a couple of other things, although you do client service, right? Client service? Account management. All right, okay.
Actually, that's what brought me to Farmhouse. I wanted to be an actress, and then I got into the job, and I'm enjoying myself. Okay. So yeah.
Right. So what's the name again?
Christiana.
Yes, okay, Christiana. Christiana is happy with what she does here, and so is everybody else.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay, keep it going.
Thank you.
All right. How are you?
I'm fine.
What's your name?
My name is Timothy I.
Timothy, my name is Jacob Langson. We came to talk to Ivan. He has taught us a lot. I presume that working for Ivan, you have learned a lot. Tell me, if you haven't, say it so.
I have learned a lot.
You have? What have you learned?
You know, Mr. Ivan is a man of discipline. And that's one thing I have actually learned from him. His way of leadership.
Okay.
Yes, and it's something I am learning secretly.
It's like leadership. He teaches a great, and you know, he's taught a lot of people, our audience, a lot.
Exactly.
You know, told them to be quite taciturn, to be focused, to also learn to be humble, to do a little more for the client. You know, go the extra mile. Yes, you have learned some things. Okay, so you have actually learned so much.
Yes.
And you think that you'll be here for a long time with him?
Yeah, hopefully. I would want to work with him.
Okay. What do you do actually?
I'm a PA to the chief administrator.
Okay.
Yes, and so I assist there. And when there's
good.
Much to do there.
Beautiful. And I see that you also do some other things on the production.
Acting.
Wonderful talking to you, Timothy.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, sure. Take care. Well, we have learned so much from you, and I didn't want it to stop. Mr. Kwashiga, thank you very much for the moment on Business Moments, and we're very happy that you've also enjoyed yourself. GhanaWeb TV is AVOD. It's actually the advertiser-based video on demand, and so the advertiser pays for what we do, and we believe that this will go a long way to get more people on GhanaWeb TV. We also have GhanaWeb Reporter, where we democratize journalism, and then we also have GhanaWeb Club, where we have a community of members who go out there and patronize different products on a discount. There's so many things coming up. We also have GhanaWeb Memorial. I can go on and on. But thank you once again. It's been wonderful having you. And you out there, if you watched it, I'm sure that you enjoyed every moment of Ivan Kwashiga. Resplendent, awesome, and of course, legendary. If you took notes, I am sure that it will help you. If you didn't take notes, go back. It's AVOD. You can always view on demand and check it out. Take notes this time and make sure that you apply it to your business. Let's see you again next week. My name is Jacob Langston. Catch it.
Yes, Honorable.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's this issue that is taking. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, I'm not Octopus Paul, so I cannot pretend to know who the president is going to nominate to do the presentation of the budget.
It will not be pretense. You have already told us that you contacted the minister, and the minister said if the House is interested in the budget statement being presented on the 23rd instead of 24th, which, as William was trying to draw our attention, is the first match that nationally will be playing at the World Cup. So you have something beyond constitutional provisions. You have personal contact with the ministers, and he wants to know whether you have done that in connection with this issue and who will be coming, whether your good self or any other minister.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable colleague wants to fast-track our steps to the bridge. We'll move in normal pace. When we get to the bridge, we shall cross it.
In common parlance, the Ghanaian common parlance, they will say that the majority leader pulled forth. Yes, honorable members, the business statement as presented and further expatiated by the chairman of the business committee is accordingly adopted. Honorable members, we have to go back to item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official reports. But we have a very urgent business to transact, and I expect members to be very sharp with this issue so that we can conclude, suspend sitting, and then go and do that business, or as your pleasure.
He wants to lay the papers.
Well, my attention is being drawn to the fact that the chairman of the business committee, the majority leader and leader of the House, is going to leave us to transact some business. And so he's requesting that we handle item 8. Item 8, presentation of papers. Honorable members, item 8 at page 4 of the order paper. At the commencement of public business, presentation of papers. The following papers to be presented. 8A, by the Attorney General and Minister for Justice.
Speaker,
Yes.
respectfully, if I would seek your indulgence to allow me to present these papers on behalf of the Attorney General and also to run us through the other responsibilities for the other ministers. And if it meets your indulgence, to further, Speaker, request that in the presentation, if we can bunch them together, and then we could move on from one minister to the other to hasten the pace of the presentation.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we have 5 ministers. Minister for Justice and Attorney General, Minister for Education, Information, Finance, Local Government, and Trade and Industry. If the ministers are here, I will have no problem with the application being made by the Honorable Majority Leader and Minister for Parliamentary Affairs. Mr. Speaker, last week, before the adoption of the business statement, we sounded that caution that ministers should do this House and Ghanaians a favor by attending to the House to do businesses that were slated for them. So it can't happen that the Minister for Parliamentary Affairs is always giving that burden. He has too much in his hands already to be done. And Mr. Speaker, if this House is treated towards a direction where a Minister of Parliamentary Affairs is chosen and leader of government business, and therefore he tends to lay the papers for all the ministers. Mr. Speaker, it's not a good practice for this House. And yesterday, if you saw what happened, a case in point, the Minister for Finance, has not been written to. As for these ministers, they are aware that these businesses are supposed to be done to this House today, and they must be present. And the Deputy Minister for Finance is here. So if leader will make application for her to lay that of the finance, I have no problem. But leader, today we will accommodate you. But this is a business statement for next week. Tell the ministers when they come here, they must take advantage in engaging them. If they don't come, they always overburden you. Unless, I don't want to say you take delight in doing that. But you are not jack of all trades. Let them be coming. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Mr. Speaker, we have no objection. We will accommodate the leader to do it on behalf of them. But next week, the ministers must be present in the chamber.
Yes, Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I take the observation of the Deputy Minority Whip seriously, to inform that as I speak now, I myself am requested to be at a cabinet committee meeting involving this, because in the lead up to the budget, I'm here because I have to do the business of the House. So it is not a frivolous request. that I'm putting across. The Speaker, so if members are satisfied. Yes, the Deputy Finance Minister is here.
Honorable Majority Leader,
please. So I'll do this if the Deputy Finance Minister re-enters the House.
Yes, honorable
I'll
members,
for her to do that.
8A, Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 4.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Council for Law Reporting, CLR, for the year 2020. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Registrar General's Department, RGD, for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Economic and Organized Crime Office, EOCO, for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Office of the Attorney General and Ministry of Justice for the year 2021.
Honorable members, these 4 annual statements are referred to the Public Accounts Committee to be supported by the leadership of the Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee for consideration and report to the House. Because of the nature of the reports, that's why I'm saying Public Accounts Committee. But because of the legal flavor, the leadership of the Constitutional and Legal Parliamentary Affairs Committee should support the Public Accounts Committee to delve into them and report to the House. I refer it accordingly. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the number of those documents have come to this House, but this topic has always been raised, where we are of the view that the papers should be laid to the sector committees. And the parent committee for this particular papers is the Constitutional and Legal Committees. Mr. Speaker, the Public Accounts Committee has been overburdened, and they have a lot of backlog of cases. But legally, I can't challenge your directive. I'm just drawing your attention that we've been debating this matter in this House, and a number of them were referred to the sector committee. Those of local government like this were referred to the Committee of Local Government, and we engage the internal audit service of the local government committee, and the engagement has been very fruitful. And they were of the view that this was the first time that such a thing was happening. I say yes, the House has not determined on which specific ministry or committee those documents should be referred to. So, Mr. Speaker, if you wouldn't bother, the leadership of the Constitutional Legal alone might not be enough. Either you do it joint committee or the leadership of public accounts assisting the Constitutional Legal to expedite action on this. Other than that, there will be too many referrals to them and there will be no report to the House. Anyways, a humble suggestion.
Yes, Majority Leader.
The Speaker, I think I share the idea expressed by my colleague, the Deputy Minority Whip. The Speaker, in truth, this paper or these papers, these statements, which should emanate from the ministers, after perusing the performance of the ministries, the various sectors, departments, and agencies, they submit them to the sector committees. It should be part of the oversight responsibility of that sector committee to peruse that document, to see the performance or the conduct of activities of the particular sector, department, or agency. And that then would be reported on to this House. by the sector committee. The overall audited accounts of the sector, department or agency would then go to the Public Accounts Committee. And I think that is how it should be. If indeed it should be that the leadership of the Public Accounts Committee should join those sector committees, it will be in order. But even then, I think the Public Accounts Committee will become overly saddled with responsibilities and reference. Already what they have in their kitchen is enormous, and really it becomes difficult for them. I, for instance, keep urging that they should have committees within their own fold to be making reference to them, so that we can be very on time in the scrutiny of these reports that come from the Auditor General. So, Mr. Speaker, I would urge that the converse rather should hold, that the reference should go to the sector committee. In this case, the Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs Committee. And if they require any assistance, perhaps the leadership of the Public Accounts Committee could provide assistance to them.
Yes, Chairman, Public Accounts Committee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this annual report are the report coming from the audit committees established under Section 86 of the Public Financial Management Act. The committee's role is to ensure that the entities, the covered entities, implement the report, the recommendations of the Auditor General and Parliament, and report back to Parliament. And Mr. Speaker, let me draw your attention to Article 1876 of the Constitution. And Mr. Speaker, I read, Parliament shall debate the report of the Auditor General and appoint, where necessary, in the public interest, a committee to deal with any matters arising from it. So, Mr. Speaker, if we have that committee, these reports coming from the audit committees should then be referred to that committee to do a follow-up. Because the report coming from the audit committee are the report covering the implementation of the recommendations of Parliament and the Auditor General. So that committee under Article 1876, if we have that committee, that should be the appropriate committee should be considering this report. But in the absence of that, I will agree with leader and the Third Deputy Minority Whip that we should refer to the sector committees until we have that committee that should be handling this particular issue. Because, as said by the leader, the Public Accounts Committee has a number of reports that we are working on. So, in order to be able to expedite action on time, let's refer it to the various sector committees to handle until we have that committee or the Public Accounts Committee has the time to look at them. Thank you very much.
Honourable members, the revised standard orders is taking steps to make provision for all the issues you've raised. It's true that the Public Accounts Committee is overburdened. Well, we've legislated and created more work for that committee. And so, in the meantime, if it's the pleasure of the House for the sector committees to be handling these matters, I have no objection to that. And so I accordingly refer the 4 annual statements to the Committee on Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs. If need be, the leadership of the Committee on Public Accounts could assist them with the professional and expertise that they have. Well, it's not usually only members. We also have some technical support from the audit service supporting the Public Accounts Committee. And so these are accordingly referred to the Sector Committee, Constitutional, Legal and Parliamentary Affairs for consideration and report to the House. Honourable members, item 8B by the Minister for Education.
Financing agreement between the government. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Wesley College of Education, Kumasi, for the year 2021.
Honorable members, the annual statement is referred to the Committee on Education for consideration and report to the House. 8C by the Minister for Information.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ministry of Information for the year 2021.
Honorable members, the annual statement is referred to the Committee on Information for consideration and report to the House. 8C by the Minister, 8D by the Minister for Finance. And we are taking Roman 1, Roman 2, and Roman 3 together.
Mr. Speaker, the Deputy Minister for Finance has re-entered the House, so she will do that in place of the Minister for Finance. The Deputy Minister for Finance is here with us, so she will do the presentation on behalf of the Minister for Finance.
Yes, leave granted. Deputy Minister of Finance.
Financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of 150 million United States dollars to finance the public financial management for the service delivery program. Financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of 200 million United States dollars to finance the Ghana Digital Acceleration Project. Financing agreement between the Government of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Ministry of Finance, and the International Development Association of the World Bank Group for an amount of 150 million United States dollars to finance the primary healthcare investment project.
Honorable members, the three financing agreements are accordingly referred to the Committee on Finance for consideration and report to the House. We now move to item 8E by the Minister for Local Government, Decentralization and Rural Development.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Assembly
Honorable members will take the Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 4, Roman 5, Roman 6 together.
Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Nanumba South District Assembly for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Okre District Assembly for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Upper West Akim District Assembly for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Ejisu Municipal Assembly for the year 2021. Annual statement by the Audit Committee of the Brekum East Municipal Assembly for the year 2021.
Honorable members, the 6 annual statements are referred to the Committee on Local Government for consideration and report to the House. We now move to item 8F by the Minister for Trade and Industry. Minister for Trade and Industry.
Export and Import Restriction on Exportation of Grains Regulations 2022.
Honorable members, the regulation is referred to the Subsidiary Legislation Committee for consideration and report to the House. We finish with item 8, and we will now move back to item 4, correction of votes and proceedings and official report. Honorable members, we start with the correction of votes and proceedings of Thursday, 10th November 2022. Page 1, page 2, page 3, page 4, page 5, page 6, page 7, page 8, page 9, yes.
Speaker, I endorse the leave of absence for my boss, Honorable Andong. He's still here as absent. I endorse that of Honorable
Honorable member, you are completely out of order. Page 9. Page 10. Page 11. Page 12. Page 13. Page 14. Page 15. Page 16. Page 17. Page 19. Page 20. Page 21. Page 22. Page 23. Page 24. Page 25. Page 26. Page 27. Honorable members, in the absence of any corrections, the votes and proceedings of the 11th sitting held on Thursday, 10th November 2022 are adopted as a true record of proceedings. Honorable members, in view of other business of the House, I propose to suspend sitting for 2 hours. 2 hours. I am to chair an event, and that event will take about 2 hours. My two deputy speakers are both on official assignments. Unless you decide that you elect one of you to chair, I will not be available until after 2 hours. Well, yes, Majority Leader. Yes, what's the pleasure of the House?
Mr. Speaker, as you said, the two deputy speakers are unavailable. Even though the Minister for Roads is ready to respond to the questions asked of him, I also do know that there is a very important assignment, the book launch to which you have been invited. I myself, I need to be there. At the same time, I need to be at the conference center to join ranks with a niece of mine who is involved in the call-up that's been done today in respect of the newly passed out laws. So, Mr. Speaker, in the circumstance, I believe if we suspend sitting and come back, it will be too late for us, today being Friday. So I would want to plead with my colleagues to let us have an adjournment to come back on Tuesday next at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. And if that's the pleasure of the House, Speaker, I will then want to move that this House takes an adjournment until Tuesday next at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. As we move.
Yes. I write to second the motion moved by the Majority Leader that the House is adjourned to Tuesday next by 10 in the forenoon. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, before I put the question, it's important I plead with the Minister for Roads and Highways. He's always here with us, but he was scheduled to answer a number of critical questions. He's been here since morning. Unfortunately, we are caught up with other business and he has to come back again. So I direct the Business Committee to reschedule his questions. And also the Minister for Fisheries. Yes, I've seen her, but she is not always with us. She is not always with us. Yes, but today I see her glued to her seat since in the morning. So reschedule both questions for the two ministers and inform the House accordingly. Honorable members, motion moved and seconded is now for the consideration of the House. In the absence of any consideration, I put the question. Those in favor of adjournment say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The House is accordingly adjourned to Tuesday at 10 in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
There is tension in the Ghanaian space as names keep dropping about the players who have been reportedly dropped from the final 26-man squad of the Black Stars ahead of the 2022 FIFA World Cup in Qatar. A member of the Jeffrey Schloss management team went to Snapchat to rant about their disappointment when their player was told that he wouldn't be making the cut to Qatar 2022. We'll be talking about the other African countries as Sadio Mane is going to miss the World Cup after getting an injury in Bayern's game against Werder Bremen. Expectations of the Black Stars at this particular moment is also key and will be dominating our discussion on this episode of the GhanaWeb Mundia. My name is Joel Leshen, and today we will be talking about the list of players that we've heard are going to Qatar and then have been dropped from the squad. Then we talk about our expectations. Should Ghanaians be expectant of what the Black Stars will do? Because according to the budget read by the Ministry of Youth and Sports, we are going to be in the semi-finals. Can it be a reality, or is just on the paper and then we can show working for it? This is GhanaWeb Mundia. I'll go for a quick break. When we come back, we continue the discussion. Welcome back from the break. This is GhanaWeb Mundial. Today we are looking at expectations of Ghanaians ahead of the 2022 FIFA World Cup, and my guest will be doing this analysis but comparing the teams, Portugal, Uruguay, and then South Korea. Don't forget that Son Heung-min has sent a message to all Koreans that he will be fit for the World Cup. So if you're a Ghanaian and you are thinking that our second game against Korea is going to be an easy one for us, the bad news is Son Heung-min will be joining his team for the Qatar World Cup. Joining me to do the discussion is my colleague from the Ghana Sports Desk, Emmanuel Eninima. Good morning and thanks for joining me here.
Good morning, bro.
Are you feeling good?
I'm good by economy in Charlie. 0109.
Oh, buffer.
Yeah, Charlie. The space really make hot. But still, we will talk about Black Stars.
Then definitely the Black Stars can make the environment cooler, at least for 1 month in Qatar.
At least if they impress, if they are able to achieve the aim of reaching the semi-finals, I think, yes, people might forget about their hardship and everything for a short period. But after January, it will come.
And then my other guest is Ambassador Romeo. Yes, ambassador of all the industries in Ghana. Romeo, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Thanks for having me.
Right now, when you wake up and then you think about the World Cup and all that is going on, what comes to mind?
I think it's sort of a try and error approach without any technically backed desire to win or to make a name as we did in our maiden appearance. But this, I think we've not learned, we've not developed, we've not grown. We've not impressed as the Brazilians of Africa. Just as Rujamila said some years back, we are blessed with myriads of talents, but when it has to do with selection, the biases diminishes the real potentials within our space, where we could easily have surprised the world stage in terms of football. But then again, it goes back to all the isms, the nepotisms, the favoritism, the biasisms, you just name it. So it's one of those things that is militating against we achieving that success story of our football history. So anyway, it's not surprising, but sometimes when I reflect further, I remember the story of Aminu Dramani. You know, people bashed him for being included in the squad, but he became the cornerstone.
One of the heroes.
Exactly. But then again, you don't gamble always in such circumstances. You put your best foot forward and expect the best to happen. If from the beginning, you know, Coach Otuado was like, you're going to consider players who are active in terms of playing and consider their current form. And if you consider all these things and you measure the squad released or the anticipated release squad, then you realize that it's not really about what he said. It's about some people playing chess with our minds in this country, and no coach has ever had his mind. Like CK said not too long ago, there are people who make inputs and impose players on you.
Yeah, but for CK, my issue, because for me, I think that any human being who comes out of a system before he or she will come and complain, I don't trust such people. Yeah, I'm saying this because when CK was the Black Stars head coach, I think you know, most of his call up, they were organizing press conference and he would come. I remember this your friend Esther Angel.
Yeah. Abankwa.
Yeah, Esther Abankwa. Esther asked CK, I think on 2 occasions, that we've heard that these players were not your handiwork. If you know that is the truth, and then you are responding to such questions, you know how to go about it. But at that particular moment, CK was angry that the lady is trying to say that, in quotes, he doesn't have boss, he's not a man, and then
obviously he was the manager at that time.
Yeah, so
and for managers, when you are in a certain position, you try to be a PR. If you are a manager, and let's say for somebody like Benjamin Mendy's rape case, and Pep Guardiola is being asked about it, you know, he wouldn't go straight and give you all the facts, you know. He would do some cover-ups and do some damage control, some cosmetic. For me, I feel like he was the manager at that time. So if you ask him that question, obviously he will defend the FA and defend himself as well. So I don't really have.
Yeah, but I'm saying that. So if you've defended it, you don't come and tell us.
Right now, he's not under
something
the FA.
We knew already.
Right now, he's not being employed by the FA.
Okay, so so it means that when
managerial ethics suggests that, for instance,
when you are in the system,
for instance, you're on the sports desk of GhanaWeb. Yeah. If there's any negative impression out there about GhanaWeb, your expressions will be different from if you're no longer here. Yeah. You would have to protect your brand. There is this contractual agreement. You're signed on. There's sort of an iota of protection for oath of secrecy. Yeah. So there are things you can't come out. Yeah. For instance, a coach who is not being supported to sign players cannot come out and say, I'm not supported, unless otherwise the person is ready to walk out.
Yeah, but I'm saying that I understand that in certain situations there is a non-disclosure agreement that you sign. But I want, you can decide not to comment. And you see,
are you focusing on his reaction?
No, I'm saying that it's time that we tell people that they should stick to their integrity, because at the end of the day, whatever happened, CK, you've been fired for not getting the results. Okay. So if you think that when you are in the system and then the system is not allowing you to work, you walk out.
See, the issue is that the integrity crisis we all suffer as Africans is such that the opportunities are limited. Yeah. So people also try to protect their small areas or corners where their daily bread emanates. So it has to do with the fact that even the integrity measure should start from where you're signing your contract. Yeah. That these are my principles. Yeah. I would only consider about 2 or 3 players suggested to me by the FA, because I can't do it alone. Yeah. But I would not want to be influenced technically on a player selection. Yeah. If you agree with that, if you believe in your professionalism, that you believe in your prowess as a head coach, that you can deliver, you put your templates and standards across. And then if they are willing, you sign. Now, if all these things come out for people to hear of, you're going to receive full backing, full national backing. So anytime there's going to be sort of an imposition, you show a little signal, people will go like, okay, this man doesn't want this. So even if the current administration do away with you, next one, who really would want results and a disciplined person will have to call on you. Yeah. So that is the bane of our main problem. We don't have integrity, because we need... it's a general thing.
The point,
so CK was just trying to... And he was also leveraging on the position to develop his CV. Yeah, so he needed to buy time And then with time,
yeah, but I'm saying that CK is not just like the other local coaches who are here that we are saying that it's just money. Like, you've played football at the highest level, a German trained coach, and then we've been complaining about system. So if a rich CK in quotes couldn't stand to his principles, because at the end of the day, I think that a coach who walk out because of interference and a coach who keeps quiet for interference to continue and then he gets being sacked, between the two, which one gives you a better CV?
You see, the issue of CK...
For me, I think, yes, it's about integrity, just as Ambassador was talking about. So I think, yes, if you walk out because they are interfering in your job, that is where your integrity, I mean, people will appreciate your integrity. I mean, people will give you much respect. But if you stay and then people interfere your job and then you come out to talk like this, I mean, people will complain, you know. Yeah, so for me, I think CK was there and the opportunities were limited. So he just had to do some cosmetics and then, I mean, keep the job. So I don't have too much of a problem with him.
You see, the issue of CK being rich.
Okay, let me take your last on this. And
on this score, CK being rich is not the issue. There are coaches on the local front when they are in the Black Star seats. It happens that, okay, they make some monies from players before fielding them. But CK's situation wasn't such. It's such that the GFA imposes players on you because someone is running an agency where they would have to promote their players through national team appearances to be able to raise their cost of sale. Yeah. So that's where the issue comes in. And then, okay, the GFA boss is the one with the players. And then he asks that, okay, call these 2-3 players. I want you to call this player. At least he needs some appearance to shoot him up. Yeah. And then you go like, I won't. It's not. It has nothing to do with being rich or being poor.
I understand.
Yeah, like you said, he could have just stepped aside to say, okay, I don't like this interference.
Yes, that's my point. You walk out, you walk out, and then at the end of the day, the GFA, if they decide to sack you, because it is not only that press conference. There were a lot of instances that CK came out to deny that anybody was interfering.
But you know, we always appreciate the foreign coaches when they come. We tell you, oh, they are men of their own. They have that capacity to work out if you're imposing things on them. But they also go through the same thing.
Yeah, but
so it tells you that there's a system at the FA, which is making it difficult for all the coaches.
But I'm saying that we are yet to get any foreign coach who will come out and say that they were interfering in his job.
No, but I think we've had wins of some, but because they don't live here with us, so it doesn't resonate often. Yeah, but there are issues that even Claude Leroy some time ago made such statements. I don't know if you remember, and I think was it the guy who took us to the World Cup,
Djokovic.
I think at a point he was also saddled with such challenges, and he felt suffocated with such impositions. So, yes, he didn't come up, but CK's own has been panned in because he's a local coach and he's a legend, and people would have to delve into what he says to analyze. That's why we are discussing this.
Yeah. All right, so you had Romeo and then Ima on CK Alconor's situation about interference and then the possible ones we are hearing about the World Cup squad. But I always say that if you are a coach, at the end of the day, the bus stops with you. If they are bringing players and then you keep quiet and they interfere and you don't get the results, at the end of the day, you'll be fired. Because if Ghanaians starts giving the FA pressure, the coach is always the first to go. So if you sit down and then you allow them to, at the end of the day, you lose your job. But let's go straight into the squad. We've heard a lot. Now let me start with you, Ima. The players we've heard at least, even before the official announcement from people around them who have confirmed that they are not going to Qatar. The first one is Joseph Pinto and then Schlupp. Yeah. We've had Michael Essien in the Premier League, but he is the most Ghanaians with the highest appearance in the English Premier League. It tells you of his quality.
Yeah.
We've also heard that Majid Ashmeru won't be going. We've heard that Noordin Abdul Manaf and then Danlad Ibrahim, because the reports as it stands is that they've decided to go with Atizigi, Jojo Walcott, and then Richard Ofori. And the last one is Afenejan.
Afenejan,
yeah.
okay. Let me start with Afenejan. Yeah. Afenejan is 19 years.
Yeah.
So the first thing is he has lots of years ahead of him. This is not going to be Ghana's last World Cup.
He'll be 24 the next World Cup.
By that time, maybe he will be matured enough. Yeah. And I think that Afenejan should be drafted into an under-23, play with them, and then mature through that. I think his move to Cremonese also played a role in him being dropped, if it's true, because we were expecting him to get more minutes at Cremonese, lead their line, and maybe score 1 or 2 goals. But that hasn't been the case for Afenejan, leaving Roma to a lesser team like Cremonese, and still you are on the bench and also spend much time in the injury room, nursing an injury and all that. So all those things played a role in him being dropped in the squad. But I mean, all is not lost. He's just 19 years and he has a lot of years ahead of him. And if you talk about Jeffrey Schlupp, I think sometimes I was expecting Jeffrey Schlupp. I was looking forward to getting Jeffrey Schlupp. My ideal midfield for the World Cup was Thomas Partey, Jeffrey Schlupp, and then maybe Kudus Mohammed, because Jeffrey Schlupp can do is a box-to-box midfielder that can cover lots of grounds. So if you have such a player with Partey sitting in the lone DM, having Kudus Mohammed doing his thing in the offensive areas, then it means Black Stars are covered in the midfield area. But that is not the case. Jeffrey Schlupp is not going. But I think sometimes stats, it's difficult to justify with stats, because somebody like Richarlison, he scored 2 goals in the Premier League this season, and Firmino has about 6 goals for Liverpool. But Richarlison is going to the World Cup. Firmino has been dropped. So it tells you that Richarlison does something special.
Yeah, but you see the difference between that is Richarlison's numbers for Brazil is higher than that of...
I'm going to talk about. Okay. If Jeffrey Schlupp comes to the Black Stars, how many games has he played? How many games has he played? And what has been the performances for the Black Stars? He's yet to give us a wow performance in the Ghanaian colours. So if such a player is being overlooked, it's not too much of a problem. Although he's playing week in, week out, for me the only issue I have is Otuado's excuse. That is, he's not watched him play before. How do you say that? That's very lame. That's very lame for me, because he's been playing in the Premier League. So maybe you can say you have players you've worked with over time. That is why you've overlooked him. But to say you've not watched him, that's very lame. So for me, you can't justify Jeffrey Schlupp's exclusion with stats, because there are players who have better stats, but when they come to the national team, they don't perform. If you take Switzerland, for instance, Jekdan Shaqiri doesn't perform at club level. But whenever he's in the Swiss national team colours, he's a standout player. So you can justify his exclusion that way. And I don't have too much of a problem that he is being dropped. And the other player, John Pinto.
Yeah. Is it Joseph Pinto?
Yeah, he's also doing well. And he impressed at the AFCON. All right.
He was our best forward.
If you compare the position he's vying for, on the right wing, we lack left-footed wingers.
No, he's a left winger.
But he can play on the right side.
But his position in the AFCON and then for Genk is a left winger.
Naturally, he is a winger. Yeah. At Ferencvaros, he played as right winger sometimes.
Yeah.
And even at Genk, he sometimes played at right wing.
On the left.
Most on the left. Yeah. But I'm saying that if you look at the right wing, we lacked left-footed wingers. Now we have Kamal Sowa. We have Fatawu Ishahaku. Because of transition, you have to keep him in there. Now to the left wing, you have Kamal Adin.
He's better than him.
Who is better than...
Joseph Pinto has been better in the Black Stars than Sulemana.
How many games has he played?
Sulemana has played more games in the Black Stars than Joseph Pinto.
Yeah,
in the AFCON,
for me,
in the AFCON, Sulemana was starting games. Was starting games for us. In the Brazil game, it was terrible.
Look, I'm saying that if you take Kamaldeen Sulemana and Joseph Pinto, per the coaches, per Otuado, he likes Kamaldeen Sulemana and then Jordan Ayew as the right wing, as his right wing options.
Okay.
So in that instance, definitely Joseph Pinto will come maybe the third on the pecking order.
Yeah, but we are not taking only one winger for each position.
We are taking the wingers option. I've given you 2 on the left wings and then 2 on the right.
So the right wing, Fatawu Isahaku. And then who?
And then Kamal Soa. They are naturally left-footed players who can play on the right wing.
Okay.
So on the left wing, Otuado has his options in Jordan Ayew and then Kamaldeen Sulemana. So definitely Joseph Pinto falls on.
Yeah, but I'm saying that. But I'm saying that at club level, Kamaldeen is not better than Joseph Pinto. He's not fit than Joseph Pinto.
At club level, it's not like he's not scoring.
No, like before I move to Romeo, what I want to understand is that at the club level, we know that Sulemana in his first season for Rennes was explosive.
Yeah.
But in the ongoing season, Joseph Pinto, he's more fit than Kamaldeen, both physically and then game time. He's more fit both game time and then effective than Fatawu Isahaku.
Yeah,
and then
I agree.
And then he's more effective than Jordan Ayew with
score,
both. All our wingers.
It's not like
he takes all the box.
Otuado's decision. It's not like I'm defending Otuado's decision. What I'm trying to say is that politics in team player selection in national team.
So you are saying that he won't make the cut because of politics.
That is what I was trying to say. That yes, he has the stats and he's better than Kamaldeen Sulemana, he's better than Fatawu Isahaku and all that. But we have to understand that politics in team selection, in national team selection, it happens everywhere. And I talked about Firmino. Now yesterday France released their squad.
Yeah.
Ferland Mendy was not included. Now tell me who is the best left back for France in Europe apart from Ferland Mendy?
You can make a case for Lucas and Theo.
Maybe Theo, but Lucas is not better than Ferland Mendy at this moment. So we have to understand that sometimes coaches also have their preferences.
Okay.
And we have to appreciate that.
Yeah, but you see the difference between Didier Deschamps' preference is that his preference won him the World Cup.
So but the World Cup hasn't started
yet. But I'm saying that the difference between them is that with his preference he wins games.
This is Otuado's first World Cup, right?
Okay.
This is his first World Cup. So if he has omitted Joseph Pinto, let them go. Let us see the results. Then we can better criticize.
It will be too late for us then. But Romeo, let me bring you in and Joseph Pinto, quick one before we go for a break, and then we touch on the other players. Pinto, if you look through our AFCON, the 3 most standout players in Ghana's embarrassing AFCON campaign was Kofi Tre, Jiku, and then Joseph Pinto.
Yeah.
Every opportunity that we've given him, he has shown that he's...
It's not every opportunity, please.
No,
do you remember he played against Central African Republic?
Central African Republic.
No, that game he was terrible.
But the whole team.
The whole team was terrible.
No, it wasn't the whole team. Osman Lukai was a standout performer in that game.
On a more serious note, if you're picking games in which players were terrible, then the Ayew brothers should not even see our jerseys.
So we shouldn't make a case like he impresses anytime he plays.
I think Joe is not talking about perfection.
I'm not talking about perfection. I'm building a point that
even Ronaldo's, Messi's, they have bad games.
Yes.
But you look at the numerical advantage as the number of games he's played and the performances over the years.
So my point, Romeo, is there because I want to add this to it.
Okay.
The World Cup we are going, it's happening at a time that your informed players will be an advantage to you. 13 games, 6 goals, 7 assists. And he has goals more than every attacker in our team.
You see, the fact of the issue is, most, even in England, they're looking at informed players.
Yeah.
But some are pardoned because of tournament appearances and experience, so that they are not caught ball watching. However, those in current form and are red hot,
all of them will go.
Have been given the nod. Yeah. So you look at putting your best foot forward. What do you call Schlop? And then what do we call it?
Afene?
No,
Joseph Pinto.
Joseph Pinto. If you asked me to pick players, I was going to pick what do we call it? Daniel Kofichre.
Yeah.
Kofichre.
Yeah.
As my _1 midfielder alongside Partey.
Yeah.
And then when I'm looking at any other options, I'll look for
Schlop
and
Joseph
Pinto.
Okay.
But I was shocked to see Schlop not making the numbers, and then Pinto not also making the squad. My reasons are simple. People were saying, okay, he's not seeing Schlop play in the Black Stars. We're here when we're fighting for Inaki Williams.
Yeah.
Since he joined the Black Stars, let's be factual. He's not had any better game in our games. But we know he's a big player.
Yeah.
So the image representation will be good for the squad. And Schlop is also in the same light, like playing week in, week out, and he's in the form of his life. Schlop wasn't appearing previously for Black Star games because of the
certain
things in the previous administration. Yeah. Now you went in to talk to him, and then he was convinced that, oh, this new project is okay for me. So he surrendered and said, okay, he was going to come. Just like you did for our defender, what do we call it?
Mohamed Salisu.
Mohamed Salisu. So it's like supporting this in this regard, and then you are against this. It's not fair. So if you're justifying, you should juxtapose as to whether what you're looking for, come out clearly and say, okay, we like you, but this tournament, these are the kind of players we're looking for. But don't let it look like you don't watch him. Jordan Ayew plays in the same team with him. So it's no excuse. And then going further, sometimes I usually don't like criticizing squad selections because of the Aminu Dramani factor. Ghanaians, that guy suffered, but later he became the hero of the day. But then we are very cautious also not to always allow people to play on our emotions or intelligence. When you tell us that you are going to consider informed players or players playing in higher leagues, it's the reason why most local players are not getting the chance to play, right?
The coach said he's done with 70% of the squad. He didn't say he's going with informed players.
Yeah, he said 70%.
And the 70% were the September collapse. Yeah. So definitely the room or the spots left
was 30%. You see, all these things are just a caveat to escape that kind of display of the display of incompetence, because you don't tell me you called 55 players only to pick 26. If you are a pro and you're a better coach, right from the word go, you know the players who are making your selection. Right. So the highest number you could have picked, or maybe 30 or 32 or something. But 55...
Or you can pick 26 and put some on standby.
Exactly. No, but you don't tell me you've got...
The reason for the 55
even India, with the highest population.
No. With the 55,
for me, we understand the 55, but... I also understand Romeo's point that you could have avoided all this noise.
Exactly.
You call your 26, you put 5
But you don't give people glimmers of hope.
No.
You see,
it's the World Cup is being played in the middle of a season.
Yes.
And you don't know what can happen between now and then 20th November.
Yes,
so if you announce 55 players, you've widened the scope. for any unfortunate event, you can go back to the 55 and then replace the an injured player. Now, Baba Idrisu picked up an injury yesterday. Yeah. So supposedly he wouldn't be fit, and then he has to be dropped. You have 55 players. Look through the players and then replace him. So for me, I don't have issue with the 55 players.
But the point is that Brazil named 26. They put 10 on standby. So anybody who didn't make the final 26, they've submitted the other names to FIFA. Exactly, and so you'll be there and they call you to come and fill in.
That's Brazil.
Yeah, but that's the standard. It avoids noise.
That's not the norm. We shouldn't make it look like it's the norm. It's not the norm.
Then they could have called
Uruguay named 55 players.
They could have ended up.
That one too a mistake.
They are not going to do anything better.
What are you saying? It's not the norm to announce. Yesterday, France, they announced 25 players instead of 26. Yeah. Dropping Felamendi and then Jonathan Klaus.
Some people are on standby.
It's like every country has their own its own style of player selection and all that. You can't compare Brazil to Ghana.
You learn from the best.
Yes, you learn from the best, but you consider your quality too.
Ima should understand.
Okay,
that.
So
Ima should understand that if you are an industry and maybe you're picking about 5 or 2 people for a position in your company, and you know that out of 500 you could get those people, you don't call 15,000 people. Yeah. You waste time, you waste space, you give people false hope. You get it. Yeah. You know the crust of your team, your squad, those you really wanted. Okay. But those who might, from the peripheral, break through in case of injuries, you should also put them on standby. But 55 is too much a number. Are you telling me the 26 could all be injured and then the next squad could just move in? It's not possible. So what I'm trying to say is that, for instance, when you put players on standby, you put maybe 3 defenders on standby, maybe 2 attackers, 2 midfielders. Yeah. So let's say you're making 10 numbers. Yeah. So you could call 36 people. And then you train with them. You train with them and as you trim the squad, even after you've announced your 26 squad, they train with them so that in case of any eventualities, you know that this guy, what you taught them or your team play, they are already aware. So when this one leaves, this one steps in. But 55, how are you going to work with all the 55?
For me, I think...
And even with that, after calling the 55, I think after announcing 55, after naming 55, people, others did not even kick a ball. And they've been dropped.
I feel like
so,
55.
What sense does it make?
I'm coming.
Yeah, it makes sense for me.
Okay, I'm coming. I'll go for a quick break. When I come back, then we'll continue the discussion. I have a question for Ima. Then we'll go to the expectations, what Ghanaians should expect from the Black Stars in the World Cup. Welcome back from the break. This is GhanaWeb Mundia. Before we went for the break, Romeo was saying that the 55-man provisional squad was a mistake from the get-go. Ima, let me ask you this question: how would the Brazil camp? How would it have been if Firmino was in camp and then he was told that he would not make the squad?
But the 55 players, they were not...
No, I'm saying that. And how will it have been if Brazil had named 55 and then Roberto Firmino does not make the final squad?
It will still be the same thing.
No, it wouldn't be the same.
It will still be the same thing. The same argument.
No, but
the same argument for me.
But the atmosphere would have been different.
It wouldn't have been different. It will be the same thing. For me, I think that with the 55 players and some names in there, it's some kind of encouragement for them. A player like Imoro Ibrahim, he was in the squad. Mudassiru Salifu, Patrick Pozo. It gives you the impression that, yes, I'm doing something and somebody is somewhere watching. And with the form I'm in, I'm being rewarded. Now, he's been put in the history that in 2022 FIFA World Cup, he appeared in a provisional man squad.
So all this value is the fact that they are trying to give call-up appearances on record for some agency players.
No.
That is a statement of fact. See, how would you call players? And when they've not even kicked a ball, they've been dropped. What's the essence of calling them?
It happens.
Yeah, but then that's what I want to ask. That
it happens.
If you know that these are the players you'll be going with, why waste the time? I'm coming. Why don't you say that? These are my 26-man squad for the World Cup, but these are the players on standby.
See, FIFA gave the Black Stars every national team that you 55. Can name between 35 to 55.
And I'm saying that.
Provisional mandate.
And I'm saying that. In your list to FIFA, Romeo, I want you to come here. Couldn't it have been better if in our list to FIFA and our announcement, we say that these are the 26-man squad that, all things being equal, if nothing happens, these people are going to the World Cup. And then these people are on standby.
Joe, you know very well that me and you and I, we don't know what Otuado told other players when they were called. Because if you check the names popping up that they've been dropped, it means that for some players, Otuado probably already spoke to them that yes, you are being part of the of the 55-man squad, but you are not going to be the players who might be on a standby.
It doesn't look like Slop was part of those people.
For players like Imoro, no one is talking about them. Players like Patrick Pozo, players like Dennis Kosa, we are not talking about them because maybe they know their stand already, that they are doing very well and they are being appreciated with the national call-up because the coaches are watching. So we have certain players.
You see, right from the word go, let's be sincere. You see, we are trying to massage issues here. Even when we're going to play a weak side friendly, Nicaragua, I wasn't expecting regular starters in that game. I was expecting that people who have always been on the peripherals been given a start. So they play 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 25 minutes for fair assessment. You don't give, and then you give someone 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and then the next day you don't call the person. The likes of, see, Jordan and you have always been noted as a striker. But because he's not performing in front of goal, so they've tweaked his position and given him another role. But you are telling me that Joseph Pencil, because he's a right winger, this is a versatile player who could also be tweaked around for strategic approach to any game, just as Jeffrey Schlop. But you are telling me that we are so conservative that even if the person is not good, because he is a top player, let's give him the chance. Roberto Firmino is a top player. He's been a top player for Brazil. But they are considering
he has not been really performing for Brazil, the Brazilian national team.
It's not the Firmino for Liverpool.
It's the same.
So the Jordan for Crystal Palace has been the Jordan of Black Star. Is that what you're saying?
No. For some time.
No, let's not pick and choose. Which is sometimes.
You can make a case that currently Jordan is not the Jordan.
It's about current issues, not the past. If it's about past, then the likes of Sule Mutari and Wakaso should always be in the jersey.
Jordan Ayew's position has
it shouldn't be about the past.
Even for Crystal Palace, he's not the lead striker.
Because he's not poaching. It's not poaching. It's not poaching.
At Crystal Palace, it's because the two players up front are scoring. But in our case, our strikers are not scoring. So how can you drop the winger who is not scoring to midfield?
Enough options. They have Mateta, they have Edward, they have a lot of typical number 9s.
Oh, those people are scoring.
Jordan Ayew was a winger, like Eden Hazard started, and through some time his game evolved to be a striker. Now.
And then for about 2 years, he wasn't scoring.
Patrick Vieira sees Jordan.
So if you could tweak a role for him, just to make him fit into a squad, why don't you do the same thing for others?
Patrick Vieira sees Jordan as a winger whose work rate is very good, that he can support the fullback on the wings and then give the team some balance on the wings. So Jordan Ayew is no more the goal poacher we know. Jordan Ayew is no more the leader of the line we knew.
A certain Pencil is not a striker. So, he also operates on the wings, but he's scoring.
And Jordan Ayew in that spot, for me, he is better in that area
than Joseph Pinto.
He gives us better performances for me.
I'm asking you, between a winger who scores, assists, and a winger you claim work rate, who will you pick?
It depends on the system.
No,
and it depends on the system.
Okay. So
if you are playing,
I'm coming.
If you are playing a 3-4-3 formation, you would need a winger who will score or create for the strikers. If you are playing a flat 4-4-2, you wouldn't depend too much on your winger for goals or assists.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You see,
if you are playing a flat 4-4,
if you check, if you assess,
you see, Ima, I'm saying that. I ask you this because if you are playing a flat one and then your strikers are not scoring, your wingers are not scoring, how are you going to win games?
Even in Portugal.
Yes,
Portugal.
I'm saying that. I'll come to Romeo. I'm saying that if your strikers are not scoring and your wingers too are not scoring, you are saying they are doing work rate.
It depends on
how do you win games?
It depends on a game.
No.
Who knows? Maybe Jordan Ayew can pop up from. We went to the 2019 AFCON. Jordan Ayew scored goals.
He scored 1.
He scored 2.
No, he scored 1.
Yeah, he scored. Okay.
Yeah,
he scored
yeah. And I'm saying that.
But he scored. At the end of the day, he scored.
He scored 1 in the tournament. No, I'm coming.
At the end of the day, he was on the score
sheet. And at the end of the day, we exited from the round of 16.
We managed to go past the group stage.
Yes. In the 2019,
was that a better standard for a whole black star?
In the 2022 AFCON, he didn't score a goal. None of your strikers scored a goal. We exited from the group stage.
So why don't you blame the strikers instead?
No. Yes, I'm saying that. If Jordan cannot compete with the strikers,
it's not like he can't compete with the strikers.
Yeah, but he can't. If he was better than the striker, you see there.
As it stands now, he can't compete with the strikers.
His game has evolved.
His
game has evolved. We have to appreciate. I don't know why we don't want to appreciate or we don't want to accept that.
No.
Jordan Ayew's game has evolved from a striker to a winger.
All right.
Right now, Jordan is a typical winger.
It's a winger.
For Crystal Palace, he sometimes play in much more deeper positions in midfield.
Okay.
So Jordan Ayew is not the goal poacher you rely on.
Okay.
He can be used in so many ways.
So if you have a winger who is...
Okay, so I'm coming. It seems Ima is not... he doesn't understand the problem we are facing as a Black Stars is that one of our biggest problem for Black Stars in 2022 is we can't score goals.
And
Crystal Palace, they score goals.
I would never blame the goal scoring of the players. For me, it's how we play. How we play and how we set up.
You blame
the Black Stars are not scoring because we are not creating. It's not like we are creating many chances.
Let me pick it up from where Yima drops it.
Right.
You are talking of creativity and scoring. Yeah. You have a player who is capable of scoring and creating. You don't want that player. Yeah. Now, if you see, you have opponents in Portugal where myriads of their laterals and wingers are flying, right? And you need people with that energy to match them. And you can't tell me Joseph Pencil and Schlopp will not be able to do that job for you.
And then
aside that,
you
have some speedsters in Inaki Williams.
Yeah.
With people like Joseph Pencil with good sharp crosses, speed pace to match up to be able to raise the tempo of the game depending on your opponent. And you're leaving that person home. Now, my challenge is that, you see, anytime he was talking about the game plan. Game plan is such that you use variety of players who can easily tweak your game at every point in time to give you the desired results. Now, you are just fixated on a certain Jordan and the DRU and let's say Kudus. Even for starters, if you watch a proper Ghanaian setup, if you want to have a proper squad without biases, a first 11, you should have Daniel Kofichre, Kudus Mohamed, and Thomas Partey in the heart of midfield.
Okay.
You get it? Yeah. Then you can look at the wings, and then you can look at attack. And when I look at the wings and attack, I don't see Jordan and Dede in the starting 11. But they are going to start because they're supposed on droppables. But you see, if you need results, you cut down on egos. You cut down on favoritism. You cut down on nepotism. You don't keep doing the same things over and over again and be expecting a different result. Yeah. We went to AFCON. We saw how abysmal our team was. But it was difficult for the coach to be bold enough to say, you're not good enough for this game.
Yeah, so
drop. We kept the same line, and it had to take the intervention of the Daniel Kofi and other staff to prove to us that if given the chance, they could play better. Even when there is free kick, let's all be sincere. Jordan Ayew is not a better free kick taker than Daniel Kofi. But he would always be allowed to take it.
No, but you see, as for that, I've always blamed the coach.
So I'm building a point. So I'm telling you about the deficiency of a coach who doesn't have the technical eye to know what is good for the team. So it's not about the names. It's about the prowess of the players who would give you the desired result. If we have the players, it has to do with, you see, you can have the best of ingredients. But how you blend them is what will give you the taste that is best. So for me, it's just about coaches. And I'm sad because you, Otuado, being in within the Dortmund setup, you should know better in terms of putting up a squad to give you results. You should know about player transitions in terms of even because you've been nurturing these young academy guys who later drift into the main team. You should know about talent development. You should know about growth. You should believe in people coming up who would give you results. You should not be stuck and be so conservative with the idea that even when in a particular game realized that the DIU was hurt, like he wasn't the DIU we see in the game, it was so difficult for him to pull him out, and he doesn't show a proper attribute of a good coach. So for me, this World Cup is just like an excursion.
No. Wait, please. All right, so it's clear that we are not on the same side with regards to Joseph Fento's exclusion. But I think that the World Cup will either vindicate to you or prove Romeo's point that we made a mistake by leaving out our most effective
on paper.
Effective because it's not on paper.
It's not just on paper.
I'm coming. We did the Ghana-Morocco game. When Joseph Fento came in that game, who created more chances than him?
He didn't create more chances, but he made good runs. Yes, he
made better incursions.
He was the better. I mean, he was threatening. Yeah, he was the
danger
man up front. He didn't create chances. He had the chances. I remember he killed one shot.
He forced a save from Yashin Bunu.
He had the chances.
And I'm saying that
it's not like he created the chances.
In our second game too, he performed.
He
against Gabon.
When he came on.
Yeah.
Yes, he performed.
Yeah. And then
so which other justification do you want?
So
I'm saying
so
that.
Why is
so can you give us the last 2 games or 3 games that you had consistency from Jordan? 3 games, yes, consistency with better games.
Jordan, are you against Japan?
Start from
against Japan. He was our best player.
Japan. When they wallowed us.
Yes, he scored. He scored. And even the game against Brazil, the first half that we were struggling. For me, I think Jordan did well because in games where you that is where you don't understand. That is where you don't. That is where you have to understand. See, when you are playing teams like Portugal, Brazil, you are not going to have much of the ball. That is when you need Jordan.
Yeah, and it was poor selection from your coach right from the word go. It was poor selection.
I mean, just the last episode I was complaining about.
See, Joe, analyze the second half selection.
Big issue with Otuado. I will address that one someday. But for me, we have to know how to use Jordan. If you are playing against Comoros, you need players who will run at the defenders, who will push the ball forward and try to create something. But if you are playing teams like Brazil, you need somebody like Jordan who can hold up play up front, draw his teammates.
Okay, so enough about Pinto and all that. And as I stated earlier on, the World Cup will either vindicate Ima or prove Romeo's point. And I'm hoping that we will get to the 2 of them for our first game against Portugal on the 24th of November. That's Thursday.
Jordan, are you scoring?
Yes, I'm hoping that I'll get the 2 of you on commentary duty. Then we'll try and put it together. But let's go to expectations. Romeo, looking at the players, you've been hearing that they've been dropped and all that. is our target of semi-final achievable?
Like I said earlier, it's just a train of excursion we're embarking on, and I'm just. You see, let's even pray we progress beyond the group stages, because you are meeting. You are in a group where there are no minnows. You are now the underdog, because in those days, Korea shouldn't have an edge over Black Stars, but because of our non-seriousness, our non-performance, our biases, our favoritism and nepotistic instincts and displays, it makes it difficult to be realistic, to be biased in terms of reality, in terms of Ghanaians' performance in the World Cup or anticipated results. But then again, there's also another history when it has to do with the issue of football. When you least expect a team to perform, there is this adrenaline that comes to the party sometimes to muddy the waters. Let's hope. So this is the underlying word. Hope.
A conditional statement.
Exactly. Let's hope that...
Why are you stressing on the hope?
Yes, because we can... Inshallah. Like 1% chance, 99% fit. So you get it. Meanwhile, if you do your things right, you're supposed to be in the high echelons of clubs or national teams to be looked out for. But no one is considering the Black Stars.
But I have this question. That if you look at the Portugal team, and then maybe we set up in a 3-4-3 system. So maybe we have Richard Ofori. If we are setting up in a 3-4-3 system, we need a goalkeeper who can, a sweeper. So Walcott, and then we have Jiku, Amate, and then Salisu, Lamte. Because I know that if there is one player who can really handle what's
the threat of Ronaldo?
No,
Bruno
Rafael. If there is one player, I think
Rafael is not even a starter.
No, I'm saying that if there is one player that can handle Rafael, if they decide to use the wings, I think that Lamte can do the job. We have Gideon Mensah, and we get.
Do you think Gideon Mensah will start over Barbara?
No,
he will start ahead of Barbara.
Do you think Barbara?
No, I'm saying that I'm making it.
He's even playing chess with his mind. You know that there are better options, but others are stacked with. So once they are stuck with, whether there's a better option or not, the better option will not start.
So
that's what he's trying to say.
So I'm saying that. So and then in the midfield we get Partey to do the sitting. Kudus will do the box to box for us, and then the 3-man up front. We get what's this guy's name?
Kovic.
We get Inaki, and then
Jordan in attack.
Yes. Can't we match this Portugal team?
You see, beating Portugal wouldn't have been too Herculean a task for the Black Stars, but for lack of reality in terms of player selections. If I were a coach, a player like in the heart of midfield, I'm going to dwell on Partey, I'm going to dwell on Daniel Kofi, who would be at the tip of the midfield, because Kudus will be operating with Partey in the heart of midfield. And if for anything, the two of them could be switched. Kudus could be found in the number 10 position, then Kofi would be behind. So you have a solid midfield. Now you need a lateral to be able to send in swingers for players to latch on. Okay, Jordan is good with his aerial ability. So if you have a good crosser of the ball, then he'll be able to latch on it. Now, when you're looking at the center forward, you know, Inaki Williams likes to operate from the wings. So if you station him in the central row, he might find it difficult to operate. So he would have to be coming from the wings. It means that if he's on the right wing, Tariq Lamptey and Inaki Williams. And if you're playing the midfield 3, it means someone would have to go this way to support Inaki Williams, because when the opponents are on attack, it means Inaki Williams would have to cut in to expect a run on the ball. So these are all strategies we need to consider. We have pacey players and we have creative players. But if we're going to draw so much on rigidity, then we are always going to be ball chasing. Because these Portuguese are going to be passing around Bernardo Silva. Bruno Fernandes. Yeah. They are going to send in crosses to Ronaldo. You need people to be able to tame or to block those aerial prowess. So you wouldn't have an element or a moment in the game where Jordan Ayew will be walking instead of tracking back to stop a player. Or Didi Ayew, because he's tired, instead of tracking back, it should be an all-attacking, all-defending kind of game. And then you can also try to beat Portugal on the counter because they like to go all out. Yeah. So if you're smart enough, you soak the pressure, and just like a Mourinho strategy.
And then you break them.
And then you break them.
So I saw sticking with the 1% chance, 99% faith, then I move to Ima.
Yeah, if we go by standards, like for instance, maybe in the first 20 minutes, you try to put in your favorites, Jordan and Dede, and you realize they're not performing, and you have the balls to resort them, you can have results. You're telling people that you won't wait, you don't have time to waste. Yeah. So once it's not going well, you need to tweak before it gets bad. And we don't want to see that kind of attitude where a coach will come and tell us, okay, I was just trying to use some weak players so that when they are tired, I throw in my best players. It repeated itself against Brazil. It repeated itself.
He said
by then, we were already good. Something that had happened before. You get it? Yeah. And it's laughable to see a coach of his caliber at that level telling us, but it's good that he admits the mistake. But let's see if there wouldn't be any repetition of such mistake on the highest platform of football
in Qatar.
Exactly.
Ima, Romeo is saying that 99% inshallah and 1% ability.
I think target is semi-finals.
Semi-finals.
Yeah, it's fair because we've been to the quarterfinals before.
Yeah.
So it's fair to look beyond the quarterfinals. So on paper, it's look fair, but in reality, I think our target should be the quarterfinals. If we are being real, our target should be the quarterfinals. And if we are going to be able to achieve that, one, it will depend on the quality we will take to the World Cup. Two, it will depend on the coach. And then three, it's confidence for me. Now, the one quality, I'm talking about quality because it will all center on the players Otuado will name as his final list. Now, if we name a final 26-man squad where we have so much quality and we are having these Jeffrey Schlups in there, because for now it's just rumor. Yeah, let's treat it as rumors. Yeah. So we have the Jeffrey Schlups in there. We have so much quality that for me, I think that we can match teams like South Korea and then Uruguay. Even if we can't go toe-to-toe with Portugal, with such quality, we can get something out of the game. Yeah. Now, second will be the coach. Otuado has been saying he doesn't know his players, he's trying to figure out and all that. I'm expecting that with the World Cup, he is going into the tournament prepared. He has managed this team from March. And with some of the players, they've been consistent with him throughout the time. So he has to know who and who will start, who the roles he will give to the players and all that. If he's able to do those things right, for me, I think we will impress. And he has to settle on his system, because with the friendlies we played in September, he tried a 3-back, he tried a 4-back, he was trying a front 3, and sometimes he switched to a front 2. He has to settle on one system for the World Cup. For me, I'm not expecting Andre Ayew to start in games. If I have my way, Andre Ayew shouldn't be a starter.
Super sub.
He should be a sub, because at the World Cup is serious business. You need players with energy that can work from minutes 1 to the final minutes. So with that kind of, approach, Andre Ayew shouldn't be a starter in our team. And if we don't have Andre Ayew, it means it will release Thomas Partey, because I feel like anytime Thomas Partey plays with Andre Ayew, he doesn't give us the best of his games. Because if you look at the Nigeria game, Andre Ayew wasn't present. Thomas Partey was superb. in the two legs. Yeah. So I think if we go with that, with Otuado being settled on his players, being settled on the system he wants to play, giving the players right roles, I mean, we are going to go far. And then the last one, which I talked about, was confidence. The confidence will come from the first game. If you are able to frustrate the Portuguese enough, grab a point.
At least.
That is where our engine will start. The players will go into the second game against South Korea with so much confidence that they can beat the Koreans. So I think if we get these three things right, I think here we are going to go far.
Okay, you heard Emmanuel Enin, my colleague here at GhanaWeb. He said coaching, quality of players, and then confidence. Romeo also made point about we getting the right players, the right system, but you know, he believes that it is going to be 1% ability and then 99% chance for the Black Stars in Qatar.
Ghana will make it to the final.
2022.
I just have a feeling.
You said?
I have a feeling Ghana will make it to the final.
All right, so you heard Emmanuel Enin, my colleague here at GhanaWeb, also ending his conversation that Ghana will make it to the final. Let's see. Romeo, Ambassador Romeo, very big man. He joined us on this. We'll be seeing him more often. Today, we discuss the list of players who have been reportedly dropped from the squad, and then what Ghanaians should expect of the Black Stars in the 2022 FIFA World Cup. My name is Joel Ishen, Richard Van der Poy, videographer on the day, Kwame Adom. Thank you very much for putting this production together. Until we meet again, trust the process.
Our friends on the other side had the opportunity to move their motion. To us, it is one of the bona fides of parliamentarians to raise matters of national concern. We are therefore not against them bringing matters of national concern for Parliament to consider. It is, however, our view, and as we stated on the floor, that due process must be followed. Rule of law include the rule that allows for fair hearing, giving notice, stating your issues, and allowing the affected party, who is your adversary in the matter, being a respondent, to also be heard. These are rights guaranteed by the Constitution. We do not want our approach in dealing with this issue to be misconstrued. We acted within the confines of the Constitution. We didn't say that we do not want them to raise issues against a minister of state in this government, and in particular, our respected friend, Kedo Foriata. All that outside the majority side said, and who say any day, is that we should follow due process. I'm quite sure that you are all aware that some members of the minority are facing criminal trial. I believe that it is their legitimate expectation. They are given fair trial, and they are heard, instead of simply appearing before a court and the judge acting ultra vires of the Constitution. So we approached our issue on grounds of procedure, fair trial. And we are happy that after the beautiful discourse, the nature of which established democracies have practiced over the years, a committee has been constituted to enact the rule of procedure and determine issues of evidence which would form a prima facie ground for a report for the plenary. And for the purpose of further elucidation, you know that in the United States Constitution, there is a provision on bills of impeachment. A bill of impeachment basically similar to our censure or removal of somebody in public office. They have an enactment, a procedure for carrying out that exercise. Like Mr. Speaker said, this is a novelty. Although in the Constitution, Article 82, the provision is there, but we've really not touched it before since 1992. In fact, the first attempt was by Honorable Kofi Konedu Apreku of Offenso North in 1999. But the form of his motion was for the then Minister Kwame Pepra to resign because of stated reasons. This one specifically refers to the 82. And if you go to the Hansard, the then majority, including Honorable Avoka, who is still in the chamber, argued that that step they were taking was unknown to the standing orders and the Constitution. And that if they really wanted to come under censure, they should now go properly in substance and in form. So I think posterity is playing back issues of due process to all of us. And there's no bad feeling. Honorable K.T. Amon was nominated by our side to lead the committee. So he is a co-chair of the committee. Honorable Patrick Boama, also a lawyer, a respected lawyer, is a member. From our side, we have Kwame Enyimedu Entry, a member from our side. And finally, our respected colleague, Ejapa Mesa, who is also the Deputy Minister of Energy, as a member. We have every confidence in Honorable K.T. Amon to lead our side. And we have every confidence in him. We mean no harm. We are willing to cooperate with them. And I believe that the respondent himself, when afforded the opportunity, he would have the chance to either represent himself in person or by counsel.
Hello. Hey, ebusia for ye share ya che ankasa ane mama ekwe che wasanswa babiem menu aba ama broni oni hono on timase aba mpa begine mu e de amano na nsem no ye se na etie bia ya sanso e de ahyehye so na so anse na ye de bibia beto dwa no de mentwa me husima me ba ye de bibia ahyehye so Madam was say, some of my quaba at the back and come on, so mammy creature and then some jinemu the dende. Nenani a shas and near shas free, a bulldog and a fee, a shatawale a catche. Na fitty last week I ever pemu nedue miche wiki mu. So what follow stories now to muse bulldog and shatawale or mudi. Or my Jomudi Ankasa was social media. It's as a way to now we are to. Now, Bako crash at a wally quack mukra natches and Indian mass as them no, and we had then stronger than appetite. And when the sort of cancer, a year quite casting the manager, Fenny Quacha Sisia, what on another one said an idea, and then not just a bull god, any mubi. None of someone Shatawale boss so pet bull god say, hey, Shatawale, and then our patch no, now ho. Me, I said, the why I'm quite say Bugo say, Wakako Samai, a Shatawali, Edenaka Marka High Court, so on na baby crowd ni jina ye ene ne kasa ye edi nkomo ka che ne san ye fe ne kwatwe ni wo wu ye mi bu god minimu bi no bo homodia ne nkokot na fo no di sem ni na kokoto dwa na kire me baby crop ya mi bu god mi no chatawale ekọ jina ye edi sankita ho no ene nsema hudo be 7 bi no di to court ni so mo nyina no omo hwa ne engine free chatawale ho na enya mensa ena eye bu god e ka che court ne so opese omo hwe na che so mo ye editi aye chatawale pa na na ba ko omodi to dwane so mo pese omo hwe na nsem Ashatawale etro de fan hu ni nyina no bugo de trema e be yanka court no enhwe na nsem ni nyina no fa meto amo ntese ne okan ni nyina no enye no kre ne etoso mienu ni se Ashatawale eye bugo de trema court ni hwe na che so fa e chopa kese pa na nsem o ka fa no ani nyina nya no kre no ontwe ni nyina sensan owie nso a no mbo no homode na e chopa kese pa no ye fama no asensumpo eye bugo de ka twa ye court ni so omo hwe na nsem anampo no adwumayefo mu di dwuma ede ma Ashatawale e wo social media no omo hwe no man publish bibia anfanfo no bu god hu biem afen so say o chema special damages general damages ade ni keka woni nyina o chema wo se court ni hwe no mu di hu asem ede ma no pa isan so chema nsem Ashatawale akafo no bu god hu no bakokro no no ma eye no kre na wena nsebe ye koso efa ye bulldog na Ashatawale hu e na bugo de kokopie mu e wo Hits FM e multimedia omu station baako na ne ogwe okoteno na chuse fendik o chefendik hu nsensem ya na cheso mu didi e na ye kobisa ye bugo hu nsem ni sanse na o chefendik anampo no fendik o chwe nsensem ya Ashatawale e de ababeto abonten efa wo bugo hu e de na wo kafa hu odrofo mese behye afi na adane areho ni esu e wo studio honom eye bugo de trema minim ho she daben ey ede na Ashatawale kra person de brain o ti emra na o ti studio honum kra no o trema fene kwatri kra ejina na nchi ya cheso ka say boss I want to talk some so eja wewu into onim se ne obeye obesipo ede aka asem ne ansefa na so trema se ne na onne eye fene kwatri pa etie sei otua na watare otua na eba ne sen e na onu tumi ye nipa bone semsa e de fo no fene kwatwum ene na cheta ayesu e wo studio hono ma na anya sanketa kra o twemu se relationship ano no ene e fene kwatwe wo no e relationship na chesa otumu se emodin eyi pa na emuwa ha na bugod nso e de to e Ashatawale anim se owo ho kwan se obetumi ni na to asem cheso mbe kan bibia but se pa se ode e fene kwatwe ebedi agro won ho ne de anya de obepene kra ompini sansa Ashatawale otwema ono relationship omwo no ade mu odin mo very nice relationship obetumi aka bibia obetumi de ne yeho kokonsa obetumi afa hemfa chasensem bia wo bia betumi aka efa no basepa so beka so no bu god enim fa ne kwatwe ewo no bi de eye bu god etwema Ashatawale eno kwa de o ma ho kwan e ma chasa wo fa sa asem ne de emfa ntudwa kra wiki de bugo Ashatawale na emra bugo do sanko pie mu e wo Hits FM ne nsem no guswa de okan na otwemu se ono onim Ashatawale yie pa onim no fetetetete because obi anim se oye ni former artist manager nti se bibia ni kra na anya kra no enwi kra na bia Ashatawale tiri no kra no obetumi akan esanso ne no ayedwuma ache yie pa na so otwema asem we a Ashatawale ekotro fa ono bugo ho efo oye fene kotro ho no de nya de obema no slide osenya de besi obe make sure say asem no obe take ni app yie pa obe di ho dwuma into no sisi otwon de onka hio onka hwe na modin nsem ni nyina ama na lawyers for obanka sa atena asem no so na Ashatawale ne ho be fa no bia e wo Ghana hanum nti sisi ase na bugo adaka no yeso Ghana for de egu so aye twen ye hye se ne be ya asem ne besi bia no bibia nya ye be san so e de aba be somo na ekobia kwa yese bugo de mro kokopie mu e wo Hits FM de otumu sensem ne de odi bigu yie pa okan ya ka se sana fi 2014 emre beto dwa se eye fene country atona nanom e wonse do aye de ne be call police station emoko yi na no nsem ne nkeka ochema ne yere efon ya be yese prayetia baako esan so ochema ne yere entumi ndidi ontumi enum nsuo toje nso nka betumi abo na nka wo betumi aye kese no eno so na abo ni tisi ya ede na nkomo hye se ebe ye ne yere no ochema asem no ha ne yie pa esan se ne oni fene kwatri etie eba ne sen ena otumi ekokunu eba ne sen na chese odwen asem no ho a onti ase emekọ wiem na wo so kopie mu wo police station ekọ yi nsem bia no achese nsem no kra no ayekọ bisa na wo honum kra no odwen wa he can't think madness or think madness no so he can't think fa to twema ase ne eba ye no ne yere esun kodan na ene police station ho so diwa kwani aba ni obisa miku da benya do beba ni nyina mu no oti police station wonum ene ensam ne do otumu so koe no opru bi ye pa edigo honum na bugod ne Ashatawale asemi enkonko da kakra nanso bugod egusuwa ejina mu dedenden a okaso no onumi sie ba no se rapping Edebenemenaga, the better what the benever way they would do, and the better would do, or chimono, or ye far better than Sarkodie. And Sarkodie, ya no, you know how ye rapping, oh, massa, or see Jaja, no, Senka, onya, obi man, no bois, no, Bugod pan, and Kajazi, or nam, oh. Bugo de cheman kono rape ese ne kra na so no on mi onyamwa o chema se bi okoboni din ono so kase bi asa akodi sisi o manfo be kase o e bi on ne nyese ne fine ne kosi se na so no si e ba no rape mu a rap mo kenkon obi rapper bi enkonko danche na bugo de chema no se nyame bua no no nya obi ma ne so ne nsa na kono rap na kono rape wo Ghana hanum ne kra no ka rappers ni nyina nka ba na kra mo bia watia da kra. Na order for so follow stories here me ye out mu se ni nyina no e bu god na ko yakọ esa Shatawale ase na ni die mbe mu anya na sisi na dia drop ene o kirema court na bu god say ode ne kọ no o kirema wa ye ready achese nya asem ketakra ni phone ni ene o twindi si ni so ene na beat nya asem ketakra we are going to court tutu say we no wa ye ready ankasa bu god e Shatawale e kirema sisi ano court no se wo po umpo se nya wo atro tenten si yen sama na wakakọ sama me no Shatawale nso ayennwom e de kwakọ ma wo bu goda o twemu se ni ora ye ready sanse court ne de ye nyina ye nam kwa so se krika ye ba na te se kwakọ gi ye din pa e wo Accra High Court honom na Shatawale week mu so wagi ne din ye pa ne e ba beto Accra se eye ho bachocho za dwumede ye course e wo Volta region na ne dwumede ni de bi course we ye pa ne kokọ wiem na entertainment one ba ko bia na chese mu odin ye ai beto dwa utum se flyers e ba na Shatawale kenkon no ankasa e na chese no ye headline artist na e beto dwa se organizers no e de ba se na nka wo se Shatawale e ba se so na ye headline artist nki ye share nim so no e be ba na nka chene ne pa na nka wa de se gbuha na nka obia aba enjoy bi ye ho no ma na chese beto dwa se o sana ora no wa ma mepiem ho organizers ni chirima o man kasa emma Shatawale ni team ka a chese oba ho no mu oba Volta region ho no na so se ne be ya oba beto nyom no ekokọ dani asem na na Shatawale tie ni organizers na atwa beto say he e na nkofo na pa kire no ene ne phone yo cha la wallahi ono so di ni beto yo chirima ansa na mbato mo inside their friend no ankasa ene motena ase e ka kire mo say me the show where they come no I can't talk plus anybody I can't sing if I sing I don't do anything okacha mo so no be on ma me interview ohene kranya de okwa kochia obi a oba ya ene ni hotel na de ama no akodem dwumedie time no do a no ababesia akwa koto no mi wi a no asesa ne nyema ekọ ni nyina echire you still went ahead so onkono grant interview ansa na ma no hotel ya de Shatawale say no anya de obeyeda so no so enya ni Facebook okotro de to wonum tintin say imra no no ye anampo no agreement no enye no any organizers ne ye nti any organizers ne tro mo de Shatawale so tro ne de na otumo social media de ne mu ayedi ye ankasa na ora yiri Brigito 2 isentreni mapapa e wo Ghana ha no de Metro TV wa na chese owo na eye week mu e na osafo Shes Kasem so e Kenuforiata finance minister odi na oda emu zie ankasa ne wishes awodo na de ye wishi ni bi ye GhanaWeb cry ye command bi ne no na Metro TV e ko posti papa picture editor say from all of us at Metro TV ya ma happy birthday ne na Brigito to hu ye no okocho de to ase woni hwan me Brigito to na odi mi aka o say ye wishi Kenuforiata happy birthday say why den e dia ma mi nti ameme so aba be wishi no happy birthday and oye no dey laughing emoji bi etu hu ye pana Brigito to de oba Ghana ha no ma kon we titru for na pompanyin fo ne tese ya bo aban we ya chia mo hwete bibia be kokore na birthday na ni team anampo ni media house akwa we shi Kenuforiata na wa pan no twema anya de ono obeti ase enne anasa ochina na Kofi Ochire da konso media personality otwema asisi ade sani o man esi kono we nyu hia ni asem na utumu se we de buru obi ankasa o twem sisi ano no sepa so betna ni ke metu anya de besida teni manim yo no ankasa e kwala ajo market okoji moto o se no onu ka bicycle na nso opani betumi aboa na che so ko baabi a etumi move ne fast ba assistance sisi ano utumu se economic crisis no buru ni ankasa ncho twem asisi ano se o betu ka pa de because fu no emu o hye because na ochina ubeda sorry no not just a bibia asia sasa we as no every day bia rotate to different world bibia enkoye nta ke odi etrema obon ho mode akwa moto bi e de ama no se na be ye betumi abone sanse ohiani sikani o se se ne amemo na ekono e ade ntumi mboa obi a e wo Ghana hanom Ghana se ni twani oba so no ayefe no se eye akofa ejani asiedu etrema sisi abepiem kra woni fia onankase de busuafo kra wontimi nhwom na ne djuma se restaurant a we bie kra na in the first nko no otimi tua workers kan sisi ano ontimi ntua workers neka esanse bibia boy de otwema enkane no okonanka angwa galoni okota wata nanka 660 Ghana cedis sisi abeko 1200 1 aden 12 million aba o say too much sisi ade nyema no enkoya ntisisi ano ogusua dwendwen so betumi anya bibi foforo etumi ayesanso no on very creative nti ohun sanya onsinya na bra boni infantu ba workers obeba no obi ade ne sesum na boji se no obi atete wono hwe etwen nyankopon ebe de amom na se pan so betumi anya ska because ade no oton no na eteko dole wa sisi okosha insawon prison ye say dan yini mpiye ti bibia bo ayede a otumu se ne oni GhanaWeb entertainment journalist ba kwa abanema oni ni di sankita ona cheso di sansemfo nyina eto nanim.
Okay, as of last week oil was like 669,000 and above. The rice is double the price. Everything is double the price. So I'm actually not breaking even. I'm running at a loss. I can't pay my workers. I can't feed my household. I really don't know what to do.
Na Ghana ni abrante wa ye feno say Emmanuel ni adum kwe ana cheso ne nam Ghana yin feature nyame ye nadum e ma cheso kopie mu e wo amanone ene movies ba kokro otwa ye Beast of No Nation a chese dodo na mpo feno say striker na say video bi a ye chogo social media yin usa abrante we e ton kube kube sesen obi a wudi ne nam Netflix a chese woji wudi wo honum no ene ba no manfo kasa ye pa ye twom sa aden eden ne nkoye aso ye ntua ne ka na se den because na say abrante we nso beto dwa ne videos bi chese behu no nam ha o cha no ofa ni se no tonsuo no ko manfo kra ye che ma da asem kre ni na ba no manfo so kra mpo e bi sa senti abrante wa Abraham ataye oni ni ko twa movie nti se striker ni ho ahye na ontumi embo na so Ghana for wankasa woni me betumi akase sisi ano won hye da nim ni fie wonim ne busuani bia nti wontimi ntena wo mantwa baabi enkasa o tonku benti bia na sei ne se bia obi anim ebi kra na ni nyina na yesini ni bia ti asam ne de ba na mo yenya ho aboche kaka na yankasa ye nhwehwemu nti eba na nka yankasa ye hu ni ebe kana sisi aye kasa ide eya striker ene o manfo tiema wonenam ena kubensio yes kubei eno ena nam na oye na Nigeria ni nyumtuni ayefe no se Davido amafo beka ya na send are hosempa ebeto dwa mra no ankasa ne babere ma wonya 3 years ebeto dwa say watonsuoma watona nanom ewonse do ene asem ne de ba na yare hosempa all over enye se bia Nigeria pe esanse ne nyum no all over the world bia ni je ne nyum ne ba ne wuye ne yare hosempa esanse no manfo echirema eno ena na emo no ene ne girlfriend choma omontamentumi entete da sisi ana bofrano twa to na nanom wonse do no na chese owura no krobe ne den na latest development kwa babeto dwa ne se ne okopie mu e wo ya abrante wa ni social media ya no ankasa ne ba ni social media page obi e de man no pictures ne nke kan wodi gu wo wa unfollow wa delete bibi e wo no ma chese aya rehosam ene ne engina ya rehosam yi so ne yentwa ye ho sematisi a mi pensio bi ano me ba ne aka nyina no me de besomo DK so aye comedian ye ministry de o ye ade wo hu ye pana watu bi ye pan de amane sa akode a otwem sa akode be yan kanya atwomsem no jemu na otwem a eye ne nwum bi ananse sa akode oni eyi kwabi yuji ne boy ya ne obewie no se senya ne so oda light mu na so nda so na ne mba be ko school fee dia ene na chesa otwem na na to so na aye comedian DK bi etwem a ene won ye pa sese ne amemwe boni se ne esi kwe sa akodi entumi release enwom ba ko krampo emfanfa na so eye mama ene teso a anka bekwe ene 56 remix no waye EPC we release ni say ya but say chum bebrede da so na baya to so de ontumi me ma bonten me ka hwe ene okopie hu e wodi DKB ni social media post out mu sen sam ne de watoto bi ye pa e de amane sa akodi a o hwe nim te sa akodi so e de ne de e bebre no na Nigeria nyumtini so aye friend no say eyeti wa savage ne omanfo be kai afi 2021 de ogini din ye pai wo wiase afa na nyina sex tape bi ebe to abonti na chese commodities bi ekoso ne emiemi akakra fe kakra na nso kakra ni nyina ekoso ewo na eba ye no na omanfo cheda ntiti wa savage nke bi sense nkofo bonechi ye pa obi a wawo ba e ma wanya 7 years utumi yes ade we ni nsam ya Christopher no anya asem keto akra kan sempa e de fane endorsement awodo no krampo de olusi ye esanso mu trema ade ntina wo so yes na nyame adom afi 2022 ya boerem ene nenum ba ku bi ode aba chese ya to ni din se loaded nya asem keto akra ode part kakra bi oto de fem no otrema nya de sex tape be ru ni ne live da on share manfo nyen manfo beka ene betumi asai ne nyuma na asai ne career no so nyum na ode aba no tumi se we de ya nyuma eye kama eye pa baby jet asamwa jan o abonyum pa de ama black stars a o chema we motivation o de bo black stars won so we am ko gina park ne so na cha se nyum no etumi ewura o ne o tenyum ne penene na se go na wa sha ne sa na cha se oni ayi nyum tuni ba kon friend se kinya ne omo e na ma bo nyum mo chense nyum ye friend no turn up ye remix utumu se we enya asamketo akra ye bibia emu odin ye pomutwe mu se nyum we de omo de abasa ne be ye betumi motivate black stars no mo ko gina ye kata omo gina group ene park ne so utumu se bo no etumi akoso ye pa na Ghana si ni twani asisi anso de otwem opeso ye MP wo nkofo yi krom ho no bi ye John Melu etwem asisi an wa launch bibia ye friend no say operation feed ourselves a otwem so no ankasa bebo no homode ne amui into se ne nkeka wo ko etifido mantem guan ne nkeka no ankasa ba bedua se ne be ya ebetumi aboa na emu a etumi kwa kranto se kra different no ne nkeka no ne nyina betumi aboa se ne be ya Ghana ebetu akoye nim na Monday ye etwem na chese ode sa information ne nyina ebetu ni social media so ene ba no manfo etwem se ade abrante wa no oboa oguso a eboa Ghana nti ene John Dumelo we de initiative ade abe ye be ka ne se onyame nkoso a insha na chese nyema no guso aye ne start ne be betumi aboa o my Ghana na Ghana sini twani baba konso aye fellow Lydia Forsen ena watu bi pa de amane eye Church of Pentecost for na Church of Pentecost for e de krata ba beto abonten na eye apostle Eric nyame chew no ena krata ni nsa hya ase a ode amemma ye church leaders ne elders na so mo hye no mo nya fast na emu odin eye pa e fa mo my Ghana na Lydia Forsen e twema nti sorry we pa na motumi aye we de hye anka mbotumi asori akasa aban wamemonu enkoyi enti tutu niema se ni se no odi akwa church members omunni bibia na omunni basem hwehwe no so omo no omonya fast nzan na economy enkoyi anka church member de enka fa no ho ben anka elder de e fa no ho ben ko so no oba one na yire bo ma beto omo fi no mo akofie akodidi ada afei ena fofo kakra na edu Sunday so omo bedi ni so no eno so no omo no mo fast en fa ho really the first nature ma Church of Pentecost we there hye we there wonne mo anya adwen kra be ya ka bebi a modify no mo sam pe bebi na mo fanfa se na be ya ebetumi aboa na aban na otis na hu saniema enkoye we anya fast na sembia na enyumtini eye Black Rasta na sisi aba betodwase ye kase die eye Rasta ja Rastafari make us say they no suffer ja Rastafari I can imagine and ya na sorry dem wo dem me pese me ko hobi na pese me ko twese ne eye enyema na ebeko na no kopie mu e wo graphic for mu ye no interview bi say na wo de enim so we obi a ejade ejatu awoto ankasa sisi ana ya hye wo sofo e ne se bibia beto so ono ti adahimfa se waye na di pa ye pa se nsem obeka ne no obeka ne de o forget about pastor sister wa be de pastor ne kwa ya o de ni ya na position ya de ama no afi kwa na eja ne mu ba be ye den yesan so no ni mi se ne nsema o ka no o ka se ne be ye betumi aboa na o man na kosenye se bi o pese o sei o man na na se bibia no de enye na yi kra ba sister ye ka say de black rasta ya hye no so for sister hu na pastor black yeah o to so o friend pastor black a obeju tu bibia is san won ho bebi otena edi ni dwumadi ne nsem o ka no ye no a na chese oba be hye mu kena na waka no memu aye dempa na aye mofra papa a me chere funny face na ono so kopie mo on social media page so a we do to say Ghana Police Service for to nsa dia friend penimfo wo ni nyina na obi nhyɛ da ni meeting cry a course na so any social media no dia babeto we dia ginya me odi aseda kese pa akwa Ghana Police Service a wo twemo so odo mo ase so aba be hye no nkran and fine no nsɛm no dia just wado mo ase yi pa na afi 2021 na mbia to mo say Shatawale metre ye funny face mum wa gini din ye pa wa Ghana Police Service we san say o twema wonya depression and ye chi no ni ye funny say ni ye ne fine and afi 2022 say no dia ba beto man for cry bi say na we dia meeting ben na akoso nti a chese san nsɛm nyina akwakosi na so bia ntumi ehye da ye ntwemi so no so da di ntwemu bia yan so ye bebo modia ni da ba beto mu anim na shatter movements boss a Shatawale echema sometimes so to meet na wa no odwin ko echa no bi sasa nti aso nyum to cry no na Nyankopon friend no so mra meto ana because odwin ho a ontiase nso a ondwin because the real man for see time na music industry ontiase but ono se opese ogina me so na me dey to manim se ono he is destined for greatness obi any one mo betumi aye na hwe mo time no too much ase mo time no too much awon ko nya den na o se nansen ye de na kwakọ ye headline artist em wan kwan go pimo enu so ba be dane asema obi asori a no o kan bi e de fa no tire mo no se pan so the next was anyum to no beto e be down one way you go do you no go fit tell him what you go do so no se me kan cha mo se mo time no man time no e ade a enyum no de obekọ so atoa because wo hu se ade na any profession but mo pese mo ya na wo hu ade se bi anya ni profession but o se enye no e na betesa na dwen kra na AMG Medical ono so eye rapper wo Ghana hanom sisi ade ne Twitter page no ya suspend ya age efini nsem na ninya ne se obi nim ne ekoka eye abranti wei e na okwa no wakosesa ne din mu yuso AMG Medical wakosesa na akoye Mr President e de mampani ekufado ne picture fefe ne ti round di e de akwakoto no na oye na social media Twitter for chima ko reporting ne man Elon Musk ka chen say daddy I will be person impersonating mampani ekufado ntanya de ombeti ase ne ne tag no ne tag Elon Musk ko ma tag ne kokko wie mu no na chese ne ne account no ya age efini nsem asisi a AMG Medical ye hu se ye ne no ye nka se ye danasio se ye hu sisi a ne ye nka social media for ene kopiem ho no man sam ne do matutu bi ye pa e de amane medical Dilare Frimpon Manson aka delay etwema ohia ohia nya dipo ohia nya dipo because me say minyeska pa hu me skin we a enya se hu me cry wo be hwe bi tutu otwema Manson no ba industry mu hey otumu so de ohia no na adware no ankasa into no obi an penny show chese ehia na ma inkukra beto bi inkutokra no onye sika enfentu afo hu ne skin na say basa obi ehu na no se na hwan na we oba na so ye bema na we oba na se no oya brewa na so ye den just say nsem otie e wona so nanso nyame adom sisi ano inkumbe na ontumi nto semna be na ontumi nto but ohia ekasa no obedi asie pa abra boni se ne be ye ono wankasa to say enya ofempo na we nyina mra ye frɛ no so ne oni youth fo enko kasa bi e conference bi ase na odi nya to o to omofo otwemu se ohia ne de beba na se ba te se mi sisi ami ni skese mi nyeska sisi a o mata o beteme nka wo hu me kra na wo be hwe mi tutu na Ghana se ni twani son opa ya Juliet Ibrahim nso echirema fu obo na ya dinse ochema sisi $100 wo de Ghana cedis mo 1400 cedis no eno de fill ne car ne tank no chema nya asenketa kra ono chema even US crampo mo manim kra wo kwa un spend this kasa emfanto wo mu se bebia ye din bebia nkoye na so fu we de emu odin wo kopie mo wa ne Twitter page ansem no de wa throw series fuel nkwa series o fuel nkwa so chema eye too much ane odi ibia bo chema nka mampani ekufade na ban senkasa nyenwa wenya mu hwehwe ya ebetumi aboa na chese nka oman no etumi akoso ene na se Juliet Ibrahim The way you know about betu je chemu se fu boy dia. Me dem hu mama me dey ne just way they stronger than appetite and kasa. And then ahia na ye de nkomo ho so etete bi nya be wie ye media ne mama eku ache ye nen so me gina mu e de mama nua ba Paula Ama Broni na wo che da senne e be sin hia.
If she assumed the girlfriend role, do you just confer the title on her? Or in case of anything, can she say that, of course, I performed all that duty,
no.
So...
The question is, did I ask you to be my girlfriend? Did I ask you to cook for me? Did I ask you to sleep with me?
Right there. Green is the green light. A little birdie told me that most people do not obey the traffic sign of light. Yes, when your man or woman says stop by giving you the red light, you interpret it as green means go, or amber to just claim that they are indecisive. But no is a universal language that should be respected by all. This is your favorite 18+ show, Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Ama Broni. We'll be right back after this break. Right there. Welcome back. This is Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Today's a special edition. Yes, we're going to discuss the signs. Some people say that when you're in a relationship, you might be in the relationship alone because it's not formal. There's no formal word to say, okay, we've kickstarted the relationship, but in your head, it's a relationship. And also sometimes too, when you meet up with your partner, maybe you are not in for sex, but they claim that, oh, the sign, just because you accepted an invitation to come, it means you are ready for it. How do people miss the sign? So to help me do justice to today's topic, I have with me Elliot Nuete. He's a multimedia journalist. Elliot, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
First time on my set.
Yeah, I'm a fan of your show. I've been watching you, following you on YouTube, reading your stories on GhanaWeb, interesting guests, and I think it's a great show.
We're going to have fun.
We would.
You have to defend the men because everything lies on your shoulder.
Why not? I'll carry it proudly.
Okay, great. I'm not doing this alone with Elliot. I have with me here Stella Sogli. Stella is a journalist. Stella, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like more of a journalist kind of thing. Yes. So we're going to educate, entertain, and then give out the information as we say we do.
Yeah, we've been hearing a lot of things on social media. There are a lot of stories, a lot of them on GhanaWeb. But sometimes there's a very thin line between yes and no. And for me, even before you ask your question, yes is yes,
no is no. You don't have to miss
it.
Period.
End of story.
Okay, let me start with, they say ladies first, but let me just put that aside and let me start with our gentleman, Elliot. I want to find out, should every relationship start formally? Should this, when I say that, it means a man asking you, I want to be your boyfriend, would you be my girlfriend situation, or maybe when we cook, you clean, you do the girlfriend or boyfriend duty, then that's it?
No, it's personally I think that every relationship should start formally because it's a formal contract. Relationships are different. Friendship can start without any formal notification, but when it comes to a love relationship, I feel it should start formally because of the characteristics that come with it. in love relationship, people would want commitment, people would want respect, people would want to be entitled and whatsoever. And you can't be entitled to someone when there is no official agreement. So to me, I feel that there should always be an official agreement between two people when they want to embark on a love relationship.
So what's your type? Are you the man who goes to a lady like, oh, I have feelings for you, I think we've been talking for a while, so let's kickstart something? Or you do the, I don't want to use the Mr. POP thing, I don't want to use that term,
okay.
But then you just wait till things settle, or maybe the appointed time. What's your type? How do you do it? I put you on the spot. I know, right?
Well, I would say I'm both of the two types that you mentioned. I'm not the type that would go straight to a lady and say, well, I'm interested in you, I want us to start a relationship. I like to study people, because there are people who give you indication, the ladies who give indication, and
indication, that's the thing.
And you think this lady is interested in you for you to propose, and then you be bounced. I hate to be bounced. I hate to be rejected. So I would make sure that you are in for it. So if I start with probably friendship, and that is not to say if I want a love relationship with you, I'll come as a friend. No, I won't come as a friend.
You declare your intention.
Yeah, I would communicate with you. If I want to talk to you, I'll talk to you. But I would never make you understand that you are my friend. No, we are not friends. That is not what.
But have you had a lady pop up a question to you, a lady propose to you, or initiate a relationship?
I've never seen or had a lady propose to me that I love you, but the signs, like what's a spoon? Let us spoon. Let us do this.
Okay.
You get it.
Okay. Okay, great. Elliot, so if a woman, maybe in your life, it could be anyone, start assuming the girlfriend role, cooks for you, wash, clean, gives you some, good sex, warm your bed, does that automatically confer the girlfriend title on her?
No.
So we can do the cleaning, we can do the cooking, whatever, but once it's not formal, we shouldn't assume that we are your...
So guys, I wouldn't want to say every guy is opportunistic, but most people are. And it depends on the value we place on that particular lady.
Okay.
So I know, I have a very good friend called Murphy.
Okay.
She's, what's her name? Mercy.
Shout out to Murphy.
Yeah, shout out to Murphy. I most often forget her name. I won't allow such a lady to do all that for me because I value her friendship and what she offers me. Because I know that the next moment she pulls out the girlfriend card and I said, no, we are no longer, we were not in that particular relationship, you are not my girlfriend, you are just a friend. And whatever we did was agreed, I think that person would go and I'll lose every benefit that comes with it, as well as the friendship that I cherish the most. So it depends on the value you place on the lady in question, and then the kind of relationship you want to have with a person.
No, but I just want to find, like, I have ladies say that, oh, I did cook for you, good company, maybe introduce you to family and stuff like that. So in her mind, she thinks it's the green light. You get, even though maybe it's not official.
No.
So with that, if she assumed the girlfriend role, do you just confer the title on her? Or in case of anything, can she say that, of course, I performed all that duty?
No.
So
The question is, did I ask you to be my girlfriend? Did I ask you to cook for me? Did I ask you to sleep with me?
wait, but you enjoyed that? You said you guys love
Yes.
opportunists, like, if I should borrow the word.
It's just like saying, let me just turn the tables around. It's like saying, hello, Murphy, can I meet you at the mall? Let me get you a dress. You would say yes to it. But that does not give me the right to assume I'm your boyfriend. No.
So a man can invest in a woman for all he likes.
Yeah.
If the woman has not accepted him as
a boyfriend,
her boyfriend,
there is no relationship.
So it's just
we are normal friends. Yes.
Invested.
So
Okay.
some people would want to draw the line. So
Yeah.
maybe I see you are cooking for me, and I know, and I get an indication that you are doing it because you want to be my girlfriend, and I don't want that particular relationship with you. I ask you to stop right away. Do you get it?
Okay.
To keep the friendship that we have. But if I also want to exploit you, who doesn't like to be cooked for?
Free.
I mean, if you cook for me, it will save me money from buying outside. If you are giving me free sex, it will save me the stress of going to a club or going to a pub to go and convince a lady for 3 hours to come and sleep with and all that. Do you get it?
Just an icing on the
You are
cake.
giving me all that for free, and it's not like I'm even begging for it or I'm paying anything for it.
Okay.
So, and that is understandable. I assume that you like it. That is why you are doing it.
Not because there's
not
any
because you want a
official-
relationship with me. And also in a time that we find ourselves in, I think when my daddy tells me sometimes that in her time, when a lady in his time, when a lady is cooking for you, it's either she's been sent by her family or by her mother to do that. Not just that the master. So if you allow the lady to do that, then it means that you've understood that this is where you are leading to. So if the lady summons you to any elder, you'll be held guilty.
Okay.
But in our time, that we are all liberals and and we feel like I have the right to do what I want to do, and I can do what I feel like I should do. I will assume that you feel you should cook for me. You feel that you should sleep with me. And I mean, if I'm generous, I'll give you some.
Great. I like the ending. Still, whose responsibility is to initiate the relationship? And why are Ghanaian girls reluctant? Why don't you initiate? When you like a guy, you don't give the green lights like, okay, this is it, this is a go. But you guys go around and around. Why? Why you do that?
Well, I feel like growing up with the kind of stories I hear and the setting that you grow up with, your environment, there's no way. When I was 15, 13, 14, there was no way I was going to tell any guy that I liked him. Not me. But today, 2022, at the age that I am, I'll gladly do it. And I feel like everyone should be able to. In an age where we are fighting for equality, nothing stops you from asking someone or telling the person that you like them. I mean, when you look at our cultural setting and you want to do things the cultural way, or
you want to go traditional.
Yes. And even the Bible says that a man will leave his house, a woman will leave her house, and they will be together. It didn't say that the man will come for the woman from their house. So I'm sure those things were just things that we human beings created. So if you feel like you like someone, there's someone that you like, I mean, it's an open conversation that you're supposed to have. Bouncing is hard, it's painful.
It's part of life.
But, you know, I mean, after you've been bounced as a girl, it feels somewhere like, hey, hold me, you bounce me. But I also feel like there are a lot of ways that you can do it. Not necessarily throwing yourself at the person, because I hear men don't like women who appear cheap. But sometimes they are enthused by the fact that you are confident, like you don't mind asking yourself. So there are so many ways to kill a cat.
But still,
you are supposed
you know, women, our gender, we are shy and all that. How best can you go? Should you take him on a date? Should you write him a letter? Why should you take him to pop up the question?
Well, I think it's not cast in stone. You just have to be creative about it.
Okay.
I mean, yesterday I was telling my colleagues that I was just reading my email and I found out that I was flirting with someone in a mail. They're like, girl, in your mail. I mean, there are lots of ways to go about it. But it depends on who you are with. You may have been with a person for some time and you know what they like. You can get him anything. Ask him how he feels about you.
Okay.
Have the conversation. You know, sometimes asking someone how they feel about you and what they would do if they found themselves in certain situations will give you some answers. And I also, this is a tip, always listen. Like, listen with rapt attention. Listen, because they say a lot of things. A man who likes you will be giving you hints in the way that he talks. And sometimes those things are green lights for you to go on and ask the question, not the green lights for you to assume that, okay, you are in something. But that green light will tell you if this is a fertile ground, can I move on? Should I go? Yes, should I go? So you have to listen, pay attention to some of the things like that. Some people say, oh, I like a woman who is this, and you just realize that like you're like that kind of person. You are doing that kind of thing. Okay, I like a woman who is like this. You know that, okay, like you are fitting into the role. So it gives you the green light to go ahead and ask that, okay,
all right,
are we doing this or not?
Great. Now, friends with benefit. There are some relationship where we just know that, of course, there's no strings attached. We're just making love. We love each other's company, the sex is good. You get what I'm saying? It's not a boyfriend relationship for a man or woman. There are people who are in committed relationship who are friends with benefits. There are people in marriages who are doing it. If we are being realistic, we will agree that this is what's happening. Now, what will cause someone who sign up for friends with benefits kind of relationship to now opt for the real deal? Now you catch feelings.
That friends with benefits, oh, no strings attached, and I assure
don't catch
you,
feelings.
The strings will attach.
The
strings will definitely attach. I don't want to go into details before I start.
Stella, please go.
Say things I'm not supposed to say, but the strings will attach because you know sex is more than just having it. Sex goes beyond, like emotions are involved. You are. The guy is literally entering.
It's an aging plan.
Yes, the guy is literally entering you, and you expect that there will be no emotional attachment or connection after that. Are you kidding? There will be. So
maybe women are the one that I hear they catch feelings, but then the men, their hearts are strong as hard as a rock.
Men do catch feelings as well.
I would agree and not agree with Stella.
Okay.
Because if a guy sleeps with a prostitute for just one time, there is no connection because of the mindset that the guy has, and this is psychologically proven. This is yes, that's something I agree with you partially. So if it's just about the sex, then nothing is happening.
You can hit and go.
Yes, because if you pay to have sex with the prostitute, psychologically your mindset is I'm buying sex to satisfy my immediate needs. So after that, there is no connection. But with friends with benefit, it can start just like you sleeping with a prostitute. I have an edge, because it friends with benefit because you are giving her something that she wants. And most often it is material, money, clothes, gifts, whatever it may be, in exchange of sex and even attention. It's not all the time that friends with benefit is all about sex.
No, I'm talking about the one that got sex, that at the moment there's feelings attached.
So with sex, you have sex with the same person for more than 5 times, there would be a connection. Because when you have sex, the body releases certain, is it enzymes? Hormones, sorry. I forgot the name of that hormones. Hormones that brings about connection and happiness. Anytime you have sex, you are relaxed, you are excited. And this is psychologically proven. So if you're having sex with one person for more than 10 times and your body is releasing that same hormones of happiness,
you're going to catch feelings.
You would catch feelings.
Energy.
And most people... And it's also proven that most ladies give out sex for love. Okay. So although they are saying I want friends with benefits, they are hoping that whilst you are sleeping with me, it will translate into a proper relationship.
Okay.
And guys, after a period of time, would also become possessive. Are you sleeping with this guy also? Meanwhile, we're just supposed to be friends with benefits. So there would always be a string. I don't believe in friends with benefits, and it will just end there.
Great. You're still watching Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. Welcome back from that quick break. You're watching Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now today's discussion is interesting. Like, it's one that is very educated because a lot of people have been getting it wrong. How green is the green light? Some people, you just assume you are in a relationship before you realize you're in a relationship alone. You're dating yourself, and then when it's setting like that, there's disappointment and all that. So I pray and hope that you take down the suggestion and the advice coming from our guest to spice up that relationship. You get what I'm saying? Exactly. Now, moving forward, Elliot, why are most women, I don't want to say Ghanaian, it's kind of universal, but when it comes to Ghana, it's very rampant, it's a big deal. Why are they shy to ask for sex? Why can't a woman just call you and book a dick appointment? Yeah.
Well, once again, it's a cultural thing. Even our parents are afraid, I don't use the word afraid, are shy of talking about sex. Do you get it? Meanwhile, everyone knows about sex. Now, if I ask about sex or if I ask for sex from my boyfriend, how is he going to see me?
No, but well, I can imagine how men go. You want it, everything, your body shows like you want it. Why don't you say, baby, I want it, taste it, play with his mind, like, you know.
And to be very honest, a lot of guys also find it very difficult asking for sex. Like, hey, Ama, today I want you to come around. I'm in the mood, let us have sex. It's so awkward. I can't do that, to be very honest. I can't call a lady and say, oh, let us have sex. No.
No, baby, like, you know, you can tease.
Good,
like, you know, tease,
so
leave the signs here and there.
Probably you can lead a person on. But to ask for it, I feel it's weird. And it's because, so it's not just a lady thing. I think it's for both sexes.
Wait, let me just chip in this, Elliot. If you are shy to ask, then what are you doing in the relationship? Because a relationship is, you are open, that person is your best friend and all that. Wait, then it means people are in boring relationships. Because if you want it, you go for it.
Okay.
Unless maybe the person is not in that relationship, or you guys don't have sex in your relationship, it's different. But
I personally, I don't believe in, you know, when I was at the university, well, guys do that, but even they will suggest that Oba may say may you, but like Obana mi who say wa dream wo honoma, I be your mind, say wa dream wo, eh bibi to me akosu. But they can't say that let us have sex.
No, you don't have to say let us. There's 1001. Wanna make out? I wanna, you know, taste your honey pot. Okay, so that's the thing. You guys just go forward and say I wanna have sex. Like that's so
good.
Like no. Google. There are so many ways. Even the woman, the vagina. There are so many ways to term it. So if you could have like a quote, when you send it to her, she knows that okay, it's dick appointment time. Find such things. Find a term for it. Maybe you want to go to China. I want to go shopping.
Well, I think that with that, the modern lady is able to do it. Sometimes when you follow conversations on Twitter, Instagram, you is it Oloni? There's this famous lady like that, and you see them sending the cucumber emoji with some water splash. You know that this is exactly what the lady wants. And that is why I use the word modern lady. Those who are, I would describe a modern lady as someone who has been exposed to a higher level of education, has seen a particular society, a bad bitch type.
Okay. Good girl gone bad.
Such a person have come to understand that at this age and time there's something called equality. Such a person would probably be a feminist or believe in the idea that what a man can do, a woman can also do. So if a man can suggest that let us have sex, she can also suggest that let us have sex. But if you look at the proper African, is that politically correct? But if you look at the traditional woman, that person would find it very difficult to ask about sex, and even to talk about sex when they are suffering. Not even when they want to have sexual pleasure, but when they are going through, when they are having a health issue relating to their sex. So whilst at the university, I was a peer counselor at the units for testing for HIV/AIDS and what have you. And sometimes when you are coming for the test, we have to groom you. We have to prepare you for the actual test. So we'll walk you through what HIV/AIDS is, how you can contract it, and all that. And you get an indication that sometimes when you are talking to ladies, especially, they feel very uncomfortable about it. They feel very uncomfortable discussing their own reproductive system and why their reproductive system makes them more prone to contracting HIV than guys are. So the topic of sex locally is not something that anyone would want to talk about it. Even in our classroom, when teachers are sex, you get that it's very uncomfortable.
But ladies, please, you should start talking. If you want it, go for it. Yeah, ask it shall be given unto you.
I think it should.
But I think men should start punishing their women. If you are that type who don't want to talk about, let her deal with it. It's so obvious she wants it. The woman, if she doesn't say it, she doesn't give you the green light, because you can be charged for rape. If she comes to say, oh, I did not initiate it, we'll later talk about that. But Stella, I want to find out from you, what are the official signs for the women who don't love to openly call for the dick appointment? What are some of the official signs we draw?
Don't leave us cucumber in raining age.
So like, maybe pre and when she's with you, what are some of the signs? Because you know we are talking how green is the green light. Maybe what she's given is not given, but you are interpreting is like maybe she wants some, so I should give her.
So just like I said earlier, it's not really cast in stone because different things work for different people.
Different women.
Yes, some people don't like very explicit conversations. They want to flirt in different ways.
Let's say classy.
What would you want to eat tonight?
Okay. I'm on the menu.
Exactly. Like, do you care if I send you some boob pics?
Okay.
Or I'm feeling a bit tingly in my body. Do you want to press?
Okay.
Do you care for a massage? Maybe the guy says, oh, I'm so stressed at work today. Okay. Do you want a massage I can end happily?
Yeah.
There are hints that people drop. I'm like, okay. And these days we have stickers, WhatsApp stickers that can do it for you. So you can drop some, and then if you're asked if you want some, you can say yes.
I mean, I don't mind.
Yeah.
But then when the woman is with you, maybe in a room,
yeah, so when you
in
get
an apartment,
there, you get there. Well, so let me put this out. I'm in no way encouraging premarital sex.
For the record.
For the record. But for the signs that when you're around, I mean, you should know things that turn your partner on. That one is well, a lot of people say they don't know until it happens, and I think that it's a genuine case. Some people don't really know what actually turns them on. Maybe it's just some boys can see you and they're already turned on. You don't have to do anything extra. Some people like to see you in a certain type of clothing. Some people also want to see you do stuff, lie down in a certain way. But the first thing I'll say is, if you want it, let the person know. Don't just be dropping hints. What if I don't get it? Or maybe what if I had a very bad day at work, or I've done something that didn't go through, I'm in some type of stress, and you're dropping hints. And I can't even read the signs. So how am I even going to start?
Communicate.
Exactly. My point is communicate. Like, look at the person, see if it's the right time to strike.
Okay.
If not, talk about it. You know, sometimes they say sex helps you to release stress and all that. So you've seen that your partner is stressed. You can offer to make them tea, coffee, cook their favorite meal. Try to just hold them. Sometimes you're just holding the person.
And cuddle. You cuddle.
Exactly.
Okay,
you're just holding the person, and then it can happen.
Before you know.
Yes, it's happening. But the first of all, communicate. If you want it, just say.
Right. Now, Elliot, most men have been accused of rape. How hard is it for a man to stop? Maybe when you are inside the woman, you are in it, and she's like, "No, I don't want it." Can you say you're strong enough, you are disciplined enough to say, okay, I'm taking it out?
Elliot comes to that point, I feel like that thing that girls do, like in the middle when you're telling me that you don't want it anymore, it's really not fair. Because if both of us are going to consider our feelings, I don't know if a lot of women will agree, but making a woman orgasm is a type of skill that men who are good at it are supposed to be given medals.
Oh. Men who
are good at
are able to make women come should be given medals.
Seriously, because
a lot of women are going around but they've never orgasmed, but they're having sex, like, you know.
Yes. So you are supposed to know how to do it. Because a woman's body is a whole lot. Even we as women don't even understand.
So it's like when a woman tells a man to stop in the middle of the act,
I feel like
you're not being fair.
You're not being fair because you are only considering how you are feeling at that point.
No, but I beg to differ. It can be rape. Even if I'm your wife and I tell you.
It is rape.
It is rape because in the middle you are telling me to stop.
Which is a red light, stop.
Yes, which is very genuine. You have the right to do that. But I feel like it's not fair to the man as well, because we both signed up for this. And during the signing up, you didn't tell me that I may be bored at a point too. So when I say I don't want to do it,
a lot of men have been
stop.
charged. You know that there's been news where the man will say that you gave consent.
Yes.
But how hard is it? Because we be often saying, okay, if she says stop, you have to stop.
Well, personally, I think that our constitution and then our Sexual Offences Act is very biased and is against men. Now, if you look at the definition of what rape, if you look at the definition of what rape is, it includes penetration. And you know that women don't penetrate. So it makes it almost impossible for the man to be raped. If you are looking at the definition of what rape is. So per our constitution, it's safe to say that men don't get raped, which is a very big lie. And if you look at the circumstances and then the examples of what could lead to a rape, one is that you agree that we should have sex, and in the midst of having sex, you told me to stop. To stop. It's like running on the Temamoto way at 100 kilometers per hour, and then you just told me to stop.
Break.
At that particular moment, when I break, the chances are that I would cause accidents, I would somersault and all that.
And die.
So I think it is very unfair. And personally, I feel it's about time that we review that part of our constitution, that part of the Sexual Offences Act, and look at it again to be fair to
now
everyone.
Let me play the devil's advocate. Sympathy sex. A man could press you on. You say you are not in the mood, but then they are in your neck, they are dick all over you, and then let me just do the tip, I'll just rub, and all those lies that they give. It's not true. Now, if in the case where you put the woman through the whole sympathy thing and she's like in the heat of the thing, she gives in, and then at that point she says no, it's no. I think that is a clear case of rape. If you call the VAR or whatever it is, this is a clear rape case.
Yes, and I'm a very huge advocate for consent. Like if the person says they don't want it, no, they don't want it. But the other point I'm making about it's not being fair to the man
is when there's consent.
Is when there's consent. Initially. Like we both agreed that okay, we are going to do this. But there were no clear-cut details of the contracts that okay, when it gets here and I'm tired, we are supposed to stop and all of that. I think that in as much as a man, we are supposed to stop for integrity's sake, for legal reasons and for respect. It's still not fair to the man because at that point, what are you expecting him to do? So I feel like if you are someone, except in cases where you know sometimes you can get bruised during the act, maybe they hit you too hard, you are feeling a certain type of way, you are allowed to communicate. And there are men who constantly ask you, are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? Like, how should I do it? Are you feeling pains? Is this? All those things come up. So if it is one of those situations, yes, we are okay too. But you can't just say no. Okay, so if you are saying no,
but
we
cannot just say no, but it's doable. It is doable.
And I feel like for this particular one, I'm on the men's side.
Okay.
If the man says, if the lady says midway, beginning, end, if she says no, please stop.
Great. Elliot, blue balls, how real is it?
It's very real. I don't know how to explain it, but
because
it's very
most
real.
women sometimes, when it's in the case of sympathy sex, the fact that the man introduced and might get blue balls and will hurt, they just okay, you go ahead and do whatever you want to do.
And I want to say that is also rape. So the term sympathy sex makes it dignified, but it's also rape. Yeah. Compelling someone to have sex with you, it's just like a lecturer-student relationship. The students would give in because of the status of the person or the effects of the impact or the repercussions of what will happen if they don't give in. That is the same thing that happens with sympathy sex. Now with blue balls is simply the pain that a person, especially guys, go through for keeping and preventing an ejaculation for so long. Do you know that when you are, as a guy, when you are sexually aroused, you have to ejaculate? That is the only way we ease ourselves. So if you keep that in for a while, that is what causes the blue balls, and it's very painful. Sometimes I don't know if I'm describing it the right way, but you feel that your intestines are being pulled in. Like it's very painful.
Yeah, making the thing horrifying.
Yeah,
the other guys,
but it's very painful. It's very painful, and I want to touch briefly on the stop in the act thing. Now, once again, I think that the sexual offences should be looked at.
Yeah.
And
so then you add your final advice.
Yes, and then we take into consideration the context of it. Now, there are some ladies you have sex with them for a period of time, and in previous sex they say stop, and they mean don't stop.
Yeah.
Do you get it?
There are some.
So it gets to a time where they mean stop, and you assume that, oh, this lady, I know her. When she says stop, it means that maybe you should go harder. When she says stop, it means that maybe you put her in this position. When she says stop, she means that, say, be quiet, be a good girl to daddy. Do you get it? Some of those things. So sometimes our laws makes it very biased and then unfair, and punish innocent men.
You should do a petition. Let's see, we will see some people to sign. Stella, your final words.
Well, my final words, just like I've been saying from the beginning, communication is key. And no matter where you are, friends with benefits, you don't know what it is called, it's not named, a relationship, whatever it is, communicate. That is the the place where you can find the greenest of the green lights. If you want a green light, ask. If they give it to you, fine. If they don't, just walk away. I always tell my male friends, if the girl comes home and she's wearing a hot booty shorts and she's twerking, she's doing all the things, and you're like, damn, this light is green. And you ask her and she's like, what's in the mood? Let her go home.
Yeah, even if it's 1 p.m., let her go.
Yes, let her go home. Or
okay.
let her sleep in the boys' quarters or something. Maybe when she sleeps in your room, you may be tempted to do something which is not right.
Yeah.
Okay, great. If the person says no, is no. No matter how horny you are, who you are, if you think you cannot, just let her go home. She has a home. She's not an orphan or an outcast. Let her go home. So yes, respect women when they say no. And no is no, yes is yes. Don't stop means go on. Stop means stop. Red is red.
Green
There's
is
no
green.
in between.
Thank you very much for gracing my set and also educating us. And of course, a lot of things that we've said, we've discussed, and I just really hope and pray that women take that into consideration, because sometimes a lot of men say that when a woman says no, it means yes, but we have to clear that. And also with the issue of relationship, once the person hasn't confirmed that we are in a formal relationship, you should not assume that, you know, this is it. You might end up being in a relationship with yourself. So I did this with Elliot Note. He's a multimedia journalist, and Stella Sogli, one of my favorite journalists. He does the business reporting stories. Her stories are really cool. You should check it out. Thank you very much, guys, for coming.
Thank you.
Hope you had a good fun, and then
it was a great show.
Yeah, it's been an insightful one.
Thank you.
Ladies, whatever you do, don't propose.
Okay, this has been Monster Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. We'll be back next time with something bigger and better. Thanks for watching.
Hello and welcome to BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ernestina Sewa Asante. On today's edition, we take a look at a logistics and transport company Seven Streams Limited, which deals in the haulage of petroleum products. Seven Streams Company Limited, or Seven Streams Limited, seeks to create jobs in the petroleum sector as well as provide all the logistical needs of clients. My colleague Mauli Aholumega had an interaction with the founders of Seven Streams Limited, Gerald and Carlin Wilson, and has the full report.
Hello and welcome to another edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. In this episode, we turn our attention to the operations of a company that deals with the transportation and haulage of petroleum products with a view of creating employment and job opportunities. Before I introduce my guest, I'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome off on our break on BizTech. I have here with me Carlin and Gerald Wilson, and they are the founders of Seven Streams Company Limited, which is a company that deals with transportation in the petroleum sector. Gerald and Carlin, welcome to BizTech. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you.
Yeah, great.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, great. Yeah, so you guys are the founders of Seven Streams Limited. Just tell us briefly what Seven Streams Limited does in the petroleum sector.
Well, like you said, Seven Streams is a transportation and haulage company. We are a company that does petroleum hauling within Ghana. Basically, that's what we do for now. In the future, we'll look into other alternative business options.
Okay, but before, what went into the idea of setting this up? Because, you know, the petroleum sector is a very, very key and important sector. What went into the idea of setting this up?
Well, moving to Ghana, obviously, if you're going to make a permanent move, you need a source of income. So that's the first thought. What are we going to do?
Yeah.
So I had made contact with Ghanaians, business consultants, and so on. And so this was one of the options that was thrown out. Initially, it was agriculture, but of course, agriculture is a process, and a longer process before you start to make profit. So when my consultant told me about petroleum hauling, I thought it was an immediate source and also a lucrative one. So that is what led us to started petroleum.
Okay, so I'm sure you before setting up the business, you had gone through a lot of processes, registering it. What were some of those challenges that you guys faced so far? Maybe Carlin can tell us.
Yes, good question.
Yeah, yep. Because I was here for the registration. I was here at the initial stages. And we met with Ben and Frank.
Okay.
They are our consultants, and
nice.
they, thankfully, because if I had to do it on my own, I probably would not have done it. But thankfully, they were there, they were present, and they took us around. They took me around and to the various places. You have your challenges as you would have anywhere. So, to me, the biggest challenge was probably the traffic.
The traffic, yeah.
But that's okay because it's city, and we experience, where I'm from in Trinidad and Tobago, we experience traffic like that in the city or even on the way to the city. So it's nothing strange, but for the most part, it ran smoothly, which I appreciate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this Seven Streams it's seeking to help with transportation of oil, right?
Yes.
What's the core business model for Seven Stream?
Well, that is where that answer would have been directed better to my operations manager, who is the person who would have been able to explain intricately, to answer that question. But the most I could tell you is that we are hauling petroleum products. So apart from just fuel, we'll be looking into going into lubricants and so on.
Okay.
And yes, and so and apart from just hauling within Ghana, in the future we'll probably go outside of Ghana. So for now, that's what we're looking at.
Yeah. So I want to come down to the staff strength. I'm sure you have a number of people working for you. And how are you guys ensuring that you are giving employment to a lot more Ghanaians? Because you guys have been in Ghana. I'm sure you're in love with the place already. Yeah.
For sure.
So yeah. How are you guys making sure that you have a lot of Ghanaians working for you?
Well, so far, everyone that works for us are Ghanaians.
That's
and
nice.
We intend to grow, as my husband just explained, not just in terms of oil or the oil sector, but there are a lot of things that we can do in Ghana. And we want Ghanaians, a big part of us being here, because this has been in the making for years. A big part of us being here is because for most of us in the diaspora, we see Africa as the motherland. And we feel like we have a responsibility to bring back a lot of what was lost, and not just her children, but what was lost in her losing her children. And we want to bring that back. So in bringing all these opportunities, in diversifying, we can create more employment. And we have a lot of other projects going on in this side where, you know, but
yeah, we'll come back and talk about that, so we'll take a quick break. I'll be speaking with Gerald and Carleen Wilson, and they are the founders of Seven Streams Company Limited, which is a petroleum haulage company. They've been my guest on this week's edition. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome off on our break on BizTech. I have here with me Gerald and Carleen Wilson. They are the founders of Seven Streams Company Limited, which is a petroleum haulage company. We've been talking about how they are impacting the sector to create jobs and employment. Guys, I've been having a very interesting conversation with you. Now, I want to find out, I know you guys are married.
Yes.
What led you to the idea of joining hands together and say you want to run this company as a couple?
Well, we could go back 12 years, because that's how long we've been married.
Okay.
Going on 12 years. So I'm from Jamaica.
Okay.
And around the time of the financial collapse in 2008 is when, well, I went to Trinidad after trying businesses in Jamaica, and they didn't work out. You know, I said, you know, maybe I should try somewhere different. So I went to Trinidad, and that's where I met my wife, because she's from Trinidad. And
lucky trip for you.
Yes, it was, definitely. And then, you know, after we've gotten to know each other, and we realized we share the same dreams, you know, for the future, you know, which is ultimately coming back to Africa, because that's something that I have known for 20 years that I wanted to do. And so when I met her and realized she had the same dream, you know, it was just a matter of putting things in place to accomplish that, you know. And then we left, both of us left, and we migrated to the United States with our kids.
Okay.
And we spent 4 years there, and that's when we started to put the, I guess, the financial aspect of it that would be needed to establish business here. That's when we decided, after the global pandemic hit, COVID-19, we decided, you know what, that is our
your cue to come.
Yeah. We're like, yes, we don't want nothing more catastrophic than this to catch us in the United States. So we're like, you know what, it's high times we make this move. And like I said, we did our due diligence or feasibility studies, and spoke with people, our neighbors were Ghanaians, and we went and met with them, and, you know, just to kind of give us a synopsis of what Ghana would be like, and then the rest is, you know, Carleen will fill in on the rest.
Yeah. So for you, Carleen, how is it like working with your husband?
Oh, it's like, we've been working together ever since, you know, just before we got married. There was this experience I had with him, and it was actually a meal. So we were at a friend's house, and there were a lot of people there, and we cooked a meal, and he cooked part of the meal Jamaican style, and I cooked my part Trini style.
Okay.
And he was looking at mine, and he was like, oh, I don't know how that will taste, you know. That's what he said to me. And they did things differently. However, when we brought that meal together, oh my God, everybody enjoyed it. And so that's where our journey of working together began.
Okay.
And to this day, you know, we do things differently sometimes, but when we come together, I'm sure it's enjoyed the same way.
Right. I'm sure that's the reason why you guys bet 7 Streams. What are some of the investment opportunities people should be looking out for at 7 Streams Company Limited?
Well, like I said, the initial plan was for agriculture. I have a passion for agriculture. We just needed a immediate source of income, and since this is a lucrative business, the oil business, it will help us to get the agricultural aspect or plans on stream. So that is one way that we're going to diversify our business, and also it will need a lot of manpower. And so that will create employment for a lot of people. And I'm not talking about agriculture just to sell on the side of the street. I'm talking about manufacturing and processing, you know what I mean? And one of the things that we want to do is to kind of set a different standard as it relates to employee, you know, you deal with the workforce, you know, like better salaries and benefits and that kind of stuff. So, yeah.
All right. So we're wrapping up. What's the future of 7 Streams Limited looking like? How's it looking for you guys so far?
Well, the future is bright because a lot of what we do is not just for us, and it's not just about us. It's about the continent. It's about Ghana. It's about rebuilding. It's about restoring. And we have things, as I mentioned earlier, going on this side that we working on in terms of restoration. One in particular is schools that we're looking at. As it relates to the company financing it, it's a company that just started. Okay. So we have to do what we can, sometimes manually. My husband went to the school the other day because we want to adopt these schools and make changes. And he went and physically started cleaning up around the school, you know, attempted to, him and a teacher. And there's a school close to us. So that is some of the things that we are also looking into. So this that we're doing here, the 7 Streams, this is as much about us as it is about Ghana and her people. And
then giving back as well.
Definitely.
So what are your final words for those who want to invest into Ghana, especially those in the diaspora? What words would you have for them?
Well, like I said, if you're looking to repatriate, obviously you're going to need a source of income. And also, if you're just looking to invest for passive income, it's a good company to invest in, because when you're trying to do business outside of your country, it's going to be difficult to set up registration, and that is a long and hard process. You know, it's a time-consuming process. So the fact that 7 Streams is already established, it will make it a lot easier. We have already created a path for you to come and make your investment easier. And like I said, it's passive income, what we're offering. For people who are interested, you know, you could reach out to us and we'll, you know, send you our investment package and so on. So it will explain in detail, you know, what it entails. So like I said, 7 Streams is basically creating an easier way for you to come to Ghana and invest. Otherwise, if you try to do it on your own, it's going to be a long and drawn-out process.
All right, guys. Thank you so much. It's been interesting having a conversation with you.
Yes, thank you.
I've been speaking with Gerald and Carleen Wilson, and they are the founders of 7 Streams Company Limited, which is a petroleum haulage company, and they are seeking to create employment in Ghana's petroleum value chain. They've been my guest on this week's edition of BizTech. My name is Maudi Aholimeka. Many thanks for watching.
Thank you, Mauli Aholumega, for that report. Up next is Biz Headlines. Now to our very first story. The government of Ghana is said to be engaged with 4 different advisory firms on the economic policy and debt management of the country in the wake of the ongoing negotiations with the International Monetary Fund. This is according to a report attributed to Red Intelligence, a Singapore-based finance and markets research firm. The 4 advisory firms are said to be engaging government on an informal basis due to the negotiations not yet being formalized. The firms, according to Red Intelligence, include Lazard, Global Sovereign Advisory, Hogan Lovells, and Lions Head Global Partners. Meanwhile, the Singapore-based finance company said investment bank Lazard has been primed to be selected as the financial advisory with the view of pairing with law firm Hogan Lovells on a joint mandate to offer advisory services to Ghana. A blogger and IT professional have been put before the Accra Circuit Court on charges of spreading false news. The blogger Jeffrey Eprim was charged with publication of false news, while the IT professional Jeremiah Kobina Ejabing was charged with as his accomplice. According to a report by Graphic.com, the accused persons were arrested by the police following an investigation into a report by the Bank of Ghana on a publication which, according to the central bank, had caused fear and panic among the public and resulted in panic withdrawals. A former Ghanaian banker with Goldman Sachs Group, Asante Beko, has been arrested over his alleged involvement with bribes paid to Ghanaian authority during his time at the investment bank. Beko is also the former managing director of state-owned enterprise Tema Oil Refinery. According to a Bloomberg report, Mr. Beko is facing a 6-count charge after his August 2020 indictment documents were unsealed by a federal court in Brooklyn, New York last week. The charges, per the report, said Mr. Asante Beko is accused of conspiring with 2 Ghanaian authorities and 4 others in the alleged bribery scheme. The scheme is said to have favored Goldman Sachs Group, Asante Beko, and a Turkish-based energy company that was seeking to build a power plant in Ghana. Ghana's inflation has hit 40.4%. The Ghana Statistical Service has announced the new rate, which is compared to 37.2% recorded in September, makes it the highest in about 20 years. Government statistician Professor Samuel Kobina Enim, speaking with journalists on November 9th, said the increase can largely be linked to rising food prices over the past months. The price of food reached 43.7% inflation in October from 37.8% recorded in September this year, while non-food inflation rose to 37.8% from 36.8%. The month-on-month inflation, according to the Ghana Statistical Service, rose up to 2.7% in October from 2.0% in September this year. Over 1,000 Ghanaians have thronged to circle overhead, where a stand has been mounted by some personnel to help applicants apply for the American Visa Lottery. According to one of the facilitators of the American Visa Lottery, a total of 1,561 Ghanaians have been registered in the past 4 weeks. Some applicants captured in a video making rounds on social media explained that the current economic crisis, consisting of high cost of living, was a contributing factor to their relocation abroad. They also saw the American Visa Lottery as an opportunity to travel abroad in search of greener pastures. That's all for today. Thank you very much for joining us on today's edition of BizTech on GhanaWeb TV. Remember, this show airs every Friday on the same platform. Before we go, do log on to www.ghanaweb.com for more stories. Do well to follow us on all social media platforms on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at the GhanaWeb. On YouTube, GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ernestina Sewa Asante. Do have a splendid weekend.
friends on the other side had the opportunity to move their motion. To us, it is one of the bona fides of parliamentarians to raise matters of national concern. We are therefore not against them bringing matters of national concern for Parliament to consider. It is, however, our view, and as we stated on the floor, that due process must be followed. Rule of law include the rule that allows for fair hearing, giving notice, stating your issues, and allowing the affected party, who is your adversary in the matter, being a respondent, to also be heard. These are rights guaranteed by the Constitution. We do not want our approach in dealing with this issue to be misconstrued. We acted within the confines of the Constitution. We didn't say that we do not want them to raise issues against a minister of state in this government, and in particular, our respected friend, Kedo Foriata. All that our side, the majority side, said, and we say any day, is that we should follow due process. I'm quite sure that you are all aware that some members of the minority are facing criminal trial. I believe that it is their legitimate expectation. They are given fair trial, and they are heard, instead of simply appearing before a court and the judge acting ultra vires of the Constitution. So we approached our issue on grounds of procedure, fair trial. And we are happy that after the beautiful discourse, the nature of which established democracies have practiced over the years, a committee has been constituted to enact the rule of procedure and determine issues of evidence which would form a prima facie ground for a report for the plenary. And for the purpose of further elucidation, you know that in the United States Constitution, there is a provision on bills of impeachment. A bill of impeachment basically similar to our censure or removal of somebody in public office. They have an procedure for carrying out that exercise. Like Mr. Speaker said, this is a novelty. Although in the Constitution, Article 82, the provision is there, but we've really not touched it before, since 1992. In fact, the first attempt was by Honorable Kofi Konedu Apreku of Offenso North in 1999. But the form of his motion was for the then Minister, Kwame Pepra, to resign because of stated reasons. This one specifically refers to the 82. And if you go to the Hansard, the then majority, including Honorable Avoka, who is still in the chamber, argued that that step they were taking was unknown to the standing orders and the Constitution. And that if they really wanted to come under censure, they should now go properly in substance and in form. So I think posterity is playing back issues of due process to all of us. And there's no bad feeling. Honorable K.T. Amon was nominated by our side to lead the committee. So he is a co-chair of the committee. Honorable Patrick Boama, also a lawyer, a respected lawyer, is a member. From our side, we have Kwame Enyimedu Entry, a member from our side. And finally, our respected colleague, Ejapa Mesa, who is also the Deputy Minister of Energy, as a member. We have every confidence in Honorable K.T. Amon to lead our side, and we have every confidence in him. We mean no harm. We are willing to cooperate with them, and I believe that the respondent himself, when afforded the opportunity, he would have the chance to either represent himself in person or by counsel.
Honorable Minister, distinguished invited guests, the press, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us this morning at the Ministry of Information. On behalf of my boss, the Honorable Minister, Honorable Kujopon Nkrumah, management and staff, we welcome you to yet another edition of the State of the Region report. This morning, we are so honored that the Volta Regional Minister, Honorable Dr. Yao Archibald Lecha, has joined us to provide key updates on what is happening in the Volta region, especially in the areas of agriculture, health, and education. So we have just one business today, and that is to listen to the minister and also for the minister to take questions from the media persons present. So without wasting my time, I will acknowledge some dignitaries who have joined us this morning and then yield the podium to the Honorable Minister for his presentation. With us this morning is the Acting Regional Director of Health for the Volta Regional RCC, Dr. Senanu Kwesi Jokutu. We also have with us the Regional Director of Department of Urban Roads, Engineer Edward Annan. Also with us this morning is the Regional Director of Feeder Roads, Engineer Gregory Emisa. We are also joined by the Regional Director of Highways, Engineer Eric Dosu. We have the Assistant Director 1 PRO for the Volta Regional RCC, Mr. Foster Huno. Also with us is the PRO for the Regional Director of GES and representative of the Regional Director of Education, Mr. Forgive Aguha. We are also joined by the representative of the Regional Information Officer, Mr. Richmond Abake. Also with us this morning is the Regional Economic Planning Officer, Reverend Isaac Ajatete. We have with us the DCE for North Tong, Honorable Divine Osborne Fenu. Also with us is the DCE for Anloga, Honorable Seth Yomewu. We have with us the DCE for South Dai, Honorable Godwin Jajawa. Also with us is the DCE for South Tong, Honorable Seth Agbi. We are joined by the MCE for Pando, Honorable Geoffrey Kojo Badasu. Also with us is the MCE for Ho and my brother, Honorable Divine Richard Bossin. We have with us the DCE for Afajato South and Dean of MMDCEs in Volta Region, Honorable Etonam James Flolu. And we have with us the Acting Chief Director of the Volta Regional Coordinating Council, Mr. Augustus K. Awiti. And as I mentioned earlier, we have the Volta Regional Minister, Honorable Dr. Archibald Yao Lecha, with us this morning. If you want to join this program, we are live across the country on GTV. You can also join us on Facebook at Ministry of Information to participate in this press briefing. So I will now yield the podium to the Honorable Minister for his presentation and come back to take your questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Sisa, the Honorable Deputy Minister for Information. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and members of the media, it's a privilege for us to come and share with the people of Ghana what has been happening in the Volta region since 2017. I have also seen the Honorable DC for Adakulo, Ms. Juliana Kwedepo, who is sitting behind us. So you're welcome. We want to say that it is not possible for us within this short time to share with the people all that is happening. There's a lot that is happening. We have 18 municipal and district assemblies in the Volta region, and each assembly has their own plans and projects that they are undertaking. So it's not possible to capture all of them, but we'll share with the people of Ghana what the time will allow us to share with them today. So we'd like to start with a video, a short video.
Adam dola meliwo toviwo dome nono sese nyende kaelo nyende kako jido dome Adam dola meliwo toviwo dome nono sese ve nono yo Adam ya wo chowone Adam ya wo choglone Adam dola meliwo tofiwo dome nono sese ve nono nyo au nanye mejiwo o ve no se wo pro la wo bebe ale ha wo le be la ji ale ha wo le be la ji ale ha wo le be la ji wo se wo pro la wo bebe fora ale ha wo
District Assembly Hospital, Agenda 111. There are 3 contractors working on the project. You have GMC, Jalilo, and JYC Pharmacy. We have a progress of 35%. And then, as you can see, there's work going on site. the work is progressing steadily. The weather has also had some delay on the project.
Thank you very much. That was just a teaser. Before I start the presentation, I would like to acknowledge the support of the President, the Vice President, the Standing Committee, and members of the Volta Regional House of Chiefs who have been behind us throughout the period from 2017 till date. The President and members of the Queen Mothers in the Volta region, members of the Regional Security Council, the Honorable Municipal District Chief Executives, the management and staff of the Volta Regional Coordinating Council, regional directors of departments and agencies, leaders of political parties, leaders of religious bodies, civil society organizations, captains of industry, the media, the Volta GJA has been very supportive of us. And finally, last but not the least, I want to thank our gallant farmers and fisher folks. This presentation will be the structure of the presentation will be as follows. We'll have the introduction, then we have the sectors under review, the details, and then conclusion. Yeah, that is a refurbished Volta Regional Coordinating Council offices that we are in the process of continuing as soon as possible. But that is where we are working now. And we have a vision statement and a mission statement. Our vision, the Volta Regional Coordinating Council seeks to attain a peaceful, stable, united, progressive, and prosperous region with a high standard of living for the people. And then we also have a mission statement. We have objectives. I'm not going to read everything, but the objectives are to formulate, implement, and coordinate, monitor, evaluate government policies and programs in the region. We want to promote stability, security, and peace, promote transparency and accountable governance, to provide institutional and human capacity and enabling environment for effective, efficient, and sustainable service delivery. We want to facilitate the creation of an enabling environment for private sector development. We have to promote and market the investment potentials of our region and to improve the fiscal resource mobilization of the municipal and district assemblies. We go with a brief profile of the Volta region. The Volta region is in the southeastern part of the country, and it occupies a land surface of about 10,239 square kilometers. It is bounded on the north by the Oti region of Ghana, south by the Gulf of Guinea, on the west by the Volta Lake, and on the east by the Republic of Togo. So you can see the map of the Volta region, the map of Ghana, and where Volta region is. That's the blue arrow pointing to the Volta region. And the next one shows our 16 municipal and district assemblies. 18 of them, actually. There are 18. Then a brief profile. The capital is Ho, as we all know, with an estimated population of 188,420 in 2021. We have a population of 1,649,523 in the Volta region in 2021, with an average growth rate of 2.5% annually. As I said earlier, we have 6 municipal assemblies and 12 district assemblies, making a total of 18. The main settlements in the region are Ho, Hohwe, Keta, Bando, Denu, Aplau, Peki, Joapong, Sogakope, Akachi, and Joje. The land size I've mentioned already. We have a population density of about 103 per kilometer squared. We have an average household of 3.3 average household size. The soils, we have heavy clay, we have sandy loams, alluvial soils, sandy coastal soils, tropical gray earth, and groundwater laterites. The profile, the climate is the topography, and the main economic activities of the region are agriculture. We grow rice, we grow maize, cassava, we grow yam, cocoa, cocoyam, plantain, palm trees, and mangoes. We do fishing, we have handicrafts, and trade and services. The trend analysis of the population of the Volta region, from 1960, the region has grown in population. By the 2 million you see there for 2010, for the whole Volta region, Volta and OT. As now our population, according to the 2021 census, is 1,659,040. You look at the population size in our country, you can see from the chart that we are the 7th populated region in Ghana after Greater Accra, Ashanti, Eastern, Central, Northern, and Western. Volta is the 7th when it comes to the population. And the size by districts, we have Ketu South being the most populous district that we have in the Volta region, with a population of about 253,122, followed by Ho, and followed by Ketu North, Hohwe, South Tong, and the last from the right are Adakulu and Akachi North. They are the least populated districts that we have. When we talk about urban-rural population, we have generally 40% urban and 60% rural. The population density, I've said it already. When you see the one before, so that the population density is heaviest in around Ketu South. Thank you. Ethnicity, about 90.3% of the people in the region are Ewes. We have Akans, we have Ades, Guans, Ga, Dangbes, and the rest. So we have a cross-section of Ghanaians living in our region. When it comes to religion, 78% are Christians, and we have other religions, including Islam, also in the region. The population pyramid, you say that we have a very youthful population, and that is a potential for human resource development and availability of labor when investors come. And we have also a very small aged population that needs to be taken care of. Moving to the poverty pockets in the Volta region, we know that when you look at it, the red you see there is Adakulu, Agotime Ziope, and Ketu North, and Akachi North, sorry. Adakulu, Agotime Ziope, and Akachi North, and would like to have more investments in these three districts to improve the economy, the local economy. The three major sectors we'll be looking at will be health, the local economic development, road infrastructure, and other areas. I think we'll begin with health. Begin with health sector. The Ghana Priority Health Infrastructure Project in the Volta region. We've heard of Agenda 111, and this is to ensure that the citizens have access to quality healthcare services and boost the provision of healthcare infrastructure. The facilities that will be enjoyed would include out of the 4 state-of-the-art surgical theaters for maternity, obstetrics, gynecology, a full complement of male and female and pediatric wards, isolation wards, among others. The status of Agenda 111 projects in the Volta region, we are happy that the Volta region has 8 ongoing projects that are located in Agotime Ziope with a location in Petwe. As of now, it's only 10% completion. We have Angologan District Assembly at Agotwe, which is 15%. We have Akachi North District Hospital in Avedakwa, which is 35%. We have South Dine District Hospital at Peve, New Town, which is 29%. We have Afajato South District Hospital at Vegolekwati, 10%. We have Akachi South District Hospital at Deheta, not far from Akachi, it's 15%. We have the Adakulu District Hospital situated at Adakuluwaya. It's also 10%. We have the Whole West District Hospital at Jolokwita, 10%. So we have 8 of the Agenda 111 projects going on in the Volta region. And we can see some pictorials showing where they have the projects are at the moment. I think the one there is Avedakwa, Akachi North. And then we have the President, His Excellency the President, visited the region recently and went to inspect the progress of work at the Agenda 111 project site at Avedakwa. He was quite excited. Then we have the Afajato South. They are taking off. They also at 10%, and we're asking them to speed up work on the project. Then Ho West at Jolokwita, work has started, and the next one will be the South Dine. The president visited the South Dine project site on his recent visit to the region. They have gone. There's also the contractors are doing very well in South Dine. Then Agoti Meziope, that's still South Dine. Agoti Meziope, also work has started earnestly. Agoti Meziope project, and then Akachi South, also they've started. They're doing quite well. Then we move to Angologan, and then we also have some donations, supply of hospital equipment to help to the regional health directorate in the region, and that was done by the Coastal Development Authority. And as I said earlier, there are many projects going on in all the assemblies in the region, and these are a few of them. Maternity ward constructed at Befi Chiefs Compound, Community Health Center at Toko, and then we have construction of a maternity ward at Penyi in the Ketu North Municipal Assembly. And then we now move to, and many other things have happened in the health sector, where because of the presence of the UHAS, University of Health and Allied Sciences, the former Volta Regional Hospital has been converted into the whole teaching hospital. This ceremony was done recently, and the Hohwe Hospital is being converted into the new Volta Regional Hospital. And a lot of work is going on at the whole teaching hospital to make sure it's at the standard of a teaching hospital. We move to road infrastructure now, and we will see the dualization of the whole main road. That's the civic center to Sokode Bogame. And this project was awarded around October 2016. There has been delays, but I'm happy to announce that we are getting to the final stages, and the contractors have assured us that this project will be completed by the end of this year. So those are some of the pictures on what is going on and on the whole, the dualization of the Sokode to Ho road project. We move to the Eastern Corridor Road. We know we are all very much interested in Eastern Corridor Road, because the Eastern Corridor Road is a very short road. If you want to travel to the northern part of this country, you can save a lot of time by going to the Eastern Corridor. And we have a chart there of what has happened on the Eastern Corridor Road since 2017. We can see that in the Asikuma Harvest section, the length of the road is 45 kilometers. And the length that was in good condition in 2016 was only 15 kilometers. But the length in good condition now, 2022, is 25 kilometers. Then Harvest to Hohwe, the length in good condition as of 2016 was 5 kilometers. The length in good condition now is 35 kilometers. Then the whole to Jasikan, the Hohwe to Jasikan is also part of Volta region, and then we get to OT. Then from OT, we have the Jasikan to the Pepeso to Nkonta to Tidamango. So the Eastern Corridor Road goes as far as to Yendi, Gushegu, and it's a total of 457 kilometers. And the length in good condition as at 2016 was 135 kilometers. But as I speak to you now, the length in good condition is 360. Percentage-wise, as at 2016, the portion of the Eastern Corridor Road in good condition was 30%, but now, as at now, is 79%. So we've made some progress. You look at the Eastern Corridor Road that is in Volta region, that we say is the Volta region. We inherited 27% in good condition. As of now, we at 64%, and pressure is on the contractors to speed up work so that we don't extend the duration of the contract any further. So that's a picture showing the road from Tema right down to Goshegu Yendi. There's a picture of the president inspecting progress on the road, Eastern Corridor Road, and that is a picture with my regional highway engineer explaining the scope of the project to the president in that picture. That is, I think my good self, I pay regular visits to the Eastern Corridor Road. Those pictures are one of the visits we paid to make sure that the contractors are up to their schedules. So the other picture shows the condition of the Eastern Corridor Road from Asikuma Junction to Have. Those are the pictures you are seeing now. And then we have the construction of the Have to Hokwe Road. There are pictures there. And then Hokwe to Jasika, we also have the pictures there. And then we have gone through the dualization of the whole. No, this is a bypass by Sokode Etwe through the University of Health and Allied Sciences to Tetrino. And the internal roads of the university are also being done. A total of 5.3 kilometers are being done as we speak. Then there's a construction of 175-meter span steel bridge linking Agbenokwe to Dafotonu in Pando. This was started in 2017, 2018, and has since been completed and commissioned by the president. We can see the situation before the sea bridge was constructed. That's the before situation, the progress of work construction in progress. We can also see the steel bridge as has been completed. It's a 175-meter steel bridge linking Pando Agbenokwe to Dafotonu. And then the president was there, and he was gracious enough to commission the steel bridge, and that is the picture, the president in the picture. We also have the asphalt overlay in the Hokwe municipality that has been done. 15 kilometers has been done. Then upgrading of Kelepe town roads. That's a beautiful town very close to Ho. Upgrading, beautiful town very close to Ho. I invite you to visit the road. And that there's also a road now linking Kelepe to Ziavi. And I invite the Honorable Deputy Minister to come and visit me. Then we have the bitumen surfacing of the Akwete to Adakluwaya. That's the district capital of Adaklu. That has also been done. So we go on to the Jolokwita Bame Road. That was 17.2 kilometers. That has been done. It's under the Cocoa Rose. It's also been done. Then bitumen surfacing of Liate, Agbonyira to Fodome Feeder Road, 9.7 kilometers. Then we have another steel bridge on the Galosota Bomingo Feeder Road. Galosota Bomingo Feeder Road, that is has a 70-meter span. That has also been done. We would commission it soon. It's been completed. Then, for the first time in our history, we in the Votary have also seen railway line at UK. So you see the Akosombo to Joapon railway line in your pictures. Let's go on to the local economic development, which is also very key. The two municipal assemblies in the Volta region, Ho and Hokwe, were selected and have benefited under the Ghana Secondary City Support Program. The overall effort is to improve urban management and provision of basic urban services in the two cities, Ho and Hokwe. Details of the facilities provided are as follows. 228 lockable stores, restaurant, that's in the whole central market, 72 unit WCs, revenue posts, mosque, paving of the floors. And the total amount that we spent so far on this project has been 17,646,887 cedis, 5 pesos. and that is phase 1 and phase 2. So the slide before this one, that's how we have phase 1, the whole central markets, phase 1 and phase 2, and then the picture of the market. But in that picture, we have the GAMP project also at the top end, before the secondary city is at the fore of the GAMP project. So those are the pictures from the whole central market as at now. Getting to the Hawkway Central Market, we've also been able to do 106 lockable stores, 144 unit store sheds, 16 number garages, police post and a fire post, a health post, and a crèche for market women, the keys of the market women. So that is what has happened in the Hawkway Central Market, and the pictures are there for us to see. We spent about 14.8 million constructing those structures in Hawkway Central Market. The pictures are there. Local economic development in Hawkway, that is Hawkway. The next one is the Rural Enterprise Program Technology Solution Center in Hawkway, has also been done. We have the rice mill in Hawkway in collaboration with the private sector, that is in Hawkway also. And then we were there to inspect progress of work some couple of months ago in Hawkway. We have also had the construction of a business advisory center at Hawkway Municipal Assembly old site, which has been completed, 100% complete. It started in 2018 and completed in 2018. Then agriculture, development, infrastructure. Investments in irrigation schemes. We've had some investments in irrigation schemes, rehabilitation and expansion, and the mobilization of the Bon Left Bank irrigation project. There's a picture there with the president to cutting sword for the commencement of the project, and I'm happy to announce that that project has been completed. We done rehabilitation of existing 450-hectare gravity scheme. We also did an expansion of gravity scheme by additional 1,550 hectares and supply of irrigation water to over 1,000 hectares pumped scheme. So that is the map that we see there. It's a boost for smallholder farmers. The irrigated land will be cultivated twice a year, which would further double production. In addition to skills transfer, small farmers will also benefit from marketing their products through collaboration with large agricultural enterprises with significant technical, administrative, and financial resources. So that's the site updates. Phase 1 completed. Pictures are there, the canal raising. The Togome irrigation project will create 12,000 jobs for the teeming youth, and that is in the North Town district of the Volta region. Recently, the DCE and the MD of Golden Exotic Limited went there to plant the first commercial bananas at Togome. We are also engaging a lot of commercial farmers from the private sector to take advantage of what we have provided with the irrigation facility provided at the Bon Left Bank project. We also have an agriculture mechanization center at Adakuluwaya. The DC is here. And then we have planting for export and rural development, the PED. We have distributed 300,000 cashew seedlings to farmers. And you can see some of the seedlings in the pictures. Some farmers have even produced some cashew. You can see they look very attractive, especially the red ones. Planting for food and jobs. We have a total of 157 and 95 farmers have registered for planting for food and jobs in the Volta region. We have 111,069 males, 46,026 females, making a total of 157,095. So that flagship program of our government is very much ongoing in our region. The local economic development, in order for us to promote the local economic development of our region, we've organized 2 fairs so far. The first one in 2019, that was the Volta Trade and Investment Fair, and then we had a second one in 2021, which was very massive. We are grateful to our media partners, our brothers and sisters from the Volta region who volunteered to be our ambassadors to market our region. Benadavli, Jifa Bampo, Kafuide, MFA Apao, and Ivy Prosper. I'd like to acknowledge your contribution. We had a very successful fair. We had exhibitors from all over the world, and it was very, very grand. And we are planning that come next year, we'll have another trade and investment fair. We have this Caltech ethanol factory in the whole municipality, which is under a 1D1F, support from 1D1F. It's in partnership with Casapreco Company, and is producing ethanol from cassava at Hojo in the whole municipality. Caltech has a workforce of about 300, excluding about 200 outgrowers, and has a potential to provide additional 600 jobs. Caltech currently has 400 hectares of farm. Caltech aims to have 60% of the cassava from its nuclear farm. And we are also trying to engage outgrowers to support them to produce raw materials for this factory. There are some pictures there, some products of cassava. Yes, the cassava produced from the Caltech farms. Water and sanitation. We have completed some water projects to serve our people in the Volta region since we came in 2017. We have the Spanish debt swap project that was undertaken in our region to support 4 districts, Adaklu, Agotime Ziope, whole West, and the whole municipality. We have a total of 18 water systems to serve 35 communities at various levels of completion. And these projects will benefit about 69,000 of our people. 9 are completed and they are in use. 3 are 95% complete and will be completed very soon. And you see in the picture, the commissioning, Amajope is the highest place in Ghana where human beings live. And we have had challenges with water supply over the years. The Vice President tried to intervene to get water, underground water for the College of Education in Amajope without success after a lot of money was pumped into it. But with this project, we were able to dam a stream downstream, treat the water, and then pump to the Amajope community. So Amajope, for the first time in their history, are enjoying pipe-borne water. And essentially, the president was in Amajope to commission this water project himself. So you can see some of the pictures there. And then we also have the Ziope water system, which has been done, the Batume Junction, and the Akpokope ones have been done. The Shia water project in the whole municipality, where the MC comes from, has also been done. So we provided MC with water. So Shia has got water supply. We have the Gotime Ziope district water project, which is ongoing. There were delays by the contractor. We had to re-award it to another contractor. We also have this another water project called the 5 Districts Water Project. The phase 1 and 2 were done before we came in 2017. But since then, the president was in Adakuru, Amfwe, to cut the sword for the commencement of the phase 3. And plans are far advanced for us to even begin the phase 4. It's a 11.5 million euros, 5 district water project. Project completed and undergoing practical testing and commissioning. 3 water towers of 5 cubic meters volume each were built at Peleho so far, and Patove. 240 cubic meters volume ground tank and booster station at Peleho, where the water is lifted to all the zones in Adakulu. We have 315 meter transmission lines have been laid over 37 kilometers. Distribution lines of 133 kilometers of various diameters have also been laid. A total of 113 standpipes were constructed with ancillary valves and fitting for the communities. This project covers a population of about 80,000 under Phase 3. Plans are far advanced for the Phase 4. Towards the commencement of Phase 4, the following districts will benefit from the project: North Town, Ho West, and Agotime Siope once again. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to remind all of us about the 97 million euros Keta Water Expansion Project, which is situated at Agodome in the South Town District Assembly. Those are pictures from work going on by the contractors to make sure that the water supply in the southern part of our region is greatly improved. And these we are expecting to reach 422,000 consumers. 422,000. We have beneficiary communities include Agodome, Tsogakope, Keta, Angologan, and their surrounding communities and towns, including Poje, Botame, Vume, Tefle, Sokwe, Dabala Junction, Tregwe, Badaji, Haveji, Ajato, Suipe, Suipe, Aduto, Hovi Ameji, Devegodo, Hovi Kokoroko, Salo, the water is getting to Salo, Galo, Agotoe, Penu, Lolito, Floto, Lotame, Newtown, Agbachivi, Podui, Alakpere, Koji, Floho, Atito, Genwi, Azanu, Bomigo, Tumu, Anyanui, Atiteti, Jita, Atoko, Vuti, Srogwe, Angologan, We, Tegbi, Hovi, Apedome, Voja, Keta, Keji, Nukwe, Sekope, and surrounding villages will all be served adequately by this project. And as I said, it's going to reach 422 people in the region are expected. Remember that our population is 1.6 million, and this is reaching 422,000. That's a high percentage. Education. We have a number of public schools in the Volta region. As you can see from the bar chart there, we have kindergartens, 1,069, and so on and so forth. SHS, we have 76 SHS, 873 junior high schools, preschool, TVET. TVET institutions are 9. Colleges of education, we have 5. And we have 2 public universities. There's the Hotenka University, University of Health and Allied Sciences. And the next year, we have a private university, the whole EPUC, Evangelical Presbyterian Church University College. The free SHS enrollment for Volta region 2017 to 2021, the figures are there for all of us to see. We can see an increase in enrollment as a result of this human-centered policy of our president and our government. So we have about 87,000 of the people, the children in the region are benefiting from the free SHS. We have a total number of SHS being 74, the double track 23, single track 51, and there has been efforts to increase the infrastructure in the facilities so that we can do away with the double track come 2023. The impact of free SHS in the Volta region, there has been massive school enrollment in all schools across the region. Then the massive improvement in all school infrastructure across the region. By 2024, as I said, all schools will have to move from double track to single track. We have done 19 emergency projects with the SHSs were awarded to eliminate the double track system in the Volta region, many of whom are completed, and some we are still working on them. So there's a picture there from Malco Girls, another picture from Mali School, where I was some years ago. Then we come to UHAS. University of Health and Allied Sciences was established in the year 2012, and they are doing extremely well. But the government, under our president, was able to negotiate with the Chinese government to extend a grant of $60 million for the second phase of work. The first phase was done before 2017, and that was €20 million grant. That has, and the second phase is €60 million, and government provided a counterpart funding, and the project has taken off. The president was there at UHAS to commission the project, and under the agreement, the grant will facilitate the construction of a new central administration for UHAS and a block building for the College of Nursing and Midwifery and duty and equipment room all on land covering a total of 29,200 square meters. Part of the grant will also be used to purchase furniture, teaching aids, and other supporting facilities for some schools in the university. Those are pictures of the nursing and midwifery school, which I'm informed will be the largest school of nursing and midwifery in West Africa. And then we have also the administration block of the university. They are under construction. President was there to commission it, to cut the sword, and he will be there. He promised to come to commission them when they are completed very soon. The president also, on his last visit, commissioned some hostel facilities for the university, and some of them are financed from the university's internally generated funds. And I want to applaud the administration or the management of UHAS for the great work that they are doing in that university. I also want to announce that we have done some heavy investments as a government in 3 major TVET institutions in the Volta region. With Atoko Vocational Training Institute in the Angologa district, and then we've also done some massive investment and expansion at the Tegbi Caring Sisters Vocational Institute. We're also doing right now some heavy investment in the Parliamentary Vocational Institute in South Dine. And then we have also started work on the construction of a new 3-story assembly building for the whole municipal assembly. Those who know Home Municipal Assembly will know the structure that they have been in all these years, where we started the construction of a 3-story massive ultra-modern block for the Home Municipal Assembly. We are doing the same for Pando Municipal Assembly. So Pando also is a beneficiary of this, and we are doing some rehabilitation and expansion in Afajato South District Assembly as well. And that is also, then I have to mention Angologan District Assembly. They are now in temporary premises, but we are constructing a very huge assembly building for Angologan District Assembly. We've also awarded contracts for the rehabilitation of the Ketu South Town roads. Ketu South Town roads, the Joje Town roads, Akachi Town roads, and we are in the process of also trying to get the Keta and Pando projects also to take off. Those will be town roads to make sure accessibility in our major towns is improved. So, ladies and Honorable Deputy Minister, I would like to end by saying that anybody who visits Volta region would experience Ghana, because there is nothing you can find in any part of Ghana that you see in Volta region. And I also want to invite you, Honorable Minister, to the commissioning of our new canopy walkway in Ambechope on the Friday 18th of November, which will be next week Friday. Come, enjoy, live, and invest in the Volta region. Visit Volta and experience Ghana. Akpenami.
Honorable Minister, thank you so much for that insightful presentation. I believe if anyone was thinking twice about investing in the Volta region, by now the person has clarity because they are sold. And I don't think the Volta region could have chosen a better ambassador than yourself as minister. Thank you so much for taking time to do this. I believe there were aspects of the presentation that touched everybody to know that we have massive development happening in the Volta region. But for myself, these are some key highlights that I believe I will take home with me. Some of the major projects that you are undertaking that I think go to the very core of the existence of the people in the region has to do with this 97 million euros Keta water expansion project. It's so insightful that government is investing in a water project that can serve as much as about a third of the whole population of the region, and I think that is very commendable. Also to mention that the 60 million US dollars grants from the Chinese government for the second phase of UHAS project, which covers an administration block and also the largest nursing and midwifery training school in the whole of West Africa. I think that is also a very huge project that is worth noting. Also to mention the 11.5 million euros 5 districts water project phase 3, which is already completed and undergoing testing. I'm really convinced that it's not about any new promises or commitments per se, but about huge investments that have already been done. And to be specific, I was looking at all the things that you mentioned, district by district, and I looked at Hohoe and I said, Hohoe alone, in these past few years, 15-kilometer asphalt for Hohoe town roads, Hohoe Central Market project, rice mill under 1D, 1F, warehouse projects, among all the social intervention projects that are happening. And I believe you have done so well for your region, and I couldn't be prouder. And finally, to mention the ongoing Agenda 111 projects in the Volta region. You mentioned 8 of them. If my memory serves me right, you mentioned Akachi North, Afajato South, Ho West, South Dai, Agotime Eziope, Akachi South, Angloga, and other communities that I may not recall. But just to say, we really appreciate your hard work and all the efforts that you are putting in to transform the lives of your people. So thank you so much for this beautiful presentation that you gave us. On that note, I will throw it back to the House, invite questions from our distinguished journalists who are with us today. If you have any question, kindly show by hand. We'll bring the microphone to you, and kindly mention your name and media house, and then proceed to ask your question. So we'll take the first question from the back, then we'll take the 3 on my right, and then I'll take the 5th question from you.
Right. Minister, my name is Obed Gaglo. I report for GH1 Television. Quite a number of projects being outlined, but I want to draw Minister's attention to some other projects that has also not been attended to. For example, a youth resource center between Adaklo and Ho since 2017 has not seen the day of light. Also, the road, the Huafla Road is in a bad state. I want to get a reaction on that. Apart from that, Minister, in the Volta region, there are a number of unapproved routes, and a lot of government agencies complain about that. What are you doing to make sure that these unapproved routes are sealed, to make sure that people from Togo do not come into the country really, and then also smuggling of goods. Last but not the least, over the last week, a historic event happened in the Volta region. However, there were some fallouts. If really these projects have been something to write home about, the people of Volta region would have been happy, and what we saw, and I'm sure you all know what I'm talking about. I want your reaction on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question, Sobed. But let me remind you that the minister, before his presentation, even showed a short documentary of some of the key infrastructural projects that they've done. Not pictures, not artistic impression, but videos that they have taken from the ground. So I'll plead with you to get some of your correspondents to also go to the site and check if we have concocted or created anything that is non-existent to come and show to the people of Ghana. So thank you for the questions. So I'll take the second one.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Arthur Mensah from GNA. I'm quite impressed with the minister's presentation. Massive development. But I have 3 questions. My first question is the issue of illegal sand winning, which is happening in the Kita municipality. And we learned a lot of influential people are involved, banning excavators for people to indulge in it. I want to find from the minister to what extent he has managed to control or stop illegal sand winning in the Kita municipality. Then my second question is with this appeal by the founding vice chancellor of UHAS, Professor Fred Newton Binka, and recently he made an appeal that government should consider renaming UHAS after former President Atamios. I want to find out whether he will also subscribe to this appeal. Then my third question is I want to find out whether this trade and investment fair that was held recently, what benefit is this yielding in terms of investment? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Please, if we can keep the questions at most 2, okay, so that other colleagues will get the opportunity to also ask their questions.
Thank you, Honorable. I'll ask just one. So,
okay.
Yes, my name is John Awuni. I represent Keswin. I wanted to know the arrangements so far regarding the April K2 South tidal waves, the relocation, and then measures taken so far to curtail future occurrences. Thank you.
Thank you for the question.
My name is Oscar Akaba, Transporters TV. My focus is on the transport sector, and I want to first of all commend the minister, especially some of the projects we can see it ourselves. The Clicquot Township Road, I want to say thank you for it, which is ongoing. I've been to Boshima, to Ehi, to my holy village. I realize that is ongoing. That of Joje, Ehi Township is also ongoing. The minister spoke about Eastern Corridor Road, but 2016 was 27%, and it's now 67%. Minister, we still need more work to be done. Please take note of that. The road between Keta to Afiadanigba to Weta to Ziofi, that is a very economical road we should also be looking at. Shima, yes, Minister, MC, thank you very much. We should also be looking at that road network, Shima. Also, that road network, let's be looking at it and see what we can do, because it will open up the region the more economically. When we look at Georgia to Ho Road, honestly, it's now bad. So let's see what we can do. Then to Keta Road, let's also have a look at those aspects of it. Thank you very much, my brothers. I'm not in Ghana, but I just came back. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I saw a hand at the back. Okay.
My name is Joseph. I'm strong. I work with TV3.
Honourable Minister, thank you so much. Great presentation over there. So quick one. Early this year, we have some freight forwarders raising some complaints about some plan or some intentions to relocate operations at their flower border to somewhere K2 North. And they say that if goes on, it will affect business activities at our flower. And also, same in our flower, we have market women complaining about the current state of their market. They say they need some facelift along that area. Lastly, we have a lot of schools in the Anglogan area where pupils continue to cross rivers or walk through water before they get access to their various schools. Honourable Minister, what are you doing to help uplift education, mostly basic education in the Volta region? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. So I will invite Minister to take this set of questions, and then if you have any follow-up questions, we'll come back to you.
Thank you very much for the questions. On the Youth Resource Center, I think I'm much more disappointed than you. We have done every effort to get this work completed. But there were issues about, those who know Adaklu very well will know that the land is very, a lot of clay, and it brought about other expenses that were not envisaged. So we had issues with the contractor, and at a stage, the court issues came in, but those have been resolved. The issue now is that National Youth Authority is the agency responsible for the youth centers, and they have 10 in all the 10 old regions of Ghana. And they've decided that this year they will complete 5. And they're working hard. They don't want to spread the money so that all the 10 will remain uncompleted. They've decided that whatever resources they have, they'll complete 5. And then by the second half of next year, they'll complete the other half. And we happen to be in the second batch. So our Youth Resource Center will be completed next year by the first half of next year. So they're working on 5 this year and 5 next year. And we are, if I had lobbied harder, maybe it would have been the first batch. Then talk about unapproved routes. It's a challenge across all the borders of our country, up there, the northern border, the western border, and the eastern border. It's a challenge, and government is doing everything possible. The Regional Security Council, the various border security committees are working very hard. All the municipal and district security councils that are along the border are also working very hard. And we're trying to motivate the immigration, the customs, and all those people who work along the border to continue doing a good work. It's not possible to eliminate it completely, but we do our best to make sure it is reduced, especially illegal immigration. Those ones, the immigration people work very hard to make sure they bring it under control. So we would continue to do our best to bring that to an end. I think there was a question about the last, is it Hogwechocho? Yeah, I want to put on record that I was at Hogwechocho. I welcomed the Vice President, and we were at the Anglogan Senior High School, and he had massive welcome from the students of Anglogan Senior High School. We took the Vice President to the assembly, and there was an enthusiastic crowd that welcomed him there. And then from there, we went to the Deba grounds. And my brother was there with us. He was there with us coordinating our, the whole event. He did very well. And when we got there, the Vice President went around to greet all those who were there before us. We first went to the Togwesri, and that's a Womefia, and then the Gamanche. Then we greeted Asante Ini, And then we went around all the stands to visit all those who were there. And the kind of response and the welcome that the Vice President was giving in the Hogbachocho was over the top. And the whole event is so historic that I would prefer, I want us to dwell on the positives. What that event on Saturday has done to the unity of our country and national cohesion. It is something we are proud of, that the Santini graced the occasion. The government chair was there. Kwawuhini came with the heavy delegations. And we were so proud. The voter chiefs were there. Chiefs from Togo, Benin, Nigeria were all there. It was a great event. I want to make the point that the Vice President spoke, and he wanted to set certain records straight. You know, he's a politician. Politicians, when they get the opportunity, we want to set some records straight. And he judged that. And you will not expect everybody there to be comfortable with what he was saying. You not expect that. And obviously, there were people behind the media who were not happy with what he was saying. So there was some reaction from them. But you expect that. It happens in Parliament too. And sometimes when you're reading, you expect that sometimes there's heckling. But it wasn't as bad as is being portrayed out there. The whole event was positive. If I want to give it a mark, I'll put it at 97, 98%. The whole event was so positive, and I would like us to dwell on the positives rather than the negatives. That's the answer I will give to that one. Illegal sand winning is a problem we are facing in the Volta region, especially in Ketu South, Ketu North, Keta, and also North Town. There are issues that we are facing. It's a serious security issue that we're trying to fight. And we have also established a task force. The Regional Security Council has established a task force to support the municipal security councils to address this canker. That is the galamsey we have in our region. And we are doing everything possible to fight it. But as you said, there are some influential people who are part of this problem. But we want the support of everybody. People should come and support us to check it, because a sea defense project was done to protect the Keta coast. And now we're going to undermine the sea protection by mining the sand there. And this is done even deep in the night. The MC and the MUSEC have been trying to fight it, but it's not an easy fight. North Town, I was there in the night, and they were serious around midnight and 1 a.m. They were serious. But we have to be concerned. All of us have to be concerned. And let's support the security agencies, the Minerals Commission, and the Environmental Protection Agency to make sure we bring it to the barest minimum. I appeal to name UHAS. I think after the former president, Atta Mills, that is an appeal that has been made. And I think the University Council will look at it. Together with the Minister of Education, they will look at that one. What are the benefits from the Volta Trade Investment Fair? It was a 14-day fair, and it actually boosted the economy, the local economy of our region. From 2019 fair, a lot of our producers, private investors got partners from abroad. We had business people who came from abroad, and some of our people are now exporting their products overseas. So we've got benefit. Apart from the local business people making money, within those 2 weeks, it was not easy. In fact, they didn't want us to close the fair. They wanted the fair to go on continuously, but that was not possible. People made money, and I'm sure MC also made some, I made some, people made. So it was good for the local economy, and we had seminars. We had one-to-one interactions with the business community. We even had a meeting with the Indian business community in Ghana. and people have linked up. People have established linkages and networks, and it's helping our business people. You know that we had about 10 heads of diplomatic missions at the fair, and one of them tells me now that he doesn't serve any wine in his residence, apart from the wine being made in Ho, the Volta wine. Yeah, the Volta wine. Yeah, that is what he serves. So we're doing quite a lot, and at the fair we got to know that a lot of things were going on that we didn't know about. Just as this interaction this morning has also informed you as to what is going on, the fair actually opened our eyes to see that the entrepreneurial skill of our people are doing things. 2019, there was a woman who came to exhibit palm oil. And 2021, she didn't come. So we tried to chase to find out what was going on. She said she can't meet her market. A market overseas she cannot meet. So she tried to meet the market rather than coming to yes. So, yeah, you know it. So she didn't come to the 2021 fair because she had enough market overseas to supply to. There are people supplying to Europe, Germany, people supplying to the US, and so on and so forth. Recently, there was some produce from Afajato that have landed in Maryland. Ginger powder, chili powder. So our people are doing a lot, and these fairs enable us to identify them, because we do these fairs in collaboration with the Association of Ghana Industries and the Ghana Tourism Authority. So they come and see what the people are doing and offer them all kinds of support. The banks were there, and they also had seminars for the business people. So we have had a lot of benefits from the Volta Fair. We continue to do that. After that, we will do a lot more. The whole expo was also there this year to coincide with the Yam Festival. We'll continue to do what we can. Okay. The tidal wave, I think I was in Parliament last Thursday to answer questions on the resettlement of tidal wave victims in Ketu South. The question was specifically for Ketu South, so that was the answer I gave. And what is happening is that we've identified a high ground for the victims to resettle. And the Red Cross has supported us with 20 tents, with water supply and sanitary facilities. And we also, Assembly has been able to raise 2 million cedis, which we've started a 12-number 2-bedroom apartments, low-cost apartment for the victims in Ketu South. Even though many of them have gone to their families, members, and many of them have gone back to their homes. Once their homes are not destroyed, the moment the seawater goes back, they want to go back to their homes. But we are doing everything possible to do what we can to make life bearable to them. Freight forwarders. About the Kanu border post is an ECOWAS arrangement. It's not only about the government of Ghana, ECOWAS arrangement, but that doesn't close the Aplau border. That arrangement will not close the Aplau border. But we have the ECOWAS that the President Nana Akufo-Addo and President Yaya Dema were there together to commission. So it's an ECOWAS agreement that doesn't depend on Ghana alone. So if there are any grievances from the freight forwarders and so on, it must be forwarded to the appropriate authorities, Minister of Transport, and then it will be addressed. Schools with kids crossing river. We'll continue to do our best as a government, and the Assembly is also doing much. We hope that we'll be able to do what we can to bring more development to our people. Thank you very much. I think I've answered the first batch. Okay, I'm told there's another. Sorry, I'm looking for the next batch of questions. Yes, I'm done. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. So we will take the last set of questions. I'll take Nana Poku, I'll take one at the back and then yours.
Yeah, good morning, Honorable Minister, Dr. Yaulecha, my good friend. I want to ask, Honorable Minister, do you have tourist sites? And I know you do, because I know of Mantanfajato, the Kente Weaving, the Vegetable Festival, and so many of them. What are you doing, as it were, to collaborate with the Ghana Tourism Authority to woo investors into that sector, to generate money for the region? And then, again, what investment opportunity pertain in the Volta region? Some people say they have iron ore, say there's no gold deposits, some clay and other things. So what other thing can Volta region offer the investor to come there and invest in that region? My last question, we know Volta region is blessed with arable land for rice production. We have the Avatime rice farm, whatever. I don't know what has happened to it. Why is it not in the news anymore? Because we knew they were producing rice and even shallots from the Volta region. What has happened to them? Thank you very much.
Thank you for the question.
Honorable, good morning.
Good morning.
Femi Upoku, Mifri Kingdom FM.
Pastor,
my question here, EPC Ebusa Honorable say, in himself for 2021, Western Togoland for no. Now they have issues, pana, or more blocky routes, no more CCCs or more billboards, and then that's a four. In himself, any say this year, Papa na no lead you or more Papa V, Aka baby kakra. EPC Ebusa Honorable say, the death of Papa Vino, a putti Western Togoland for an activity into silence, and I say, there no more yes, and the young side, the betchain, almost uncle blocky routes, almost answer a demand or more consensus on the two Ghana bill. That's it.
Okay, thank you for the question. I don't know if Honorable Minister got the question because he asked it. Okay, so
Joseph Armstrong with TV3. Honorable, just quick one, just to ask you about the 7 Seas Company mining salt in K2 South. I just want to find out from you if they have the necessary document for them to mine salt, and also what is the outcome of the findings into the death in the lagoon that happened some few weeks ago.
Which lagoon?
I'm talking about the mining, the salt mining company in that area.
In which area?
That is it's in K2 South.
Salt mining in K2 South. Oh, okay. Okay, I can see another hand at the back, and then I'll take the last question.
Okay, my name is Dennis Ado from TV Africa. Na mpese make a chick akra. Pese mbisa minister say oba parliament mo. Majority chief whip Ibrahim Ahmed. I can say which is kebi emano 2022 budget may 10 million. Say ko from wa won kan tidal waves situation mu. Mpese mi bisa ona bo say ni size kanu ni nsakan ya na ni nsakan ya den djuma na wodidi.
Okay, so I'll take the last question from
here. Oscar Kaba again. I have two questions. One, Honorable Minister, what about the whole airport? What is the situation now? What is the updates you can give us on that? And secondly, the issue of, I think the freight forwarders are also complaining about way bridge at the border entering points. They've written several petitions and co. I don't know if that has come to your attention, and what are you doing about that? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much for the questions. I take that to be the last question. So we'll invite Minister back for his responses and also his final remarks.
Thank you very much, Honorable. I think from even our video that we showed at the beginning, we showed all the tourist attractions, many of the tourist attractions that we have in the region. We've been making a lot of noise about Visit Volta, Experience Ghana, and we've been doing this in collaboration with the Ghana Tourism Authority It's unfortunately the director could not come with us. Ghana Tourism Authority works in close collaboration with the RCC and the various assemblies to promote tourism in the region. We also work with the Association of Ghana Industries, and we do a lot of promotion. And we have our tourist numbers have increased over the last couple of years. And last Easter was not easy around Afajato. I was with the Indian High Commission. Some diplomats came to spend Easter at our tourist attractions. And we have nice hotels at Buli now. We have the route, we've done the route from Golokwati to the Buli Waterfalls, and we also went with some investors to Afajato, where we saw many buses that brought tourists from Kumasi, Kofridwa, Accra, just to come and climb the Afajato mountain. And we have an investor now who is trying to build a reception center at the foot of the Afajato mountain. So we are always talking to investors, how to come and invest in the tourism sector of our region. And many of the local people, many of the local investors are also coming in. One of the pictures you saw along the beach in Anglogan District Assembly is from a private investor that has done that. So we invite everybody, whether you are foreign or local, to come and talk to us, because the Ghana Tourism Development Authority is also doing a lot of work with us. They have also done some work at the Tafi Atome Monkey Sanctuary, and a lot of other things are going on. So we're doing what we can, and we will need the support of the media to project us, because what we've seen this morning alone should whet your appetite to do more to publicize our tourist attractions. We have a lot of investment opportunities. Agribusiness, ICT, and tourism are our priorities. So people are, those are what we are promoting. We have a lot of rice in Volta region. We produce a lot of rice. We produce, some time ago, we were even the leading producer. I mean, that was the old Volta with OT. But we still produce a lot of rice from Hohwe down to Afajato, down to Adakulu. You can have rice farms. So we also having private investors. When you go to Central Town, we have some Indian companies. You go to South Town, we have foreign companies that are growing rice in large quantities, and we are trying to encourage them. There's a new rice mill that is coming up under 1D1F in Adidome, in order to produce, to mill the rice that our farmers produce, because the one challenge they have been facing is not enough mills. But now that we have mill in Hohwe, if we have another mill in Adidome, because some of the in Southtown, because some of the farmers I met send their rice to Dawa for milling. Some also send to Wuraura. But when we have the mills in the Volta region, because the mill that is being established in Adidome can process all the rice we produce in the region. It's a huge capacity rice mill. So we're trying to get them all the support. Aveime rice production is still ongoing. They're growing rice there in Apipe, all over there. Even in Ho, people are producing rice. So we have rice all over the place. Western Togoland, I think it is calm. The situation is calm. The National Security, Regional Security Council, and the various MUSEX and DISEX work around the clock with the security agencies to make sure that what happened in the past doesn't happen again. We're on the alert. Salt mining in Ketu South. There have been issues with 7C Salt Company. These are Indian investors that are producing salt in Ketu South, and we've had problems between them and the communities. Last week, Friday, I was there. I was there with the Regional Security Council and the Minerals Commission and EPA, and we we went and addressed some of the issues that were worrying the minds of the people. My only appeal is that the people should be calm. When they have problems with investors, there are processes to follow. There are regulatory bodies that regulate the operations of every sector in our country, so that if you are not sure about what is going on, the Minerals Commission even has office in Aplau. It is not safe to be taking the law into your own hands to do, and people take entrenched positions. I remember, I'm told that when I was there on Friday, people accepted me to come and shut down the company. But I didn't have any grounds to even recommend that. We went with Minerals Commission and the EPA that assured us that everything was under their control. And the accident that happened that resulted in loss of life was unfortunate. It shouldn't have happened. And we're doing everything possible to ensure that such an incident does not happen again. So the budget, it's a tidal wave. Somebody mentioned some amount. Yeah, if my memory serves me right, I think the issue was about the finance minister announcing to Parliament that a certain amount of money had been voted for feasibility studies. Feasibility studies. That is what I remember. And when I was in Parliament, I made this point clear that as far as I know, that amount was for feasibility studies. Because what is happening along the coast is something very strange to us, and there must be some research, some scientific work to be able to advise government as to the way to go. So that money was supposed to be used for that. It wasn't supposed to come to the RCC for us to use for anybody. So it was for feasibility studies. Whole airport, when we came to office, there were pressures that airport is not operational. We should try and operationalize the airport. We spoke to African World Airlines. We spoke to Pashin, and Pashin graciously agreed to start 2 weekly flights to Ho on Fridays and Sundays. We did everything to publicize the flights, but unfortunately the patronage was poor. Patronage was poor. They started with a 50-seater aircraft that was always having capacity of occupancy of less than 30. And then there was a rise in the aviation fuel prices. So the airline advised themselves that they were going to suspend the flights until the situation improved. So it is our responsibility now to try and educate our people that they need to patronize any operator that resumes flight to the whole airport, because no operator will come if the services are not patronized. Now, Pashin has started almost daily flights to Wa. Yes, and they are doing flights to Sunyani, because the patronage is what encourages the airlines to continue, because they are in business. So let us also try and educate our people that the airport is there. When any operator agrees to fly to Ho, it means that we must also patronize the operations in order to keep the airline in business. The weighbridge complaint is about the weight. It's not checking the weight of the vehicles. It's not what they do. It's to protect our roads. So that we don't allow overloaded vehicles to destroy our roads. So it's a protection in order to increase the lifespan of our roads, so that we don't have overloaded vehicles plying our roads to destroy the roads. So that one, I think that they should take their concerns to the appropriate quarters. The Minister of Roads is also trying to protect the roads. We all need the roads protected. And so I don't know what we can say about that now, but I believe that the appropriate institutions will address that. Thank you very much. Yes, so we've come to the end of I want to thank you all for coming to listen to us. I want to thank the Honorable Deputy Minister who stood in for the Minister. She's an excellent host, and she took very good care of us when we came, so we are happy. And I believe that at least we'll be able to share a few things with the people of Ghana. We can share everything within a space of 30 minutes to 1 hour, but that is a reflection of what is going on the ground, and we also taking the advantage to promote our region, visit Volta, experience Ghana. We want investors in our region in the areas of agribusiness, especially areas of tourism and ICT, and any other area that any business person feels comfortable and feels is feasible for them to do. Our doors are always open. The Volta Regional Coordinating Council is open to discuss all these issues with anybody who is interested in coming to the Volta region. We have land for agriculture. We have good spots for tourists, yes. And then we are also doing something in collaboration with the climate change and the global warming issues that are going on. We're trying to do 3 projects in the Volta region. We are looking for funding to do something in the coastal part of the Volta region to protect our coastline from the effects of the ravages of the tidal waves. We're also doing something in the center, in the capital city of Ho. That is the oxygen city of Ghana. EPA has declared our air the cleanest air that you can get to breathe. So we're trying to promote that by doing some interventions in Ho to maintain that position. So we have a project there, and another project is for the Afajato Ho West. That's a Mejope, Wane, ecotourism as far as to Hohwe. We're doing some work there also just to promote the environment. And the canopy walkway that we're going to commission next week, Friday, is part of that project to protect. There are some species that have been identified that scientists thought were extinct, but they've been identified in that area. So we are working to preserve them. And the canopy walkway is supposed to generate revenue, alternate income for the people, so that we can protect the whole Amejope area, the whole West, with a serious reforestation. These are projects that we are on the drawing board that we are working to make sure they come to pass. So I want to also thank my MDCs who came all the way, my heads of department. My road sector is well represented, health, education, information. We are all here. The work doesn't end here. We have to continue to work hard to make sure that we attract as many people to our region as possible. But at least he gave us the opportunity this morning to let the people of Ghana know that since 2017, a lot, under the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, a lot has taken place in Ghana and in Volta region specifically. And we'll continue to do our best. We acknowledge challenges that we are going through, but even in the midst of challenges, we have some stories to tell, to comfort ourselves. So,
Minister, distinguished invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for joining us today. We hope to do this exercise again, hopefully in the Volta region with a larger audience, where we get to project the same things that we have shown to the whole of Ghana today. So thank you so much for coming, and let's do it again. Good afternoon.